Chapter 18:20 Give him a chance. No matter how regretful it is now, it will not help. Many disciples loyal to the Tianmu mansion stood up from the magic circle, staring angrily at the place where the young man was. Who allowed you to stand up? Do everything for me. The young man snorted coldly, and a surge of coercion surged up and down on him. The next moment, all the warriors who stood up groaned and sat down. Among these warriors, there is no saint realm at all. How can they resist the coercion of the young Saint King realm? The young man snorted coldly, turned his attention back to the woman in front of him, and said, "It's your honor to see you, young master, and you will serve me tonight. Don't show me any face, do you believe me? Don't believe me, I'll tear your clothes off right now." The woman's delicate body trembled, and her eyes were filled with horror. If she was really humiliated by this young man in front of thousands of people in the sect, then she wouldn't have to live. Thinking of this, the woman was extremely sad and indignant, and the thought of dying immediately could not help but move in her heart. She would rather the jade be broken than the tile. If you dare to commit suicide, I will kill all the thousands of people in your Tianyufu. This ghostly place has thin aura, but there are a lot of warriors. Do you think that without your Tianyufu, there will be no one to maintain the formation? The young man looked at the woman coldly. Bastard! The woman gritted her teeth and cursed. The other party threatened her so much, and she really didn't dare to act rashly. Ha ha! The young man laughed frantically. If you continue to scold me, I like to see you women angry. The angrier you are, the happier I am. You devil, someone will come to clean you up one day. HMPH. Just relying on you scum. I'm afraid you will never be able to do this. The woman said coldly. We really don't have this ability, but someone can. At this moment, she seemed to be reminded of something, and a hint of arrogance appeared on her timid and angry face. Really? The young man looked at the woman with great interest. Tell me, who can take care of this damn place? This young master, I am looking forward to it. He has explored the Tongshuan continent long ago. The aura in this place is thin, and the level of warriors is generally low. Otherwise, they would not be so presumptuous on this continent. You must know that what they are doing now is to extract the entire cultivation star. Reiki is a perverse act. Once discovered, the entire star field may hunt them down. The Lord of the Nine Heavens' Holy Land. The woman gritted her teeth, her beautiful eyes became much brighter at this moment. One day, he will come back and ask you to pay back everything. Nine Heavens' Holy Land. The young man frowned and asked a man in black next to him, is there such a sect here? The man in black pondered for a while and replied, it seems that there is, but the entire sect was emptied many years ago, and I don't know where they went. The people here said that they went to the star field. The young man nodded lightly, it's just going to the star field. It seems that the Lord of the Nine Heavens' Holy Land has some means to leave this kind of place. But, so what? He thinks the star field is so messy. Maybe they are now, it has long since disappeared in an unknown place in the star field. The Lord of the Nine Heavens' Holy Land is amazingly talented. Back then, he ruled the three races of humans, monsters and demons. How can someone like you be able to figure it out? The woman looked at the young man with contempt. You seem to worship the Lord of the Nine Heavens' Holy Land. The young man tilted his head and looked at the woman, and said with a faint smile, then I want to see if the Lord of the Nine Heavens' Holy Land will come when you are humiliated. Save you €1. After the words fell, the young man suddenly reached out and flicked. A burst of energy struck at the woman, immediately cutting the wide robe around her. The woman screamed and backed away again and again. The young man stared forward with an evil light in his eyes. Although there were other clothes under the robe, the woman's beautiful figure could not be concealed no matter what. The proud twin peaks were like towering mountains. He tore his clothes and came out, causing the young man to move his index finger, licked his lips and said, yes, it really is the best, it seems that I didn't miss it. What do you want to do? The woman stared at the other party vigilantly with a look of panic on her face. The young man sneered. Since you worship the Lord of the Nine Heavens' Holy Land so much, I naturally want to give you a chance, and give him a chance to be a hero to save the beauty. A man in black beside him laughed and said, a frog at the bottom of a well looks at the sky as big as a well. I'm afraid this little girl doesn't know how strong the young master is. She just thinks that the master of the Nine Heavens' Holy Land is #1 in the world. How would she know that that kind of person I don't even have the qualifications to carry shoes for the young master? That's right. Someone immediately echoed. The young man had a smile on his face, a very useful expression. At this moment, the young man frowned and looked up to the sky. The next moment, he stood up from the chair and stared at the sky. In the sky above, a meteor-like ray of light fell at the speed of an arrow from the string, and hit the hexagram circle in an instant. Boom! The ground trembled violently, and the light of the six-pointed star's magic circle was instantly annihilated. All the warriors who were maintaining the magic circle were pushed and shoved by a force, and flew back. For a while, people turned their backs on their backs, and the scene was in chaos. Young master, be careful. Among the men in black, the complexions of the two void-returning mirror experts changed, and they came to the young man together, staring ahead vigilantly, probing out with their divine sense, as if they wanted to find out the strength of the person who came. But what made them horrified was that their divine thoughts didn't get any feedback at all, as if there was no one there at all. This discovery made the hearts of the two void-returning mirrors sink, and they felt a little bad. Who? The young man roared angrily. It took them a lot of effort to set up the six-pointed star magic circle. Seeing that the thing to be refined was about to be successful, but they didn't expect it to be destroyed at a critical moment, and the young man was furious. Hey! There was a strange laugh from the center of the magic circle, which made the young man feel cold all over. He said with a sullen face, "Sneaky, since my friend is here, why don't you tell me your name? Don't you already know? What are you asking? What do I know?" The young man frowned. "Just now you said that you would give me a chance to be a hero to save the beauty, and I have seized this opportunity." The hero saves the beauty. The young man was startled, then opened his mouth wide, and said with a strange expression, "You don't mean to say that you are the Lord of the Nine Heavens' Holy Land?" Ah! At this moment, even the captured woman was dumbfounded, her beautiful eyes widened, and she looked towards the center of the magic circle. The dust gradually cleared away, and a figure stood there quietly, with a mocking smile hanging from the corner of his mouth, looking around. The woman's heart shook, and a look of ecstasy suddenly appeared on her face. It's really him. The woman had never met Yongkai before, but back then the strong men of the three tribes of humans, monsters and demons joined forces to resist the recovery of the bone race, and then the Nine Heavens Holy Land became famous in the mainland, and its reputation soared. As the owner of the Nine Heavens Holy Land, Yongkai naturally became famous as well. Yongkai was young and promising, and rumored to be handsome and unrestrained. Many girls who were waiting to be married regarded Yongkai as the lover of their dreams. There must be a portrait of Yongkai in the boudoir, and they would look at each other in their dreams every day. It can be said that on Tongzhong continent, Yongkai's portraits are everywhere. The woman is the daughter of the palace master of the Tianmu mansion. In the Tianmu mansion, there are also many female disciples who admire Yongkai very much. Naturally, she has seen Yongkai's portrait. Now that the real person appeared in front of her, she was almost indistinguishable from the one on the portrait, and she recognized it immediately, and a strange light suddenly appeared in her beautiful eyes. This formation is a bit domineering. Yongkai's spiritual sense swept across the six-pointed star formation, his brows wrinkled, and his face was stern. "Elder, what do you think?" He seemed to be speaking to the void, but the next moment, a figure shrouded in black air appeared beside him. This figure appeared without any warning, which startled the young man, and immediately looked at the ghost ancestor with some doubts, and the two void return mirrors that had been guarding the young man trembled like chaff, and their faces turned pale. It's more than domineering, it's even more sinister than the magic arts practiced by the old man. HMPH, these people want to extract the aura of your homeland and refine this thing. The shaped crystal was taken over. The spiritual energy contained in it is very abundant. If you use it for cultivation, it will definitely benefit people a lot. Tisk tisk, it can be absorbed directly without transformation. It's a good thing, Guizu said, throwing the hexagonal crystal to Yongkai. Yongkai took it, frowned and felt it, nodded and said, "It can be absorbed directly." He silently felt the energy stored in this crystal, and felt that as long as there were 10 such crystals, it would be enough for a warrior of the Saint King realm to advance to a small realm. This result made Yongkai also feel a little unbelievable. Warriors practice, which one is not cutting through thorns and thorns, step by step is difficult, but this hexagonal crystal undoubtedly points out a shortcut for warriors. As long as there is a sufficient number of these crystals, a warrior's strength can be rapidly improved. Of course, the premise is that the comprehension of the realm of martial arts must keep up. Presumptuous, how dare you destroy my soul-devouring circle and snatch my soul-devouring crystal? The young man in the distance was furious and opened his mouth to shout. As soon as he finished speaking, a void-returning mirror warrior quickly covered his mouth. The young man was even more annoyed. When he was about to reprimand, the void mirror warrior said in a low voice with cold sweat, "Master, these two people are unfathomable, you must not offend them." Unfathomable. The young man was stunned, and immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. He hadn't been able to see the depth of Yang Kai and Gui Zhu before, but he didn't pay much attention to the two. After all, there were two people around him. It's a virtual return mirror. But looking at it now, the two void return mirrors beside him turned pale. How could they not know that Yang Kai and Ghost Ancestor were not easy to mess with? I couldn't help but broke out in a cold sweat. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1821 Spirit Devouring Sect. Having settled down, the young man raised his voice and said, "Two friends, do you dare to ask Gao's name?" Knowing that Yang Kai and Ghost Ancestor were not easy to provoke, he immediately lowered his posture, no longer as aggressive as before. As soon as the voice fell, a figure flashed in front of him, and the guy who fell from the sky before suddenly came in front of him, a gloomy face almost dripping water, almost sticking to his face. Meeting his gaze, the young man couldn't help feeling a little panicked, and backed away in fright. "Who are you and where are you from?" Yang Kai asked coldly. "Among the black-clothed men here, there are only two Void Return first-level realms, and the others are all Saint King-level cultivation bases, so he doesn't pay attention to such existences at all. What he wants to find out most now is the origin of the other party and how he came to Tongshuan continent." The two void-returning mirrors guarding the young man didn't see how Yang Kai came in front of him, and immediately knew that this person was much more terrifying than he had guessed, and his heart was pounding. One of them bravely and cautiously he smiled apologetically and said, responding to this young master, "We are members of the Spirit-Devouring Sect, and this is our young master Mu Chengfeng." As he spoke, he pointed to the young man and introduced him to Yang Kai. Mu Chengfeng straightened his chest, as if he realized that his performance just now was a bit unbearable, and wanted to pretend to be calm to save face. Spirit-Devouring Sect. Yang Kai frowned and looked back at Gui Zhu. "I've never heard of this sect before, so I'm afraid I won't be able to make a name for myself," Ghost Ancestor said indifferently. Mu Chengfeng and the two back to the Void Mirror warriors were a little angry when they heard Gui Zhu's evaluation of their sect, but their fists were not bigger than others, so they didn't dare to be too presumptuous. "You guys made this ghost formation?" Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed to the hexagram formation behind him. "Yes." The void returning mirror who spoke earlier replied quickly, and quietly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. It was the arrangement that Bizong spent a lot of energy on. "Very good," Yang Kai sneered, "since you guys did it, then." "Little brother." As if aware of what Yang Kai would say next, the void return mirror interrupted him in horror. "So that little brother knows that there is more than one such formation on this continent. All the disciples of the Spirit-Devouring Sect are now on this continent, led by the suzerain, planning major events, and I ask the little brother to help me." "More than one." Yang Kai's face sank, and he laughed angrily. "No wonder the aura here is worse than before. It turned out to be the ghost of you group. Very good, you are very good." The void returning mirror smiled coyly. "Little brother, you can't say that. The cultivation base of warriors on this continent is too low. Even if you leave aura for them to practice, they will not achieve anything in this life. But if these auras are called, it will be very different if I get it from the Spirit-Devouring Sect. My sect master is at the Void King realm. If he can devour the spiritual energy of this continent, his strength will definitely increase greatly. The ground brings a glimmer of life, this is to put it to death and then reborn. The little brother is powerful, I must understand this truth." He specifically named the sect master of the Spirit-Devouring Sect as a Void King realm expert, just to let Yang Kai retreat in the face of difficulties. Unexpectedly, after Yang Kai heard this, he was even more furious. "You still want to refine the origin of the stars?" "Naturally." Mu Chengfeng straightened his back. "My Lord Father has already taken the elite of the sect to the core of the earth, and I'm afraid we will refine the origin soon." When he remembered that his father was a Void King realm expert, Mu Chengfeng became full of confidence. He believed that the two guys on the opposite side would not dare to kill him, even though Mu Chengfeng still didn't know their background, let alone their strength. But anyone with a brain would not be willing to be an enemy of a Void King realm powerhouse. So he regained his previous leisurely and confident demeanor. After finishing speaking, he found that Yang Kai was staring at him with a more terrifying gaze. Mu Chengfeng was startled and exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Yang Kai grinned grinningly. "What else can I do? Kill you." As the words fell, there were only a few soft hisses, and all the disciples of the Spirit-Devouring Sect in black were severely injured at the same time, and fell down one after another. Before they could even utter a scream, they all died. "Ah!" Mu Chengfeng yelled in horror. his eyeballs trembled violently. He pointed at Yang Kai and said, You dare to be an enemy of my spirit-devouring sect. For the enemy, Yang Kai sneered, don't overestimate yourself, you don't have the qualifications, dare to be presumptuous on my territory, I told you to come and go. Not only is the spirit-devouring sect unscrupulously extracting the aura of the Tongshuan continent, enslaving the martial artists on the continent, but also has the original idea, how can Yang Kai not be annoyed by this? Although the source of the stars has been collected by the young senior sister, and I don't worry about being caught by the spirit-devouring sect again, but their reckless behavior should also hurt the young senior sister a little. You, my father is a Void King realm expert, you dare to kill me. Mu Chengfeng was frightened. He thought that if he reported his father's name, the other party would be wary of him, but he didn't know that this young man didn't care at all. Shu Wangjing, I killed more than one, I will go to take your father's head later. Yang Kai sneered, and pressed towards Mu Chengfeng step by step. Mu Chengfeng was so frightened that he fell down and sat on the ground, his crotch exuded a foul smell, his face was contorted, and he was almost crying. This made Yang Kai frown. He didn't expect this kid to be so cowardly. After thinking about it, he waved the Saint Yuan and sealed his power. Kill him and come straight up. Those thousands of warriors were originally maintaining the operation of the spirit-devouring formation. Since Yang Kai and Guizhu appeared, they have been watching from the sidelines. They saw Yang Kai killing the few spirit-devouring sects that made them unable to resist. After the disciples, Yang Kai was immediately startled as a heavenly being. There are also warriors who have seen Yang Kai's portrait and immediately understood Yang Kai's origin and identity. After hearing Yang Kai's words at this moment, there was no hesitation. Thousands of people, old and young, men and women, all rushed towards Mu Chengfeng with murderous expressions on their faces. You group of ants. Mu Chengfeng was afraid of Yang Kai, but he didn't pretend to speak to these warriors of the heavenly curtain mansion, and roared with a ferocious face, You dare to hurt me, and you will definitely die, please die. The pace of thousands of people paused for a moment, but the next moment, they rushed over at an even faster speed. In the blink of an eye, the location where Mu Chengfeng was surrounded. There was a sound of punching and kicking, and the disciples of the Tianmu mansion gathered in the center seemed to have a tacit understanding without using the Saint Yuan, and only attacked Mu Chengfeng with physical strength. Can live longer and taste more painful torture. The bastard dares to kill the suzerain and avenge the suzerain. Revenge for the seventh elder. Revenge for senior sister Lu. Woohoo, senior sister Lu, you can see it in the spirit of the sky, I will avenge you. Get out of the way, let me kick this bastard's balls. Thousands of people beat up one person, what a spectacular scene. All of a sudden, the place where Mu Chengfeng was dusty, and there were constant bumping sounds, sometimes mixed with Mu Chengfeng's painful howling. But after a while, Mu Chengfeng's voice weakened, and after a while, there was no more movement. You are Holy Master Yang. Are you really Holy Master Yang? Just as Yang Kai watched coldly, a woman's voice rang in his ears. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at her, and found that this woman was the one who was caught and humiliated by Mu Chengfeng before. Her face was dusty, she looked like a cat, the wide robe that was cut was still on her body, her proud figure made her look like a grass in the wind and rain, making her look pitiful. You know me? Yang Kai asked in surprise. Are you really Holy Master Yang? A flush of color suddenly appeared on the woman's face. She stared blankly at Yang Kai, two eyes that seemed to be able to speak flashed bright light, and the eyes quickly filled with tears, as if seeing like a savior. He knelt down in front of Yang Kai with a puff. I also ask Holy Master Yang to uphold justice for the fellows of the entire continent. Get up and talk. Yang Kai was taken aback, and quickly stretched out his hand to lift it up. The woman felt that she was lifted by a gentle force, and she could no longer kneel down. Don't cry. Yang Kai's head became dizzy for a while. The woman looked at him with teary eyes, choking unceasingly. The big tears kept sliding down her cheeks, just like pearls with broken strings. After wiping a string, another bunch. Her beautiful face was gradually revealed. She was indeed a beautiful woman. Although Mu Chengfeng was a bit unbearable, he had a lot of experience in reading women. Speak well if you have something to say. Yang Kai sighed and said in relief, don't cry for now. Yes. The woman wiped the corners of her eyes vigorously again, resisting the excitement in her heart. Her plump breasts heaved exaggeratedly a few times, and finally calmed down a little. Holy Lord Yang is a man with eyes and hands, and the catastrophe in the mainland, now you are the only one who can lift it. Please also ask Holy Master Yang to take pity on the people of my generation and save the mainland from the fire and water. Holy Lord Yang, please have mercy, and save the mainland from the fire and water. Suddenly there was a loud roar from all around. Yang Kai turned his head to look, and suddenly found that the warriors from the Thousand Heavens Shogunate had gathered around, looking at him with pleading eyes. On the other side, Mu Chengfeng had already been beaten beyond human form and turned into a pool of rotten flesh. Yang Kai rubbed his nose and said embarrassingly, "Don't say it so seriously. Well, I have a little understanding of the situation here, but I just came back, I don't know much. Please tell me carefully, what is the mainland now? What does it look like? When did these people come here?" Returning to Holy Master Yang, "These people came to Tongshuan continent a year ago." Quote. The woman lightly opened her red lips, and her beautiful eyes were filled with memories. As she told the story, the expression in her eyes gradually became panicked. He became angry with him, obviously because he recalled the frightening days of the year in the scene where his fellow disciples were brutally killed. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at AA. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first A, sent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1822 Earth's Core. An hour later, Yang Kai and Gui Zhu set off again, drifting away. That day, the woman in the shogunate looked at the backs of the two, and cheered in the depths of her heart. Holy Lord Yang returns, the mainland is saved. Although she and Yang Kai have never met before, today is the first time they met, but she firmly believes in this matter. Yang Kai, according to what the little girl said, this spirit-devouring sect is still a bit of a ghost. Gui Zhu thought thoughtfully, this method of extracting the world's spiritual energy from the entire continent and transforming it into spirit-devouring crystals is a fantastic idea. Wonderful idea, even this old man is a little unpredictable. Indeed, but this is something that can only be done on the premise of harming the stars. Yang Kai was playing with a few pieces of spirit-devouring crystals that were about the same size and had almost the same color. These spirit-devouring crystals were found from Mu Chengfeng's space ring. One of the pieces is a semi-finished product, which was obtained from the spirit-devouring array, while the remaining pieces have been formed, obviously the harvest of Mu Chengfeng and others within this year. Every piece of spiritual energy in this spirit-devouring crystal originally belonged to Tongshuan continent. According to what the woman from the shogunate said that day, the spirit-devourer sect came to Tongshuan continent suddenly a year ago. They saw a warship descending that day. After the Lingzong suppressed the Tongshuan continent with absolute strength, they began to enslave the martial artists on the Tongshuan continent to serve them and maintain the operation of the spirit-devouring formation. But those who resist will be killed without mercy. Within a year, there were as many as dozens of families and forces that were wiped out on the Tongshuan continent. Their Tianshufu also suffered heavy losses, and in the end only the 1,000 people survived. Elder, have you never heard of the name of the spirit-devouring sect before? Yang Kai turned to look at Ghost Ancestor. Ghost Ancestor shook his head and said, "No, you also know that this old man has been trapped for 2,000 years, and he has been out of trouble for a short time. Actually, he doesn't know much about this star field, but, you don't happen to have a person who can ask questions." You mean? Yang Kai pondered for a while, then he understood who the Ghost Ancestor was referring to, and immediately took out the soul-fixing bowl from the space ring, concentrated his spiritual thoughts and charged inward, and shouted in a low voice, "Come out." The next moment, Zidonglai's soul body appeared swayingly, looked at Yang Kai with a face full of trepidation, and said with a smile on his face, "Brother Yang is calling me, what are your orders? Could it be that you have already arrived at Zixing? It's not Purple Star, I have something to ask you. Brother Yang, don't hesitate to ask, I'll tell you everything." Zidonglai wiped his forehead, seeming relieved. Have you ever heard of the power of the spirit-devouring sect? Spirit-devouring sect? Zidonglai's face changed, and a look of incomparable fear appeared on his face. You really know? Yang Kai looked at his expression and immediately understood that this guy had heard of the spirit-devouring sect. I do know, why? Could it be that Brother Yang met someone from the spirit-devouring sect? Zidonglai looked at Yang Kai in surprise. That's right, just now I met a group of warriors who claim to be spirit devourers. They set up a spirit-devouring formation to refine something called spirit-devouring crystals. Yang Kai said, taking out a spirit-devouring crystal, that's it, this thing. It's really a spirit-devouring crystal. Zidonglai's eyeballs instantly became hot, and he stared at the spirit-devouring crystal closely, with a look of greed on his face. But soon, he remembered that his physical body was destroyed now, and the spirit-devouring crystal Jing didn't need it at all, and was a little downcast at the moment. Tell me, what is the origin of this spirit-devouring sect, why do you seem so afraid? Yang Kai put away the spirit-devouring crystal and continued to ask. Spirit-devouring sect. Well, I have never encountered it before. I only read some records in my Purple Star classics. It is said that just 100 years ago, on a star of cultivation called Sirius, the spirit-devouring sect suddenly it was born, and then it rose like a comet. The speed of its rise made the entire star field look at it. In less than 10 years, the spirit-devouring sect has produced a large number of masters, even those who are strong in the Void King realm. Quite a few. This is quite an unusual thing for a sect that has always been unknown. So at that time, the three major forces in the star field had conducted investigations and studies on the spirit-devouring sect, and later found that this sect had mastered a set of secret methods from nowhere. The method of devouring spirit crystals, and the warriors of their sect, by devouring and refining the energy of devouring spirit crystals, they have been greatly improved in a short period of time. It's nothing if it's just like this. The key is that their rise was accompanied by the decline of Sirius. Less than 50 years after the birth of the spirit-devouring sect, the richness of the heaven and earth spiritual energy of Sirius has dropped several levels. Only then did the big forces realize the seriousness of the problem. Any star of cultivation is the precious wealth of the star field. How can the devouring sect be allowed to act recklessly like this? If they are allowed to go on like this, Sirius will probably collapse. So after the three parties looked back, they jointly dispatched the powerful Sirius in front to attack the main rudder of the spirit-devouring sect. In that battle, the spirit-devouring sect was uprooted, but the three major forces also lost a lot. This has never happened before. In this star field, there is a sect that can jointly contend with the three major forces. Since after that battle, the spirit-devouring sect disappeared on the stage of history, I thought that the spirit-devouring sect had already been annihilated, but I didn't expect that there would still be fish that slipped through the net. The three major forces joined forces. Yang Kai was also taken aback, but soon sneered. The three of you joined forces, not only to prevent the spirit-devouring sect from continuing to destroy the Wolf Star, right? Did you also fancy something else? Euro. Zidonglai smiled coyly, and patted his horse and said, Brother Yang's eyes are as bright as a torch, and the spirit-devouring sect has a shocking secret method that can cultivate warriors to grow rapidly. Which faction is not jealous? Everyone is innocent and guilty. But, as far as I know you know, although the three major forces have wiped out the spirit-devouring sect, they have not succeeded in arranging the spirit-devouring formation. Oh, why is this? Yang Kai was surprised. I don't know about that. I also read some records from the Zongmin classics. I don't know the specific situation at that time. Zidonglai's brows showed a look of worry, but after decades, the bite it is not a good thing that the spirit sect has come back again. By the way, Brother Yang, where is this place? Since that incident, the spirit sect has become a rat in the street. Everyone shouts and beats them, acting again under the nose of the power. This is my homeland, Yang Kai replied casually. It's been a long time since outsiders have come. Probably the spirit-devouring sect also took a fancy to this, so they set up the spirit-devouring formation here. So that's how it is. Brother Yang, since we discovered the spirit-devouring sect, we must get rid of it as soon as possible, otherwise, once we give them a chance to breathe, it will be a serious disaster. I see that the spiritual energy in this place is thin, and I don't think there are any experts here. Why don't you take me back to the Purple Star? Let me mobilize the Zixing powerhouse to come here. Hey, Brother Yang, listen to me, Brother Yang. After Yang Kai stuffed the soul-fixing bowl back into the space ring, he said to Ghost Ancestor, Elder, I need to trouble you to go. If the suzerain has any orders, just say it. Gui Zhu chuckled. The spirit-devouring sect seems to have quite a number of people. I heard from the woman just now that they are scattered all over the continent, setting up the spirit-devouring formation. I want you to help me eradicate them all. That's no problem. Ghost Ancestor Jia gave a strange smile. It's very convenient to find them, and you can follow the direction of the spiritual flow, and I'm also very interested in the spirit-devouring formation. The formation is so against the heavens, you shouldn't have watched Mu Chengfeng die before, you should ask him a good question. The devouring array can be studied, but it can't be used. Of course I know this. I don't want to become a public enemy of the star field. Sovereign, don't worry, I'll come whenever I go. By the way, after I've dealt with this, where should I find you? Nine Heavens Holy Land, Yang Kai replied, when the time comes, you can ask anyone casually, and you will know the direction. Okay, old man go. Ghost Ancestor laughed loudly, Wan Hun banner wrapped around his body, turned into black light, and fled into the distance. After Ghost Ancestor left, Yang Kai looked at one direction with deep eyes, and the wind and thunder wings behind him spread out, and the sound of wind and thunder was loud, and it also disappeared into a stream of light. He never expected that he would encounter such a thing on his trip back to Tongshuan continent. Now that the Ghost Ancestor had personally gone to eradicate the remnants of the spirit-devouring sect, he was not worried, but the Earth Core had asked him to go there in person. Mu Chengfeng said that his father planned to refine the source of stars in Tongshuan continent. If so, then the suzerain of the spirit-devouring sect must be at the core of the earth at this moment. The original power of a cultivating star is always hidden deep in the Earth's core, but it is extremely difficult to go there. The law contained in the original power is not something that anyone can resist, only Shu Wangsan, only the strong in the layer can resist one or two. However, the origin of the Tongshuan continent was refined by the little senior sister, and the little senior sister is not on this continent, so it should not be difficult to sneak into the Earth's core now. If Yang Kai's expectations are correct, the master of the spirit-devouring sect should already be in the core of the earth. He flew in the sky for a while, found a suitable place, and then landed, waved his hand to release Xiao Xiao, and he himself got into the mysterious boundary bead, letting Xiao Xiao hold the emperor treasure. The next moment, Xiao Xiao used her innate supernatural powers to hide her body on the ground, and moved towards the core of the earth at an extremely fast speed. Half an hour later, Yang Kai released his divine sense to look outside, and suddenly found that he had come to the core of the earth. The magma below was surging, and it was very hot. Even the aura of heaven and earth here contained unimaginable heat poison. And in the extremely far position, there are still some faint movements. Yang Kai's expression froze, he rushed out from the mysterious boundary bead, listened for a moment, his expression changed, and hurried towards the source of the movement. At a distance of only 100 miles from where Yang Kai was, there was a tough-looking middle-aged man standing with his hands behind his back, and behind him, 5 void-returning third-layer warriors stood on both sides. The middle-aged man stared forward with majestic eyes. At the position in front of him, there is a group of dazzling energy-emitting light, and a clear face emerges on the energy ball. This face is covered with tulle, making it difficult for people to see the real appearance. Embellished with 2 blue crystals, her eyes are clear, like an elf in the empty valley. Who is this woman if not Shaning Shang? To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at AA, copyright CYCY. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1823. My suzerain promises not to kill you. It can be seen that Shaning Shang is not an entity, but a ray of soul thought manifested, so it can only manifest a phantom. At this moment, Shaning Shang's clear eyes were full of anxiety and helplessness, and there was a hint of anger. On the contrary, the man and the void-returning mirror warriors all looked like old gods, as if they had decided on each other. The two sides seemed to be confronting each other. After a long time, the middle-aged man said, "I have been waiting for many days. I wonder if Miss Xia has considered it properly. Can you give me a satisfactory answer?" Shaning Shang frowned, and said softly, "Can you be tolerant for a little longer? This matter is very important, I need to discuss it carefully with my junior, but now, I can't find the whereabouts of my junior." The middle-aged man snorted coldly, "Miss Xia, are you joking? I saw that you are so young and can refine the origin of stars, so I have a heart of love for talent, and I don't want to use it by force, but now you are trying to shirk it. Do you regard me as a fool? If you really have something to do, you should ask your master for advice. Why would you want to discuss it with your junior brother? It's ridiculous." But, Shaning Shang thought to herself that master's current cultivation is not even as good as mine, so how can he compare to my junior brother? There's nothing wrong with it. The middle-aged man interrupted Shaning Shang's words impatiently, "Since you are not willing to cooperate, then I will drain the aura of heaven and earth in this continent and turn it into a Death Star. As for the source of the stars, if you don't let it go, I don't need it. At that time, I will have to see, without the support of spiritual energy, how long can you keep it even if you have the source? Or the girl has the ability to bring it back to life. This no matter how you say it, there are hundreds of millions of living beings on the mainland. Without the nourishment of spiritual energy, they will soon become dry bones." Wait, Shaning Shang turned pale with shock, her eyes were full of hesitation and helplessness. The middle-aged man looked at her with a sneer, his face full of determination. Although he didn't communicate much with this woman surnamed Sha, he could also see that she was not deeply involved in the world, had little experience, and was kind-hearted, and didn't want to see this continent gradually perish. Threatening her to put the source back. Otherwise, the power of the source has been refined by her, unless she finds her body and kills her to snatch the source of the stars she possesses. But where is her real body? How does the middle-aged man know? The other party just sensed that something was wrong with this continent, so he came with a ray of soul. Unless you have great supernatural powers, you can track down the location of Sha Ningshang's main body by following this divine sense. Seeing Sha Ningshang's extremely embarrassed look, how could the middle-aged man not know that his threat had already worked? With those billions of souls being pressed against each other, how can a little woman bear it? Immediately hit the iron while it was hot. Miss Sha, I am not willing to do that inhumane thing. If you can put the source back, after this seat refines it, this seat can become the star master of this place. If I Star Lord, why don't you think about this continent? But haven't you been extracting the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Sha Ningshang didn't know the dominance and evil of the devouring magic circle, and she couldn't detect the other party's sinister intentions for a while. It's just broken and then erected. The middle-aged man smiled lightly. It's inconvenient to tell Miss Sha the specific reason, the girl only needs to know, if the source is refined by me, I will definitely lead this continent to prosperity. Is that so? Sha Ningshang murmured to herself. Although she was kind-hearted and pure-hearted, it didn't mean she was a fool. She knew early on that this middle-aged man was not a good thing, but the other party's threats it's because of her weakness. If he doesn't put it back to the original source and let him refine it, sooner or later the aura of the entire continent will be emptied, and then it will really become a Death Star. When she was a Star Master, she felt the vitality and pulse of hundreds of millions of creatures on the Tongshuan continent, and felt the ups and downs of the continent. How could she bear to watch this continent become a cold and desperate land? Sha Ningshang really lost her mind. There was only one voice shouting deep in her heart. Junior brother, where are you? If you were in my position, how would you deal with it? Little sister, don't listen to his nonsense. A voice suddenly echoed deep in the earth's core. Sha Ningshang raised her head abruptly, instinctively thinking that she was missing too much and had auditory hallucinations, but when she saw a familiar figure not far away slowly coming out of the darkness, she saw the smile on that familiar face. Only then did she realize that her junior brother had actually appeared in front of her at such a time. Sha Ningshang's mouth narrowed, she almost cried, she was so wrong that she was dying. In the past few days, she had been negotiating conditions with the middle-aged man. Her delicate and sensitive heart was under unimaginable pressure, but she was still able to give in. But when this figure appeared, Sha Ningshang suddenly felt the whole person was about to collapse, and the burden that had always been on her shoulders almost shattered her bones. When the burden was removed, she realized what she had borne. Junior brother, Sha Ningshang pursed her lips and called. Senior sister, don't cry. Yang Kai's body flickered, and he came directly to Sha Ningshang's soul, stared at her, and grinned. It's okay, I'm here. As if he was comforting a child, he almost patted Sha Ningshang on the head a few times. Sha Ningchang nodded obediently. You came here because you sensed something was wrong, right? Yang Kai took a look and understood the situation in front of him. Only Star Lord can do this kind of thing. If he wants, he can also let a ray the soul will return to the Dark Star, but it will consume a lot of money. The main body is too far away from the soul. It is not good for a long time, and it is easy to cause damage. Go back and tell them that I will return to the sect soon. Let them not worry. Well, junior brother, be careful. These people. It's nothing, just a few garbage that can't be on the table. Yang Kai sneered. Hearing what he said, Sha Ningshang smiled sweetly, no longer worried, and then pinched the Lingju with her hand, and the appearance of the manifested soul thought gradually dissipated. Just before Sha Ningshang left, she suddenly seemed to remember something, and quickly said, by the way, junior brother, Yang Yan, she. What happened to Yang Yan? Yang Kai was shocked, but there was no trace of Sha Ningshang in front of him. Her soul thought had already traveled through the starry sky and returned to the Dark Star. What's the matter? Yang Kai was suddenly depressed. Sha Ningshang didn't know Yang Yan's true identity, but he knew that Yang Yan had been in a deep sleep since Emperor Yuan came back. It seemed that he wanted to separate his body, and the Dharma body has been completely fused, and it has been more than 10 years now, and I don't know what the situation is. Now Sha Ningshang suddenly sent news about Yang Yan, but he didn't say it completely, which really made Yang Kai impatient. I'll deal with you when I go back. Yang Kai secretly became ruthless. Boy, you are so rampant, how dare you comment on me like this? Since Yongkai appeared, the middle-aged man and several void-returning mirror warriors have been staring at him vigilantly. This piece of rubbish that couldn't be put on the table suddenly became furious. Coupled with the fact that the original power that was about to be obtained was baffled by Yongkai's few words, how could the middle-aged man bear it? Immediately shouted angrily. Yongkai turned around slowly, looked at them coldly, and said with a sneer, "What? Aren't you trash?" A few big men teamed up to threaten to bully a little girl, calling you trash, insulting the word trash. Quote. The middle-aged man snorted coldly, and a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Who said just now that this place is going to be turned into a Death Star? Stand up, and this suzerain promises not to kill you. Yongkai looked at the other party with a wild look. Boy, don't think that you can be lawless with a little strength. A frog at the bottom of a well knows the sea and the sky. Seeing that you have a cultivation base of the Void King realm at a young age, you can be regarded as a talent. How about taking refuge in this seat? This seat I can pass on your supreme secret technique and help you reach the peak soon. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice with his hands behind his back, looking like a master. What? Void King realm? Just him. Impossible. The void-returning mirrors behind the middle-aged man turned pale with fright, one by one screamed. They had been checking Yongkai's cultivation realm, but found that there was no clue at all. They thought that the other party was wearing an isolation god. The secret treasure of Nian, how could he know that the other party's strength is stronger than his own? But, is there such a young Void King realm in this world? Yongkai chuckled, and said contemptuously, you guys from the spirit-devouring sect are all such idiots. No wonder you want to be wiped out. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. You know we are from the spirit-devouring sect, so you dare to be so rampant. The void-returning mirrors also trembled, as if their secrets were known by others, and there was a look of incomparable fear in their eyes. So what if you are crazy, you bite me? Yongkai sneered, if you don't have the guts, how about I lend you some money? The middle-aged man was trembling with anger, but he didn't dare to make any rash moves. He had seen it early in the morning. Yongkai had a Void King first-level cultivation base, which was no worse than him, and he was not sure of killing Yongkai at all, so he endured the other party's arrogance all the time. However, the secrets of the spirit-devouring sect cannot be leaked out, otherwise, it is very likely that warriors from the entire star field will be hunted down. For a while, the middle-aged man also had a head as big as a bucket, and he didn't know what to do. Seeing his hesitation, Yongkai sneered and added fuel to the fire. By the way, before I came here, I killed a few of you from the spirit-devouring sect. Changfeng, that guy is your son. Muwu suzerain. Mu Wu's body shook, and his eyeballs immediately turned blood red. Did you kill Changfeng? I made a mistake, I'm sorry. Yongkai smiled apologetically, I didn't kill him. I just beat him up. Well, he was beaten to death by people from the Tianmu mansion, and it was a miserable death. Ida Euros all turned into meatloaf. Muwu suzerain, you are not at the scene. If you see it, you will definitely burst into tears. Tisk tisk. Chapter 1824 Give you two ways. Bastard, I'll kill you. Mu Wu roared, his face became ferocious, and the Saint Yuan around him swung, and the Void King realm domain burst out, wrapping towards Yongkai, and at the same time, the whole person turned into a stream of light, descending directly on the top of Yongkai's head. Naturally, he knows what kind of cultivation the people in the Tianmu mansion are. No matter what, it is impossible for his son to be beaten to death by them. The revenge of killing a son is irreconcilable. Even if Mu Wu is afraid of Yongkai's strength, how can he bear it now? He patted both hands, and then pushed forward. A surge of power turned into a crosscut visible to the naked eye, and immediately pressed down on Yongkai like a landslide and tsunami, as if to cut Yongkai in half. Only this level. Yongkai curled his lips, with a look of disdain on his face. Without this action, he saw the clues, although he is also a Void King first stage, but the real combat power is worse than any Void King stage that Yongkai has seen. This difference is mainly in the degree of condensedness of the holy element, and the power of the field. It's not surprising to think about it. The strength of the spirit-devouring sect warriors is improved mainly by refining and devouring spirit crystals. It is a shortcut, but there is no shortcut in martial arts cultivation. The price of rapidly improving one's cultivation base is an unstable foundation. The warriors of the spirit-devouring sect may be able to use the spirit-devouring crystals to cultivate to the second level of the Void King, or even the third level. But their real combat effectiveness is definitely much lower than that of warriors of the same level. This is the case for Mu Wu. Shengyuan is a bit heterogeneous, and the field is not perfect. Although the cross-energy slash was extremely imposing, but in Yonkai's view, it was full of flaws. He just bent down and bowed his horse, struggling to meet him with a punch. Roaring with fist strength, it hit the center of the cross-energy slash. Ka-cha-cha! A fine crisp sound came out, and Mu Wuxin was shocked, his eyeballs were almost protruding, and his face was full of horror. He only felt that under the opponent's punch, his field was shattered and could no longer be kept intact, and the cross-energy slash also became extremely fragile, and was directly broken up. So strong, Mu Wu immediately realized that Yongkai was not something he could resist. Before he could finish this thought, the rest of his punch unexpectedly broke through all the blockades and hit his chest directly. PFF'd. Mu Wu flew upside down, spewing out a mouthful of blood. What? Sect Master actually? This is impossible, I must be delusional. The void-returning mirrors of the spirit-devouring sect suddenly yelled, their faces were pale and bloodless, and they rubbed their eyes one after another, wondering if they were hallucinating. Void King Realm powerhouses have always been synonymous with the top combat power in the star field, but the suzerain, the Void King Realm, was sent flying back during the first confrontation with this young man. This reality is really hard for them to accept. Mu Wu was also trembling in his heart at this moment. After the blow, the blood that surged up in his mind quickly subsided. Knowing that he was not Yonkai's opponent, he had already begun to think about how to escape. It's just, a blur suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, and a face that made him frightened and dreaded suddenly appeared, almost touching the tip of his nose. Evil eye. Yongkai spit out 2 words lightly. The next moment the pupil in the left eye suddenly condensed and turned into a narrow vertical pupil, and from that eye, a dazzling golden light bloomed, filled with endless majesty. Mu Wu was blind for a moment, and in his consciousness, he only felt that there was a terrifying eye in the sky looking down at him coldly, turbulent. At the moment when he lost his mind, Yongkai shot again. With a violent punch, it hit Mu Wu's dantian, and the surging holy energy poured into Mu Wu's body, shuttled through his meridians and flesh and blood like thousands of sharp swords, destroying his meridians in an instant. The Void King Realm momentum on Mu Wu's body suddenly withered. In just 3 breaths of time, the master of the soul-devouring sect was abolished by Yongkai. Pa! He fell from the air like a dead fish and fell to the ground without moving. Gudong! In the depths of the earth's core, only the voices of those few spirit-eating sect returning to the void mirror swallowing saliva are left. The battle just now happened too fast, so fast that before they could react, the suzerain had already been killed. Waste. Now that they understand their situation, they all have ugly faces, looking at Yongkai who is standing beside Mu Wu, just like looking at an evil ghost, full of horror and horror. This young man can abolish the suzerain within 3 breaths, and trying to kill them is probably just a matter of moving his fingers. The world-exterminating demon eye in Yongkai's left eye still hadn't dissipated. He bent down and lifted Mu Wu up, looking directly into his pupils. His divine sense surged, and said in a deep voice, how to arrange the spirit-devouring formation. Tell me, I won't die around you. Although Yongkai has seen that kind of 6-pointed star formation, he has not been able to spy out anything. He has not dabbled in the formation method, so if he wants to know how to arrange it, he needs to start with Mu Wu. Mu Wu is the suzerain of the soul-devouring sect, so it is unreasonable not to understand the arrangement method of the soul-devouring formation. How could Mu Wu, who is completely crippled in cultivation, resist the power of the world-exterminating demon eye? Forced by Yongkai's divine sense, his eyes were dull for an instant, and he answered, the spirit-devouring formation was passed to my Mu family by that lord, and the lord said that we can't tell anyone. My lord. Yongkai frowned, slightly stunned. He just wanted to understand the working principle of the spirit-devouring formation from Mu Wu, and then brought it back to the gloomy star for Yongyan to have a look, to see if he could improve it. How could he know? An inexplicable adult was involved. It seems to be very secretive. Yongkai thought to himself. He suddenly had an unpleasant feeling. At this moment, Mu Wu with a dull face flashed a bright light, and he opened his mouth and shouted, my lord, save me. Yongkai's complexion changed, and when he was about to pull back, that ray of light shot out from Mu Wu's eyes, and shot into Yongkai's sea of a consciousness. Not good. Yongkai was shocked. He waved Mu Wu away, and closed his eyes. In the next moment, the soul and spirit body manifested in the sea of a consciousness. Inside the consciousness sea, it was peaceful, but Yongkai's eyes immediately noticed a group of unusual energy. That energy was just floating in his own sea of a consciousness, twisting and changing, and from that energy, Yongkai felt a completely strange aura. This aura was by no means nothing. The energy is not strong, but Yongkai felt unimaginable danger. Wen Shenlian, it's actually Wen Shenlian. A hoarse scream suddenly came from within that energy. From this voice alone, one could only tell that the other party was a man, but he couldn't tell the age. Transformed into the image of a man wearing a robe. His face was blurry, and Yang Kai couldn't see clearly. At this moment, the man was staring straight at the seven-colored treasure island in Yang Kai's sea of a consciousness, and a fanatical divine light burst from his eyes. Ha 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 ha, it turned out to be the Wenshenlian that has evolved to 7 colors, and the next step is the Supreme Wenshenlian. I didn't expect that in this star field, there is such a treasure of heaven and earth. It seems that I will not hesitate to expend my energy to come. Here, Ida SA good idea. That person didn't seem to take Yang Kai seriously at all, he just stared at Wenshenlian, very excited. Immediately, he was shocked again. Staring blankly at the sky above the sea of a consciousness, his eyes burst into a more fanatical expression, and he said excitedly, the star map is actually the star map of this star field, ha 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 ha, it's really unbelievable. It doesn't take much effort to find a place, God help me, ha ha ha. Who is your excellency? You are not Mu Wu, right? Yang Kai looked at him coldly, although the other party gave him the feeling that it was very dangerous, but this is his sea of a consciousness world, and it is the world he dominates, so he is not at ease. Fear. That person glanced at Yang Kai indifferently, his eyes indifferent. At this glance, he actually felt like an ant being watched by a giant dragon, as if in the eyes of this person, he was extremely small. Yang Kai's head shook wildly. His martial arts will is also extremely tenacious. Along the way, all the enemies he faced were stronger than him. Now he is a warrior of the Void King realm. Humble heart. But this man, Yang Kai calmed down, dispelled the discomfort in his heart, and said coldly, it seems that your excellency is the adult that Mu Wu talked about. The figure on the opposite side raised his brows, and said with a half smile, the boy is young, not only is he cultivated well, but also has a good temperament. It is beyond my expectation that there are people like you in this star field. You kid will become a great weapon in time. Yes, this seat is the adult that Mu Wu said. So, you don't want Mu Wu to reveal the secret of the devouring formation, so you possessed yourself with divine sense. Once he wants to tell the secret, you will show up and stop him. A child can be taught. Yang Kai nodded slightly, and vaguely guessed his origin from the brief conversation just now and the man's self-talk. After a while, he suddenly raised his head and grinned. Then, my lord, have you ever heard of the name, the Emperor of Zombies? As soon as the words came out, the figure trembled violently, his eyes burst into a terrifying light, and hissed, you mere ants, you know the existence of Lord Changdi. It seems that you are not simple. Hee, I understand, so you are from that place too. You actually know about the existence of the star realm. The man looked at Yang Kai incredulously, who are you? Now he finally looked at Yang Kai squarely. It turns out that it's called Star Boundary. Yang Kai showed a dazed look, and at the same time, there was a hint of longing. You don't know. The figure frowned, somewhat puzzled by Yang Kai, wondering why Yang Kai knew the name of the Chang Emperor, but had never heard of the Star Boundary, and was disturbed by Yang Kai, and he suddenly felt a little annoyed. Get confused, wave your hands and say, boy, I don't care where you heard the name of Lord Changdi, since you have seen me, then I can't keep you. I will give you 2 ways now, one is death. The second is to take refuge in this seat, and offer this Wenshenlian with both hands, and this seat can consider taking your life. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1825, then thank you, sir. Yang Kai cupped his fist slightly, narrowed his eyes, and said lightly, but I don't choose a path. You're looking for death. The figure's face darkened, murderous intent surged. Although the figure reprimanded him fiercely, he didn't intend to fight Yang Kai, but stared at him coldly. Yang Kai laughed. Since that's the case, how about this lord giving me a ride? He looked like he didn't know how to live or die, and kept provoking the other party. The figure's face became more and more gloomy. Why, are you afraid, or can't? Yang Kai's eyes suddenly became extremely sharp, like a sharp sword, wanting to pierce the figure's heart, to see clearly his reality. The figure is as motionless as a mountain. Yang Kai was so angry that he sneered, if your deity descends, I'm afraid I won't have any chance to resist. Although I don't know how strong you are, it shouldn't be something a warrior of my level can resist, but a mere soul you want me to catch you without a fight, are you an idiot? This is my sea of a consciousness, and I am the master. As the words fell, the calm sea water below suddenly rolled up, converging into ferocious water columns, like a dragon waking up, and the sea of a consciousness was filled with an astonishing chill. The figure took a deep breath, looked at Yongkai and nodded and said, "The boy is really extraordinary, but I underestimate you. Since you have seen the clues, then I have nothing to say. Boy, keep it safe life, I will come to you again, don't die easily." Saying this, he suddenly picked up the complicated magic arts with both hands, and his whole body gradually faded away. "Want to leave?" Yongkai yelled angrily. "Is Lao Su's Sea of a consciousness world a place where you can come and go whenever you want?" The golden light suddenly exploded, and the world-exterminating demon eye suspended in the sea of a consciousness illuminated by the world-exterminating golden light shrouded the figure. The faded figure suddenly froze, as if imprisoned by the golden light of Mishi. The figure frowned, and said suspiciously, "What kind of power is this? It's so weird, let me spread it." With a shake of his body, the omnipotent golden light of destroying the world was directly scattered, and they all backed away, unable to get close to him again. Ho 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 ho. At this moment, dozens of evil dragons formed by the energy of Yongkai's Sea of a consciousness rushed over in all directions, viciously biting down on the figure. The figure showed a very dignified expression, and his left hand drew a semicircle in front of him, and a light curtain-like protection suddenly appeared on the soul body. Rumbling, the evil dragon collided with the light curtain, shaking the world of consciousness sea, and Yongkai's soul and spirit body suddenly became extremely weak. This is a head-to-head confrontation between souls. No matter the outcome, it will cause great damage to Yongkai and the figure. Yongkai was having a hard time. That figure was also extremely uncomfortable. This was not ordinary power of consciousness, but a mutated power of fire attribute consciousness, although he was not annihilated under this wave of strong attack, but the scorching power that burned the soul it still made him miserable. After resisting the attacks of the dozens of evil dragons, the figure became transparent, as if it might collapse at any time, and it was faintly visible in his body that there was scorching fire power swimming around, constantly eating away at his soul power. "Okay, you're fine." The figure gritted its teeth and glared at Yongkai. "How dare you hurt my soul and body? Today's enmity is written down by me, and I will ask you to pay back 100 times in the future." After the words fell, he pinched Faju again, and his whole body faded away completely. But before leaving, Yongkai vaguely saw him make a seal and throw it into his sea of a consciousness. After 3 breaths, the churning sea of a consciousness gradually calmed down. Yongkai stood on the spot with a livid face, carefully perceiving the surroundings. The inexplicable figure had gone, this is beyond doubt, because there is no trace of him here. It's just, what seal did he leave behind before he left? Where is it hiding again? Yongkai couldn't feel it at all. A deep sense of powerlessness permeated Yongkai's heart, making him extremely uncomfortable. The other party is just a soul body, perhaps one of the person's billions of spiritual thoughts, and he can come and go freely in his own sea of a consciousness world. This kind of thing, even the Void King's third layer realm is impossible to do. That guy shouldn't be at the same level as Yongyan and Zongdi, right? What is certain is that he came from the same place as Emperor Yongyanchong, and that place is called Star Boundary. It is a higher-end existence than the star field that he is in. There are 2 other things that Yongkai is quite concerned about. One is that the figure seems to pay special attention to the star map in his sea of a consciousness. At that time, when he saw the star map, he was more excited than seeing the colorful Wenshenlian. What secrets are hidden in this star chart? Yongkai couldn't understand it. Since getting this star map till now, Yongkai has only used it to identify the direction, and has not found much effect, but the other party cares so much about the star map, which is better than the colorful warming spirit lotus, maybe there is a secret in it that he doesn't know. The second thing is the 7-color warming spirit lotus. The figure actually said that the 7-color Wenshenlian can evolve into the supreme Wenshenlian. Yongkai has always thought that the 7-colored form of the warming god lotus is the final form, but has he ever thought that there is a higher level above it? The benefit that this warming spirit lotus brought to Yongkai is really too great. The reason why his spiritual power is so powerful, not inferior to the Void King third layer, is all due to the constant nurturing of the soul by this heaven and earth treasure. The warming spirit lotus in the 7-color form has already benefited Yongkai endlessly, if it goes one step further. Yongkai's heart is burning hot. After communicating with the shadow, the amount of information he received was too huge, which made him unable to recover for a long time. After a full quarter of an hour, Yongkai dispelled many distracting thoughts in his heart, dispersed his soul and spirit body, and returned to his physical body. Turning his head to take a look, Mu Wu's face was pale, and he sat down on the side without moving, as if his vitality was sluggish because his cultivation base was abolished. And those void-returning mirror warriors didn't act rashly at all. After witnessing Yongkai's few moves to destroy woodless abilities, how dare they have any unreasonable thoughts? For fear of angering Yongkai and causing death, even if Yongkai stood there, they didn't have the courage to take the opportunity to escape. Until now, when they saw Yongkai looking at them, these void return mirrors were startled, and each of them squeezed out smiles that were uglier than crying. "Young hero, please spare me your life. We were also persecuted by Mu Wu, and we couldn't help ourselves, so we will help the evildoers. Now that we have repented, I hope that the young hero will give us a chance to survive. From now on, we will be the young hero is always looking forward to it, and he will not hesitate to go up the mountain of swords or down into the sea of a fire." A person in the middle hurriedly begged. As soon as he took the lead, the others kept complaining about their own difficulties, accusing Mu Wu of being domineering and tragic, disregarding his relationship with the spirit-devouring sect, and putting all the blame on Mu Wu. "Poof a. Mu Wu, who was already sluggish, spat out a mouthful of blood angrily, and died immediately. Yongkai looked at their ugly faces coldly. His mood was even worse because of the mess made by that figure. How could he have the time to listen to their nonsense? A few streaks of golden blood shot out, and the golden light flickered in the dim space, immediately reaping their lives. Afterwards, Yongkai picked up the space rings of these people one by one, checked them, and found nearly 100 pieces of spirit-devouring crystals that had been refined from their space rings. He placed all the spirit-devouring crystals where the original source of the stars were, pinched the magic seal on his hand, and pointed forward with his fingers. Boom a. There was a muffled sound, and the spirit-devouring crystals burst together, and a sea-like aura of heaven and earth was suddenly born and spread in all directions. The energy in the spirit-devouring crystal comes from the Tongshuan continent. Yongkai did this to return the energy to its original source, and I believe that in a short time, the rich spiritual energy in the homeland will improve. After finishing all this, he sacrificed the mysterious boundary orb, and went into the mysterious small boundary again, letting Xiao Xiao return to the ground with the mysterious boundary orb. At the same time, on a star of cultivation hundreds of millions of miles away, in a valley full of aura, there was a man sitting cross-legged. Sitting there, he seemed to be one with the heaven and the earth. If you look at it, even the Void King third-layer powerhouse can't find his existence. Butterflies are dancing around, and there is a little bird on top of his head, combing its feathers gracefully with its beak. To the bird it appeared as if it were standing on an ordinary branch rather than on top of a man's head. This person's understanding of the artistic conception of martial arts has surpassed the entire star field, reaching the level of the rumored Taoism. If those Void King third-layer powerhouses saw it, they would just bow down if they wanted to accept their heads. Yudi, the person's body trembled, and he suddenly opened his eyes and stared ahead. After a short while, an almost imperceptible energy blasted from afar and shot into his body. This person closed his eyes and felt it silently. After a while, his body shook, and he exclaimed, "Seven-colored warming spirit lotus, star field treasure map. These two things are on the same person. Isn't this chance a bit too heaven-defying? But no matter, if you dare to injure this Sita-Euro's soul, how can this seat surround you? These two things are placed on your body for the time being, and with this Sita-Euro's spirit-seeking seal, it is useless for you to escape to the ends of the earth. A Euro." Saying this, he stood up slowly, with a cruel light in his eyes, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, "Forget it, 100 years have passed, and there has never been too strong energy fluctuation in this star field. It is true that there are no guardians left, and if that is the case, then it will be a stepping stone for me to step towards the throne." After finishing speaking, he suddenly smiled coldly, and sank down strangely. In just a short while, he came to the depths of the Earth's core and stood in front of the source of this star of cultivation. He waved his hands, continuously punching spells into the source of the stars, and with his movements, the spiritual energy of the entire cultivation star began to turbulent, gathered towards the source of the stars, and then was swallowed by this person. On this star of cultivation, all warriors sensed that something was wrong at this moment. They clearly felt that the spiritual energy of the surrounding world seemed to be decreasing, and the rate of decrease was extremely terrifying, but no one knew what was going on. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1826. Just the two of you. Tongshuan Continent, a land of outstanding people and outstanding talents. There are 9 main peaks surrounding this place. It was originally the world-famous Nine Heavens Holy Land. It is the most powerful force and the most powerful people in the whole continent. But many years ago, the people in the Nine Heavens Holy Land suddenly disappeared, and no one knew where they went. There are rumors that they were taken to the vast star field by the Lord of the Nine Heavens Holy Land. There are also rumors that they provoked an extremely powerful existence and were wiped out. But no matter what, the Nine Heavens Holy Land is already a land without an owner. Many sect families had their eyes on this treasured land. After the disciples of the Nine Heavens Holy Land disappeared, there were countless frictions and fights for this treasured land, with no casualties. In the end, this treasure land fell into the hands of 2 warriors named Lin Yuhao and Yi Zhengkai. Both of them are idle and wild crane-like characters. Their reputations are not obvious, they never ask about world affairs, they only talk about romance, wine and beauty, and they have always made it their life goal to travel the whole continent and see the customs of various places. That day, I happened to pass by the Nine Heavens Holy Land, and saw that the place was full of spiritual energy and beautiful mountains and rivers, so I took it unceremoniously. They are all strong men who have entered the 3rd level of the Holy Realm. How can those cat and dog-like sect families dare to resist? Although he was not reconciled, he had no choice but to retreat. It took several years to live here, and the 2 of them gradually got used to this place, so they actually stayed and never left. At this moment, on one of the main peaks among the 9 peaks, the 2 of them were sitting opposite each other in the gazebo, making tea and discussing Taoism, enjoying themselves at ease. In the gazebo, more than a dozen graceful young girls were waiting beside them, and their beautiful eyes were shining strangely, flowing on the 2 of them. These girls were all the girls they rescued when they traveled to the mainland, or their families were destroyed, homeless people, or those who were bullied by villains and unable to resist. The 2 are free and easy, they don't compete with others, they don't compete with the world, they are extraordinary, handsome and suave, although they have the top 3-layer cultivation, but they are amiable, so they are naturally worthy of the love and admiration of these women. At this moment, there was a chessboard on the stone table in front of the 2 of them. The black and white pieces were crisscrossed. It's amazing to see. Brother Yi, I heard the news the day before yesterday that the Qianzong sect was also wiped out by those people of unknown origin. 3,000 people in the sect died and fled, and the rest seemed to be enslaved. People from outside are really hateful. Lin Yuhao dropped down elegantly, with a hint of worry in his brows. Yi Zhengkai kept his wits about him, looked up at Lin Yuhao, and said calmly, Brother Lin wants to leave the mountain. Lin Yuhao chuckled, opened the folding fan in his hand, slapped it casually, and said, You and I became brothers on that day, and we made an oath that we only want to be comfortable in this life, and do not commit murder. If there is any violation, the sky will be struck by lightning, the situation in the outside world is changing, the world is miserable, the family is ruined and the family is destroyed, what does it have to do with me? Brother Lin really thinks so? Yi Zhengkai looked at Lin Yuhao with a half-smile, and said straight to the point, I'm afraid that's not the case. Brother Lin has been distracted these few days, even the way of chess has changed. The latter lowered his head and twitched the chessboard in front of him, laughing embarrassingly, Haha, really, that move just now seems to be wrong. Brother Lin didn't make a mistake, it's just that. Brother Lin has murderous thoughts in his heart. Yi Zhengkai said so, and made a move with a solemn expression. In an instant, the atmosphere on the entire chessboard changed suddenly, from the original the calmness turned into the awe-inspiring murderous intent, and the cold murderous intent seemed to come out of the chessboard and go straight to the heavens. Lin Yuhao's face changed slightly, and he said lightly, Brother Yi, why not? Yi Zhengkai laughed loudly, You and I are indeed brothers, even our thoughts are the same. Lin Yuhao sighed slightly. Over the years, you and I have only cared about ourselves, but never cared about the lives and deaths of other people on this continent, even these girls. He glanced at the girls around him, with a trace of guilt on his face. I really couldn't look down on them, so I brought them back. I have been carefree for most of my life, and sometimes I think, what kind of life is this kind of life? Is it okay? Back then when the bone race recovered, you and I ignored it, but it was the strong man from the 3 races of monsters and monsters who, under the leadership of the Lord of the Nine Heavens Holy Land, defeated the foreign enemies and defended this land. If there were no Lord of the Nine Heavens Holy Land and as for the strong man of the 3 races, how can you and I continue to live freely? I'm afraid there are no bones left that have been swallowed by the bone race, so how can we cook tea and talk about Tao today? That's right. Yi Zhengkai nodded and said, Brother Lin's thought was exactly what he had in mind. Back then, should advance and retreat with the powerhouses of the human, monster and demon tribes, even if the body dies and the Tao disappears, it is also a matter of concern. No shame. Whenever I think about the events of the past, Lin feels uneasy. They paid for the clearness of this land with their lives, but the two of us enjoy the extravagance wantonly, but the two of us, how can we have the qualifications? Lin Yuhao smiled shamelessly, endlessly. Yi Zhengkai narrowed his eyes. Now that the opportunity has come, Brother Lin, do you want to follow the example of the Lord of the Nine Heavens Holy Land with Yi Mo and make up for the regrets in your heart? It should be so. Lin Yu stood up proudly. I was born and raised on this continent, how can I watch those outsiders act recklessly? In this world, only you and I have the strongest cultivation base. If you and I don't leave the mountain, who can hold up this great banner? Well said. Yi Zhengkai jumped at the case. Since Brother Lin has made a decision, then Yi will risk his life and help. Just the two of you? A disdainful voice suddenly sounded. Lin Yuhao and Yi Zhengkai, who were full of energy and enthusiasm, seemed to have been splashed with cold water. Their expressions suddenly changed. They turned their heads to look around, and shouted, "Who is sneaking around?" As the words fell, a young man suddenly appeared strangely from not far away, with a contemptuous smile on his face, and walked over step by step. He appeared without warning, as if he came out of nothingness. Yi Zhengkai and Lin Yuhao stared straight at him, released their spiritual thoughts, and probed towards the young man. The next moment, the two brothers changed their colors in astonishment, because they found that their spiritual thoughts passed through their bodies like stones sinking into the sea. Nothing happened. And the young man on the other side didn't see any energy fluctuations all over his body, he looked like an ordinary person. But the two of them knew, what kind of ordinary person is this young man? This is definitely a performance that his cultivation is much higher than his own. Are you the foreigner who brought disaster to the mainland? Yi Zhengkai seemed to think of something, and asked in a low voice. While asking, he gave Lin Yuhao a wink. If not, launch a desperate blow. Yang Kai didn't even pay attention to their intentions, walked directly past them, sat down at the stone table, waved to a stunned young girl, and said with a light smile, "Girl, pour a cup of tea, just now I had a fight with someone, and I was very thirsty." The girl didn't move at all, as if she was still immersed in the huge shock and hadn't recovered. In the eyes of these girls, Lin Yuhao and Yi Zhengkai are almost omnipotent, they are the most powerful men in the world, but when Yang Kai appeared, these two men who were admired by them seemed to have met like a plague god, bead-sized beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. The girl's mind is quick, and she still doesn't know Yang Kai's tyranny. Hearing what Yi Zhengkai said just now, she gritted her teeth and said, "Bad man, you two young masters won't give you any tea." Bad guy. Yang Kai was stunned, pointed to his nose and said, "Do you think I look like a bad guy? You outsiders who kill and enslave others are not bad people, what are you?" The girl was ignorant and unrestrained, and she didn't give Yang Kai a good look at all. Not only her, but the dozen or so young girls standing beside them all glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai felt uncomfortable being stared at by those dozens of murderous eyes. He touched his nose embarrassingly and said, "When did I say that I am a foreigner? Just based on your son's speculation. You trust him so much." Quote, "Young master, it's true." The girl straightened her chest, her developing breasts looked bulging, which was quite attractive. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at Yi Zhengkai, chuckling lightly. Yi Zhengkai's face was ugly, he was afraid of offending Yang Kai, and quickly reprimanded him, "Ling don't be rude, pour a cup of tea for this friend." Yi Zhengkai spoke, and the girl named Ling reluctantly walked up to Yang Kai, picked up the teapot on the table, filled a cup, and then retreated angrily. "Thank you," Yang Kai said, picked up the teacup and drank it down, smashing it and smashing his mouth. So. The veins on Lin Yuhao's forehead were twitching, and he said in a deep voice, "Do you know what kind of tea this is?" "I don't know." Yang Kai shook his head. Lin Yuhao snorted coldly. "This is the white snow at the edge of the sun. It is hard to find gold in the world. It can only be produced in 100 years, and it is boiled with supreme real water. How dare you evaluate horses?" Okay. Yang Kai waved his hand and interrupted his rambling. "Tea, isn't it just for drinking? What are you talking about so much? It's gone after one sip." Lin Yu was so arrogant that he was half dead. Yi Zhengkai said, "Brother Lin, why should he have the same knowledge as him? This person is not a refined person at first glance." HMPH. Lin Yuhao snorted coldly. "What's the use of fengya?" Yang Kai sneered, "Can it be eaten?" Can it kill people? The outside world is in a mess, you two are so elegant, why don't you use fengya as a sharp weapon, kill those guys, and return this continent to a bright future? Euro. As soon as this remark came out, both Lin Yuhao and Yi Junkai had embarrassing expressions. Lin Yuhao said forcefully, "You don't need to say, Brother Yi and I are preparing to go out of the mountain and teach those outside thieves a lesson." "Forget it." Yang Kai laughed loudly, "Based on the strength of the two of you, if you really pass by, others will slap you to death. You dare to humiliate me." Lin Yuhao was furious, he pinched a weird seal, and shouted angrily, "No matter who you are, if you dare to humiliate Brother Yi and me, you should be ready to accept punishment, just give me a finger." To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1827 beat him away. Both Lin Yuhao and Yi Junkai were upright people, so they couldn't bear to be so slighted and humiliated by Yang Kai. Nianhua Yiji is the supreme secret technique that Lin Yuhao has studied for many years. It is extremely powerful and can kill without blood, which is most in line with his style. I saw a flower of spiritual energy on his finger flashing away, and the invisible energy had enveloped Yang Kai. Yi Junkai stood beside him, not intending to join forces with Lin Yuhao, but staring at Yang Kai's movements. He had a hunch that Lin Yuhao's stunt would be useless to Yang Kai, because this young man seemed to be very powerful. But even if it's useless, you can still see the depth of the opponent through his reaction, so Yi Junkai watched it very carefully. But the next moment, his expression was completely stunned, and he murmured, "How is it possible?" Yang Kai didn't even move his body, he just breathed forward lightly. Lin Yuhao's finger was immediately cracked, the petals scattered in midair, and he didn't even have the ability to touch Yang Kai's body. Lin Yuhao's expression was also blank, and he exchanged a glance with Yi Junkai, his heart was half cold. The fact that the other party broke his strongest secret technique so casually shows that his cultivation base has reached a level that the two of them can't guess. If there is too much difference in strength between them, such a situation is impossible. Not bad secret technique. Yang Kai chuckled, it's a pity that the practitioner's cultivation base is too low, so it can't play a big role. These words sounded like an insult, but Lin Yuhao showed a thoughtful look, and he was not at all unhappy. Martial artist cultivation. Those who have achieved first, although Yang Kai looks young, but since his strength is advanced, he is naturally qualified to evaluate it. After finishing speaking, Yang Kai's face sank again. The two of you are hiding here, making tea and discussing Taoism, not asking about world affairs, and seem to be at ease, but are you really at ease and unrestrained? Lin Yuhao and Yi Junkai looked at each other with embarrassment. Yang Kai sneered lightly and said, "If you are really free and easy, that's fine, but I don't think you are like that. If you want to escape from the world, why bother to care about the affairs of the world? It's ridiculous to ask for trouble for nothing. You either just really go back to the mountains and forests, and die of old age, or fall into the world of mortals, taste all kinds of life, martial arts, but only seek to understand the mind and forge ahead. If you are like you, worrying about gains and losses, looking forward and backward, don't even think about achieving anything in your life. But please understand your thoughts and forge ahead." Lin Yuhao and Yi Junkai's bodies shook, and a thoughtful look suddenly appeared on their faces. Their expressions changed constantly, sometimes dazed and sometimes excited, as if they had fallen into some comprehension middle. Yang Kai glanced at them, laughed, and waved to the woman named Linger. "Girl, pour another glass, don't be so stingy." Linger gritted her teeth and stared at Yang Kai, holding the teapot in her arms, as if defending it to the death. Yang Kai pinched his nose embarrassingly. At this moment, Lin Yuhao and Yi Junkai suddenly looked up to the sky and let out a long howl. The howling sound actually stirred up the changing situation in the sky. In an instant, the wind and thunder rolled over the 9 heavens holy land, and dark clouds as thick as a quilt pressed down on the top. "Oh, this is about to be promoted." Yang Kai looked at the sky in surprise. It was clearly the baptism of heaven and earth that a warrior would break through to a great realm. He didn't expect that these two guys who had occupied the magpie's nest would break through their shackles because of their own words. From this point of view, these two people are also talented, but they are limited by the aura of Tongshuan continent, so they cannot be promoted to breakthrough. As the howling sound fell, both Lin Yuhao and Yi Junkai flew up to the sky with solemn expressions, and dispersed, preparing to welcome the baptism of the energy of heaven and earth. "What did you do to the two young masters?" Linger's face turned pale, and she rushed to Yang Kai and asked loudly. The other girls also gathered around, all of a sudden surrounded Yang Kai. Their beautiful eyes were full of worry and anger. Lin Yuhao and Yi Zhengkai were worried, and Yang Kai was angry. It seemed that if something happened to Lin Yuhao and Yi Zhengkai, they would punch Yang Kai to death. I didn't do anything to them, didn't you see it? Yang Kai was furious, I just said a few words to them. Then why did they become like this? Ling Er was about to cry anxiously. Don't be impatient, they will come down in a while, and they will become stronger after they come down. Yang Kai explained patiently. The devil will believe you, you villain, sisters, beat him up first. A round-faced girl in the crowd yelled angrily. As soon as a word came out, more than a dozen girls raised their fists one after another, and rained down on Yang Kai. Hey, where is the person? The next moment, Ling Er screamed. She was shocked to find that Yang Kai, who had been sitting on the chair, disappeared, and the fists of the sisters were all smashed into the air. This person, isn't it a ghost? The round-faced girl asked cautiously, her face turning blue. As soon as these words came out, the faces of more than a dozen girls turned pale, and their delicate bodies trembled slightly. When they thought of staying with a ghost for so long, they all felt uneasy. One of the 9 peaks, on the main peak, Yang Kai sighed. These days, little girls are lawless. Those girl movies, each of them are not high in martial arts, but their determination to defend Lin Yuhao and Yi Zhengkai is not small, which really makes him very helpless. If he stays any longer, he is afraid that he will really be punished by Hai Bian. Yang Kai ran away decisively. In the sky, 2 figures stood in the air, and one after another the power of heaven and earth fell on them and hit them, making both of them utter screams, but the screams contained unyielding will and exhilarating joy. After half a day, the vision on the 9 heavens holy land gradually dissipated. Inside the gazebo, Lin Yuhao and Yi Zhengkai appeared at the same time, looked at each other, and laughed knowingly. Although the two of them looked in a state of embarrassment, they had broken through the level of the Saint Realm and had been promoted to the Saint King Realm. You 2 young masters, are you all right? Ling Er and the dozen or so girls hurried up and asked. It's okay, hey, where's that friend? Lin Yuhao turned his head and looked around, but he was shocked when he didn't see Yang Kai's figure. That ghost has already been beaten away by our sisters. Ling Er waved her fist to claim the credit. Ghost. Yi Zhengkai's face twitched slightly. Although he didn't know how strong Yang Kai was, he and Lin Yuhao were promoted at the same time with just a few hints. In terms of height, even if he has broken through the level of the Saint Realm, he dare not compare himself with Yang Kai. Such an expert was called a ghost by the girls. You actually beat him away. Lin Yuhao looked annoyed. My lord, did we do something wrong? Ling Er asked anxiously. It's okay, it's okay. Yi Zhengkai waved his hand quickly, it's none of your business, you. Before he finished speaking, Yi Zhengkai suddenly stopped, and listened with an ear, and immediately his face was overjoyed. He looked towards Lin Yuhao, and found that the other party was also looking at him with a look of joy. The two of them understood and nodded slightly. You guys stay here, Brother Yi and I will come as soon as we go. Lin Yuhao ordered, and when he made a wrong footstep, he shot in a certain direction, followed by Yi Zhengkai. Dozens of breaths later, the two arrived at the main peak where Yang Kai was at the same time, and when they saw the unfathomable figure, both of them looked serious, and they both clasped their fists together and bowed. Thank you, senior, for pointing out the maze. I have offended you a lot before, and I hope that seniors will forgive me. Although they didn't know how old Yang Kai was, since the opponent was stronger than him, maybe he was an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years, calling him a senior wouldn't be considered an insult to him. Senior. Yang Kai rubbed his nose and smiled lightly. Don't call me that, I'm not very old. Besides, I can't even talk about giving you advice. Breakthroughs are all due to your own imagination, and have nothing to do with me. If it wasn't for Lin Yuhao and Yi Zhengkai showing that they were ready to go out and contribute to the mainland, Yang Kai wouldn't bother to pay attention to them. He intended to drive the two of them away. This is the 9 heavens holy land, which is his territory. He wants to set up a super space magic circle here. How can outsiders occupy it? But after realizing that the two of them had good temperaments, Yang Kai came up with another idea. Lin Yuhao and Yi Zhengkai looked at each other in dismay, and the former said, then, what's your name for this friend? Yang Kai. Yang Kai. Yi Zhengkai frowned. Where did you vaguely hear this name? It seems very familiar. Your Excellency. Lin Yuhao straightened his expression and looked at Yang Kai in horror. Could it be that you are? Yang Kai nodded with a smile. It's really you. Lin Yuhao was shocked. Brother Lin. Yi Zhengkai looked at Lin Yuhao begging for help. He still hasn't figured out where he heard the name Yang Kai. Brother Yi is really a noble man who forgets things. Lin Yuhao smiled wryly. Just now we were discussing to emulate the Lord of the Nine Heavens Holy Land. Now that the Lord appears in front of you and me, brother Yi won't recognize you. Yi Zhengkai lost his voice. The Lord of the Nine Heavens Holy Land. So you are the Lord of the Nine Heavens Holy Land? The Lord of the Nine Heavens Holy Land, like the great demon god, is a legendary figure in the entire Tongshuan continent. Many people only know the Lord of the Nine Heavens Holy Land, but they don't know the name of this person, just like the great demon god. After so many years, everyone only knows the existence of the great demon god, but few people know the name of the great demon god. Yi Zhengkai also couldn't think of it for a while, and was immediately shocked by Lin Yuhao's reminder. The next moment, his complexion changed drastically, cold sweat dripped down his forehead, he clasped his fists and said, "It turns out that Holy Master Yang is here. Brother Lin and I have blind eyes, and I hope Holy Master Yang will forgive us." Lin Yuhao also said panically at the side, "Since Holy Master Yang has returned, Brother Yi and I will leave Nine Heavens Holy Land immediately, and I hope Holy Master Yang will not blame my brothers for disturbing the precious land." To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1828. Don't force it. Occupying other people's main rudder without warning, this kind of thing is very serious. Although the Nine Heavens Holy Land has been empty for these years, it does not mean that it can be occupied at will. If Yang Kai pursues it, how many lives will Lin Yuhao and Yi Zhengkai have? Neither is dead enough. So after knowing Yang Kai's identity, Lin Yuhao immediately had the heart to retreat. "What are you going? Don't go." Yang Kai chuckled. Lin Yuhao's face changed, and he said in panic, "Holy Master Yang, Brother Yi and I really didn't know that you were still on Tongshuan continent, we thought you had." "No need to explain, well, I didn't mean to trouble you." Yang Kai interrupted him with a wave of his hand, and said lightly, "If you like this place, I will give you the Nine Heavens Holy Land. Send us." The two of them were really stunned, completely unaware of what kind of medicine Yang Kai was selling in his gourd. "Not bad, send you off." Yang Kai nodded, "But you also have to do something for me." Lin Yuhao was silent for a while, and asked cautiously, "I don't know what it is, please ask Holy Master Yang to explain it in detail." "It's nothing, don't be so nervous." Yang Kai smiled warmly, "It's just to be optimistic about this place. Don't let outsiders come in at will. I will arrange a formation here, and you can guard that formation in the future." "So simple." Yi Zhengkai was puzzled. "It's that simple." Yang Kai nodded, "Of course, I won't force others. If you don't want to, then forget it. I will find someone else to guard this place." Lin Yuhao and Yi Zhengkai looked at each other, and it was difficult to make up their minds. Although Yang Kai said that the cloud is calm, but they also know that the formation technique is absolutely important. If the protection is not good, wouldn't they want to offend Yang Kai for no reason? With the strength Yang Kai showed before, that is not a responsibility they can bear. The eyes of the two met, and they exchanged spiritual thoughts for a long time, but they still couldn't come to a conclusion. "Oh, the two of you don't seem to be very willing. If that's the case, forget it. I'll go outside and find some random people. It doesn't matter if they are low in strength. Just send some secret treasures and spirit pills, and pass on some exercises, which is enough to protect this place." Yang Kai said, then turned and left. "Wait," Lin Yuhao yelled, and said solemnly, "Holy Master Yang, wait a moment, my two brothers have already considered it properly." "Really?" Yang Kai looked back at them. "That's right." Yi Zhengkai also nodded hastily. Holy Master Yang commanded the powerhouses of the three clans, fought against the bone race, and defended the mainland. "Give me advice, and I don't want to live in mediocrity anymore. I want to contribute to the peace of the mainland. Euro. Although I don't know what formation Yang Sheng asked me to protect, but since it was arranged by Yang Sheng, it must be related to the safety of the mainland. This matter is incumbent on my two brothers, and I ask Yang Sheng to entrust it to us." Lin Yuhao sonorously and loudly. "Don't force it." Yang Kai rubbed his forehead, "I don't like to force others the most. Guarding the formation here is boring, maybe I will keep guarding it forever, and it will be like this for generations." "What's so difficult about this?" Yi Zhengkai said proudly, "Brother Lin and I don't like excitement at all, we have a quiet temperament, the Holy Land is beautiful, full of aura, it's the place we two have been looking for so hard, and it's already a long time to stay here. I am extremely honored, so why are you talking about it?" "Brother Yi is right." Lin Yuhao nodded solemnly, "This matter is of great importance. If Holy Master Yang has no available candidates, please also consider my two brothers. But the strength of the two of you is a bit low." Yang Kai rubbed his chin, looking picky. The two of us are not very old, and now we have broken through to the Saint realm. As long as we practice hard in our lifetime, we will gradually become stronger. Lin Yuhao looked at Yang Kai eagerly. Yang Kai was silent for a while, before sighing, "Forget it, since you are so persistent, the Holy Master will entrust this important task to you, and I hope you will not take it lightly and must protect this place." Holy Master Yang, don't worry, as long as my two brothers are here for a day, it is absolutely impossible for outsiders to step into the Holy Land. If anyone dares to forcibly intrude, I will stop them after 5 steps of blood spattering. Lin Yuhao said in a low voice. Okay, it's the best thing for you to have this determination. The Holy Land will be entrusted to you in the future, and I hope you will pay more attention to it. When Yi Zhengkai and Lin Yuhao heard this, they were overjoyed. The former suddenly put on a smiling face, and said with a chuckle, "Holy Master Yang, what secret techniques and spirit pills did you say to bestow? This. There are still exercises, cough. Lin Yuhao coughed with embarrassment. Wait for me to find something suitable for you. After Yang Kai finished speaking, he rummaged through the space ring. There are a lot of things in his space ring, all of which are trophies after killing people. Naturally, there is no shortage of things suitable for Lin Yuhao and Yi Zhengkai. After a while, he found a few Holy King-level secret treasures and many panacea. In addition, he will teach the next 2 exercises and a few secret martial arts suitable for their cultivation. The two of them had never seen the secret treasures and panacea of a the Holy King level, and even the exercises and secret techniques that seemed to be tailor-made for them, and they were so excited that they couldn't help themselves. Although they pursue a free and easy life, they are also warriors, and all warriors yearn for stronger and higher martial arts. And Yang Kai seemed to push another door open in front of them. After rejoicing, Yi Zhengkai suddenly seemed to remember something, and said solemnly, "By the way, Holy Master Yang, a lot of things have happened in Tongshuan continent this year. A group of foreign warriors are causing trouble everywhere. I wonder if Holy Master Yang will take action to destroy them." Quote, "You don't have to worry about this, the leader has already been put to death, and my companions will go to clean up the remaining miscellaneous fish. In a few days, the mainland will return to tranquility," Yang Kai said lightly. Hearing what he said so lightly, both Lin Yuhao and Yi Zhengkai were horrified. Although they don't know how powerful those outsiders are, they can tell from the forces that were enslaved by the extermination that those outsiders are definitely not something that warriors from the Tongshuan continent can resist, but now, in front of Yang Kai without the power to resist, it will be wiped out in a few days. The two realized Yang Kai's tyranny in disguise. "Well, the two of you have just been promoted to a breakthrough. If you don't understand your current state, you can tell it, and I will explain it to you." Yang Kai was not in a hurry to set up a super space magic circle. Since Lin Yuhao to protect this place with Yi Zhengkai, it is natural to make them as strong as possible, so I also intend to call and help them. Lin Yuhao's spirit was shaken, and he asked immediately, "I hope Holy Master Yang will clarify the confusion. What realm are my brothers and sisters now? Although we feel that we have surpassed the Holy Realm, we are still at a loss." "Well, spiritual energy is thin on the Tongshuan continent, and the Saint Realm is the highest level. It's only natural that you don't understand this. The current state of the two of you is called the Saint King Realm, which is above the Saint Realm." Being holy, both of them shook their bodies. In the next half-day, Yang Kai systematically supplemented Lin Yuhao and Yi Zhengkai's common sense on the division of realms in martial arts, and also explained to them the matters that should be paid attention to during the cultivation period. The two nodded their heads and benefited a lot. Half a day later, Yang Kai let them retreat and consolidate the current state, while he began to look for a suitable location to arrange the super space magic circle. More than a dozen days later, the super space magic circle in the Holy Land had taken shape. Yang Kai made the final adjustments, injected a Saint Yuan, and the magic circle immediately started to operate, glowing with white light, and released a strong power of space. It can really directly connect to Cyanwood planet. Yang Kai was also very surprised. It seems that these void spirit crystals obtained from the Lost Land are really extraordinary. He was not sure about connecting the super space magic circle here with the one in the Qingmixing Palace, but after the arrangement was completed, he found that it was really done. The two super space magic circles echoed each other from afar, establishing a mysterious contact. All of this is due to those pure ethereal crystals. If they were not brought back from the Lost Land, but were found from outside, I am afraid that it would not be able to achieve this. Couldn't this be a space magic circle? Ghost Ancestor suddenly appeared beside Yang Kai like a ghost, staring at the magic circle in front of him, amazed. Well, it's the space law formation. Yang Kai nodded. In fact, Ghost Ancestor had already arrived at Nine Heavens Holy Land a few days ago, but he saw Yang Kai was busy and didn't bother him, and he didn't show up until this time. Wandering around the space magic circle for a few times, Ghost Ancestor shook his head and said, "It's really amazing. I'm afraid that this kind of thing will not be able to study the mystery even if I spend my whole life. I deserve to be trapped in the floating continent for 2,000 years. This magic circle, where can it be sent? Planet Green Jupiter." What? Ghost Ancestor turned pale with shock. You mean Qingmu Xing, the Qingmu Xing of Zhanmeng? Good. This place is hundreds of millions of miles away from planet Cyanwood, and this space magic circle alone. Of course not one, there is another space magic circle to locate and connect, so the teleportation can be realized. Yang Kai slightly explained. Guizhu still couldn't believe it. This distance of hundreds of millions of miles, even with his cultivation base, it would take almost a year to fly there, but now, the two space magic circles have shortened this distance to 0. Well, what is the result of the Elder's actions? Yang Kai asked Guizhu. Killed all of them. Ghost Ancestor chuckled. I also captured a high-rank void-level battleship. This spirit-devouring sex family background is pretty good. Well, what about the devouring spirit crystal? Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Ghost Ancestor immediately became vigilant. What are you doing? That's the spoils of this elder. Even if you are the suzerain, you can't ask for it like this. Don't make it so serious, elder. The energy in those spirit-devouring crystals belong to this land, and now they should be returned. Be good, give me the spirit-devouring crystals. It won't do much if you want them, although absorption can I'm afraid the elders don't want to see things that increase strength, but lead to unstable foundations. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1829. Back to Double Shark. After arguing with Ghost Ancestor for a long time, Yang Kai asked him to return all those spirit-devouring crystals. The price was to ask the little senior sister to refine a few more Void King grade spirit pills for him after returning to Ling Shaozong. How did Ghost Ancestor know that it is a dream for the little senior sister to have King Void medicinal materials for alchemy, and it is not as laborious as ordinary alchemists? If he knew, he would call Yang Kai cunning and insidious. There were about 40 or 50 spirit-devouring crystals that Ghost Ancestor brought back, all of which were scattered by Yang Kai, turned into energy and returned to this world. Tongshuan continent is now in line with the entire star field, and can continuously absorb the power of the stars. With a star master like Shaning Shang, given time, it will definitely prosper again. Afterwards, Yang Kai called out Lin Yuhao and Yi Zhengkai, who were in retreat, and handed them a teleportation order refined by him, telling them to take good care of the Nine Heavens Holy Land in the future. If any outsiders make troubles on the mainland, he entered the space magic circle with a teleportation order in his hand, and went to the Greenwood planet to report the news. The two of them have just been promoted to the Saint King realm, and their strength is not high. For this reason, Yang Kai deliberately left a blood beast, which is a steel flame ghost spider with a strength of up to 10th rank. The strength of the steel flame ghost spider has declined a little, but under the Void King realm, it is also an invincible existence. Even in the face of the Void King realm, it can still deal with it. With this steel flame ghost spider staying behind in Nine Heavens Holy Land, Yang Kai can finally leave with peace of mind. This time he left Gloom Star. He arranged several super space magic circles along the road, which completely connected Gloom Star with his homeland. It would be very convenient to go back and forth in the future, or go to other cultivation stars. This is just the beginning. Yang Kai's idea is to spread the super space magic circle in the entire star field, so that every prosperous star of cultivation can be connected together. However, this kind of thing is time-consuming and labor-intensive, especially if it consumes a large amount of void spirit crystal, so it will be too late. After arranging the affairs of the Tongshuan continent, Yang Kai took the Ghost Ancestor onto the space array, filled it with Saint Qi, and activated the formation. Lin Yuhao and Yi Zhengkai respectfully saw him off. Cyanwood Star, Double Shark Island, in Yang Kai's palace. In the deepest palace, two sisters, He Zhao and He Miao, sat cross-legged facing each other. The two sisters did not know what kind of mysterious technique they were practicing. Their palms touched, and the holy yuan converged, circulating endlessly in each other's body. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth poured into their acupuncture points continuously. There was no wind in the hall, but the two sisters had their hair flying and their clothes rattling. At this moment, a strange sound suddenly came from the super space magic circle in the hall, and the calm magic circle in Gujing unexpectedly glowed with a white light. He Zhao and He Miao were alarmed instantly. They all opened their beautiful eyes, stood up and looked towards the magic circle. Someone came from the gloomy star again. He Zhao said thoughtfully, since Yang Kai left with Luo Lan, during this period of time, there have been warriors from the soaring heaven sect arriving here from the gloomy star, and everyone who came here has the top cultivation base of the void returning third layer, and even a void king realm expert. The two sisters gradually realized the strength and heritage of the Lingxiao sect, and were deeply proud of joining such a sect. Seeing that the formation was touched again at this moment, He Zhao immediately thought it was because someone came from Lingxiaozong again. As soon as her words fell, two blurred figures appeared in the center of the magic circle, and as the circle worked, the two figures gradually became clear, and after the white light dissipated, Yang Kai and Ghost Ancestor appeared at the same time. Ah, it's brother Yang Kai! He Miao cried out with joy. He Zhao knocked her on the head next to her, and said angrily, it's the suzerain. He Miao stuck out her tongue, with an embarrassed expression on her face. The two sisters soon came to Yang Kai, bowed gracefully, and said happily, I have seen the suzerain. You guys are on duty here? Yang Kai turned around and asked with a smile. Yes, He Zhao sweetly replied, thank you. Yang Kai nodded slightly at her. It wasn't until this time that Ghost Ancestor recovered from the long-distance teleportation, shook his head, and said uncomfortably, this taste is really uncomfortable. There is always a feeling of being swallowed by the void. As strong as him, he could feel discomfort even during this ultra-long-distance teleportation. Others whose cultivation base was not as good as his would have to recover for a while every time they teleported to stabilize their breath. If there is no teleportation order specially refined by Yang Kai, anyone who steps on the space magic circle will be exiled into the endless void, and there will be no way out forever. This is... He Zhao frowned and looked at Guizhu. The aura on Guizhu's body was evil and sinister, which made her feel extremely uncomfortable. It was not a good thing at first glance. She didn't understand how Yang Kai could get along with such a person, people walking together. Hey, are these two little girls disciples? Ghost Ancestor asked without waiting for Yang Kai to explain. Well, He Zhao He Miao and their master Yu Shi have been included in the Lingxiao sect by me. Yang Kai nodded and said, beckoning to He Zhao He Miao and saying, come here to meet the elders of this sect. The Supreme Elder. He Zhao and He Miao were startled, never expecting that such an old guy who exudes a villainous aura from beginning to end is actually the Supreme Elder of his own sect. But since Yang Kai said it, it is natural that there will be no mistakes. Immediately restrained his thoughts, looked solemn, bowed to Ghost Ancestor Yingying, and said in unison, disciple has met the Supreme Elder. Ha 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 ha, Ghost Ancestor laughed wildly, looking very proud, trying to squeeze out a kind smile, raised his hand and said, wait for the courtesy, the two girls are very nice, since it's the first time we meet, then the old man will give you some meeting gifts. Ah, He Zhao and He Miao didn't expect that it would be beneficial to just say hello, and after a moment of astonishment, they all looked towards Yang Kai and asked for his opinion. Yang Kai looked at Guizhu with a strange expression, guessing that Guizhu must have been alone for too long, and suddenly became the Supreme Elder of Lingxiao sect, and his disciples respected him so much, which made the old guy a little smug. Otherwise, when you see a sect disciple, how can you give benefits casually? The Supreme Elder of any sect is not so generous. The Supreme Elders are all symbolic existences, objects of admiration and worship for the disciples. Only disciples who have made great contributions or have outstanding aptitude are eligible to meet, have a look, receive some rewards, and be grateful. With Guizhu's appearance, although he has the affinity of the Supreme Elder, he has lost his majesty. But it doesn't matter, he is novel, how can Yang Kai stop it? He smiled at the moment and said, since it was a reward from the Supreme Elder, you can take it. He Zhao and He Miao thanked him with great joy. Thank you, Elder Taishang. Ghost Ancestor smiled slightly, as if he had been prepared for a long time. He took out 2 copper locks from his space ring, waved his hand lightly, and the 2 copper locks floated towards He Zhao and He Miao respectively, said, this is a secret treasure of the concentric lock. It is not used for fighting, but to assist in cultivation. The two of you refine it separately. If you practice in the future, with the help of this concentric lock, your mind and mind can be combined into one. The efficiency of cultivation has doubled. The Elder Taishang is extraordinary. Yang Kai also saw his eyes brighten. Although this secret treasure is not high grade, it only has the aura fluctuations of the middle rank void grade, But this kind of secret treasure that assists cultivation is extremely rare, and it is especially suitable for a sister or brother like He Zhao He Miao. Ghost ancestor obviously saw their blood relationship, so he specially bestowed the concentric lock on them. Ghost ancestor smiled and said nothing, pretending to be an expert. Sisters He Zhao and He Miao also held the concentric lock, happily playing with it. Let your master come to see me, I have something to ask her. After Yang Kai finished speaking, he left the hall with Gui Zhu and went to the bedroom. After a short while, Yu Shi arrived. She must have heard about the existence of Gui Zhu from He Zhao He Miao, so she was not too surprised after seeing Gui Zhu, and saluted generously. How did the suzerain gain from this trip? In the bedroom, Yang Kai sat separately from Gui Zhu, while Yu Shi stood at the bottom and asked softly. It's okay, during my absence, there is nothing abnormal in the palace, right? Is there someone with no eyes looking for trouble? Yang Kai took a sip of tea and asked lightly. This kind of thing didn't happen. Now everyone on Cyanwood knows that Shuangsha Island is under the direct protection of Senior Luo Lan. Naturally, there are no blind guys who dare to seek death. The warriors on the island also live in peace, and every month there are holy crystals paying tribute. And Ning is good, is there someone from Ling Shaozong? I am going to report this matter to the suzerain. Yuexi smiled slightly, full of charm. Since the suzerain left, many people have come over from the Ling Shao sect. The disciple has written down the list of contacts, and the suzerain has a look. Saying so, he took a step forward and handed out a piece of animal skin paper. Yang Kai glanced at it, and found that there were Qian Tong, Yang Shouju, Lin Yuluo, Chu Hanyi, Mo Yu and other names on it. Except for Qian Tong who was at the Void King realm, the others were all at the top of the Void Return 3-layer realm degree. The purpose of their coming here is self-evident. Naturally they want to use the laws of heaven and earth on the planet Cyanwood to attack the shackles of the Void King realm. Hey, Great Elder is here too. Yang Kai saw that Yi Xian's name was also listed on it, which made him a little puzzled. Yi Xian once said that she wanted to protect Yang Yan. Day will not leave Ling Shaozong, but now she has come to Qingmixing, could it be that? Thinking of this, Yang Kai straightened his expression and quickly asked, when did the Great Elder come here? Elder Yi came here before March. Do you know where they are now? Seeing Yang Kai's eager expression, Yu Shi seemed to have something urgent, and said awkwardly, the disciple only knows that Palace Master Qian is currently in the Cyanwood Palace, discussing the mysteries of the Void King realm with Senior Luo. As for the others. Sect Master, forgive me, I don't know where they went, and every elder who came here told me to go to a hidden place to retreat, so. Well, I don't blame you for this matter, you don't have to blame yourself. Yang Kai gave a sigh of relief. The purpose of Yi Xian and others coming here is to break through the Void King realm. Naturally, they want to find a suitable place to retreat. The Cyanwood star is so big. Find a corner. How does Yuexi know? To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1830. Yi Xian actually set off from Gloom Star to Greenwood Star, which was beyond Yang Kai's expectation. He frowned and pondered, his expression changing. Seeing him like this, Gui Zhu and Yu Shi didn't dare to disturb him. After a while, Yang Kai got up and said hurriedly, Elder, come back to the sect with me. I can't ask for it. Ghost Ancestor smiled. Although he had just joined the High Heaven sect and was regarded by Yang Kai as the status of the Supreme Elder, he hadn't been to the High Heaven sect. Naturally, he wanted to see it and establish his own tall image and identity, majesty. He also wanted to try the feeling of being admired and worshipped by thousands of people. Sovereign, Senior Luo Lan came to the palace once after coming back, and told the disciples that if the suzerain returns, you must go to the Cyanwood Palace, or wait here for her to come here. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to leave, Yu Shi hurriedly reported. I can't wait any longer, it shouldn't be a big deal for Luo Lan to find me. Yang Kai pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, tell her, if there is a chance, I will go see her again. She probably just wanted to thank herself. After all, in the Valley of Medicine in the Lost Land, she had done her a great favor. If she hadn't given her the imprint of space, she wouldn't be able to move freely in the Valley of Medicine. Although Yang Kai doesn't know how much she has gained, it is definitely not less. Yes, congratulations to the suzerain, respect to the elder. Yu Shi stopped and shouted loudly. You've worked hard too, this little thing, you can play with it. Gui Zhu said while throwing something casually. Yang Kai didn't see what it was, but it should be a secret treasure. Yuxi's voice came from behind. Thank you, Elder Taishang, for the reward. After a while, the two came to the palace where the super space magic circle was placed again. Under the reluctant gaze of the sisters Hizao and Himiao, they activated the magic circle and teleported to Gloomy Star. This old man is really miserable. I have been wandering with you. I haven't rested for a while, but I have to experience this unpleasant journey again. Guizhu kept complaining, although the teleportation across hundreds of millions of miles in an instant is not everyone can experience it, but it is not fun to experience it many times in a short period of time. Yang Kai chuckled and ignored him, and the figures of the two disappeared in the next moment. The place teleported from the Greenwood planet is the mine star with rich mineral resources. If you want to return to Lingshaozong, you have to go through another teleportation. After arriving at the mine star, Yang Kai didn't bother the disciples who were mining the minerals, but silently sent out his spiritual sense to perceive them, confirmed that they were safe and sound, and immediately activated the space law circle. After repeating this, when he returned to the huge square of Lingshaozong, Guizhu's face turned livid, and his whole body was on the verge of falling. He didn't practice space power like Yang Kai, and he really suffered a lot in this kind of uninterrupted long-distance transmission. It's also thanks to his advanced cultivation base, otherwise he really wouldn't be able to survive. On the square, a disciple was on duty, and after seeing Yang Kai, he was overjoyed. The suzerain is back, the suzerain is back. These disciples were the first warriors to follow Yang Kai. They originally belonged to the Heike family. These years have passed, each of them has made great progress. Rising stars like Wu Yi and Yufeng are about to touch the mystery of the Void Return Mirror. Yes, most of the remaining people have reached the level of the Holy King realm. You must know that the most powerful warriors of the Hai clan family back then were only at the Saint King realm. If they stayed in the family, they might not be able to break through to the current state if they spent their entire life, but after following Yang Kai, this has been accomplished in just 20 or 30 years. The disciple on duty shouted loudly, ran to a big bell next to him, and pushed the bell pestle hard to strike it. Dang dang dang. The sound of the bell echoed among the 99 and 81 peaks of the Lingxiao sect, and spread to every corner of the sect. The next moment, the entire sect was boiling, and from the majestic and beautiful peaks, there were continuous figures flying out, rushing towards the square. Seemingly seeing Yang Kai's suspicion, the disciple on duty hurriedly reported, the two suzerain wives have issued an order that if the suzerain returns to the sect, they will ring this bell to inform them. So that's it. Yang Kai nodded lightly, turned to the direction of Bingshou Peak, his eyes softened, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He could feel that on the Bingshou Peak, Su Yan had already rushed towards this side at high speed. And on the other Danbao Peak, the figure of the little senior sister also appeared, walking against the wind. The other peaks also have overlapping figures. There are quite a few disciples in the sect. Ghost Ancestor was overjoyed to see it, and tried his best to suppress the evil aura on his body, wanting to leave a good impression on everyone. After a short while, a beautiful figure descended from the sky, dressed in white clothes, skin as jade-like as fat, with water-shearing eyes staring at Yang Kai, as if to express his longing for such a long time. Who else is it not Su Yan? The next moment, the little senior sister Shaning Shang also fell down, and stood beside Su Yan, full of affection and shyness. Ghost Ancestor's eyes lit up, he chuckled and said, my boy is very lucky. While speaking, Ghost Ancestor was also secretly startled. With his eyesight, he could see some clues. These two women are not only stunning, each has its own merits, and each of them has a power that makes him terrified. Moreover, these two girls are all warriors of the void returning third layer, especially the girl in white. The aura on her body is so powerful that it seems to be far above the ordinary void returning mirror. Sheng Yuan has been affected to some extent, and his sharpness is compelling. Although the girl in green has no oppressive aura, there is still a hidden power in her body that cannot be underestimated. This sect seemed to be bigger and more powerful than he had imagined, and Ghost Ancestor felt a sense of identity in his heart. After all, he is a strong man at the second level of the Void King. Although Yang Kai used the Void King level alchemist to tempt him to join, but if the Ling Shaozong is a group of warriors who can't stand on the stage, then he will not be able to stay. Would be too comfortable. Looking at it at this moment, it is immediately full of hope for the future of the sect. Brat, it's been such a long time since I went out, and I finally know I'm back. A low shout came, and there was only one person who dared to talk to Yang Kai like this. Yang Kai turned his head and looked over there, chuckled lightly and said, Father. Fourth Master Yang's face was ashen, although he was reprimanding, but his eyes showed an expression of relief. Yang Kai had been away for a year or two, As a father, he was naturally worried about whether Yang Kai had suffered any setbacks outside and difficulties, seeing that Yang Kai is safe and sound at this moment, not only his arms and legs are missing but also a big stone in his heart. Okay, my son is grown up, why do you care so much? Dong Suzu glared at Fourth Master Yang, I don't have the ability to care about this and that. You are such a father. Fourth Master Yang smiled coyly. Back then, an old fortune teller told me that I was a late bloomer. Isn't it the right time? When that time comes, I will soar into the sky and become a blockbuster. Dong Suzu squinted at him with an expression of disbelief. Fourth Master Yang made a fuss and glared at Yang Kai viciously, his eyes extremely resentful. The square is very lively, it seems that every time Yang Kai returns, he can win the warm welcome of everyone. Ahem, the sect has such a cohesive force, so why not worry about the future, this old man is very relieved. Guizhu was left alone for a long time and had no choice but to cough lightly to attract attention. He originally thought that he, a Void King two-layer powerhouse, would surely welcome the admiration and worship of all the disciples when he went to this station, but he didn't know that no one took him seriously, and all the attention and limelight were snatched by Yang Kai when it was gone. I suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Yang Kai, this is... Ling Taishu looked at Guizhu suspiciously, and asked with a solemn expression. Ling Taishu now also has the third-level cultivation of the Holy King. The powerhouses from the Tongshuan continent, such as Ling Taishu and Meng Wuya, have all accumulated a lot of money and reached this level, but with their cultivation because it is impossible to see the depth of the ghost ancestor, I am puzzled in my heart, I don't know where Yang Kai brought back an unpredictable strong man. By the way, I forgot to introduce to everyone, this senior ghost ancestor will be the supreme elder of my Lingxiao sect in the future. Yang Kai straightened his face, pointed at Ghost Ancestor and shouted loudly. The Supreme Elder. Everyone was in an uproar, and they all looked at Guizhu in surprise. After all, a warrior as powerful as Yi Xian is only a great elder in the sect. The Lingxiao sect was founded not long ago, and there was no position of Supreme Elder. Now there is one more, and everyone feels a little strange for a while. After the novelty is over, it is time to speculate on the cultivation level of the Ghost Ancestor. Since the Supreme Elder, whose status is below 1 person and above 10,000 people, must have convincing strength, he should be stronger than the Great Elder. The Great Elder is the pinnacle of the Void Return 3-layer. Could it be said that this old man is Void King Realm? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Elder Taishang has the cultivation base of Void King 2-layer. Looking at the entire star territory, he is also a strong man. It is the luck of the sect to join him, Yang Kai said, and the needles could be heard in the square immediately. There was no sound, everyone looked at Ghost Ancestor in shock, and many disciples even showed expressions of fanaticism and worship. He is really a Void King Realm expert, and he is also a Void King 2-layer. Gloomy Star is no longer a closed cultivation star. The information brought back by Qian Tong and others from the outside world has spread throughout the entire star. All the disciples naturally know what the second level of the Void King represents. That represents the combat power that stands almost at the top of the entire star field. Except for a few old immortals who can't get out of seclusion, the second level of the Void King is the highest state in the star field. How could the sect attract such a powerful figure to join? For a moment, the disciples felt as if they were in a dream, unable to believe their ears. Hee, the suzerain is serious. It's my honor to join the Lingxiao sect. Guizhu chuckled, very satisfied with the reactions of the disciples in front of him. Let the disciples feel his strength, and said with a smile, since the old man is the elder of the sect, he will swear to the death to advance and retreat with the sect. If the old man is alone, the sect will be together for a day. If anyone wants to deal with the sect, Lita Euro-S ask the old man whether he agrees or not. Ida Euro-S just that, the old Mana Euro-S energy is limited alone, and he Kana Euro-T support himself alone. The prosperity of the sect in the future will depend on the hard work of all of you. A Euro to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come, vote for recommendations, monthly tickets, your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users please go to read. Chapter 1831. What Guizhu said was extremely decent, but what made him stunned and embarrassed was that after he finished speaking, no one responded to him. The nearly 10,000 disciples in the entire square seemed to be dumbfounded. Body technique, not moving. He quietly turned his head to look at Yang Kai, and suddenly found that this kid was together with Su Yan and Shanning Shang, and he was talking in a low voice, looking like you are talking about me. Asshole, it's too unreliable, Ghost Ancestor cursed in his heart. But at the next moment, a sky-shattering cry suddenly sounded. Follow the teachings of the Supreme Elder, we will not disappoint the Supreme Elder and the suzerain. Wish to advance and retreat with the Supreme Elder, and live and die with the sect. Don't worry, the Supreme Elder and the suzerain, we will definitely work hard to cultivate, so that the sect can catch up with the three major forces of the star field as soon as possible and surpass the entire star field. The Supreme Elder is mighty, willing to listen to the Supreme Elder's order. The addition of Ghost Ancestor seemed to inject a dose of vitality into the entire Ling Xiaozong, making everyone excited. Only then did Guizhu let out a breath without a trace. Somehow, he actually gave birth to a subtle feeling that an ugly daughter-in-law came to see her parents-in-law, and finally got approval. This incident caused trouble, isn't he a Void King two-layer? Didn't you come here to receive worship and enjoy blessings? How did it happen? There were 10,000 things in Guizhu's mind that he couldn't understand. He tried his best to put on a superior demeanor, and said with a slight smile, "Today, this is the first time this old man meets with you gentlemen." Well, this old man didn't prepare any meeting ceremony. How about this? This old man will tell the story here for 3 days, speaking of my own understanding of the realm of martial arts. If you have any problems in cultivation, you can ask them all, and this old man can help you answer them. As soon as these words came out, nearly 10,000 disciples became even more excited. Although they were excited, everyone tried their best to restrain their emotions, sat down cross-legged in a tacit understanding, and looked up at the direction where the Ghost Ancestor was. There are not many opportunities to listen to a Void King two-layer expert. Every warrior will encounter some problems more or less in the process of cultivation. These problems may appear in the exercises or martial arts. In terms of refining secret treasures or even my own understanding of the realm of martial arts, if there is no one to guide and communicate, and only rely on myself to figure it out, it will inevitably waste a lot of time. Now there is a Void King second-layer expert preaching here to dispel doubts. This is something that cannot be obtained in several lifetimes. How can the disciples not be excited? The disciples gave such a face, and Guizhu was also very relieved. After clearing his throat, Miao Miao Dao's voice began to echo in the square. After a while, all the disciples showed fascinated expressions, completely immersed in him. In the explanation of martial arts in heaven. Two senior sisters, I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you very much. Come on, let's find a secluded place and have a good talk. Yang Kai saw that Ghost Ancestor was at ease, so he didn't have any more thoughts. Holding Su Yan and Shanning Shang with one hand, she walked out shamelessly. Junior brother. Su Yanchao blushed, cast a glance at him and said, "The future will be long, and today the Supreme Elder will tell you the truth. It's a rare opportunity. I want to stay." I want to stay too. Shanning Chong looked at Yang Kai eagerly. There are many opportunities. If you think about it, I will ask him to tell you alone another day. Yang Kai smiled. Ghost Ancestor, who was on the stage in high spirits, almost staggered and fell to the ground when he heard this, and glared at Yang Kai viciously, thinking what kind of person this old man is. To be used by this kid to please a woman is really a shame, a shame. This is not good. The Supreme Elder is the Supreme Elder after all. Shanning Shang was a little worried. Nothing bad. Yang Kai ignored Ghost Ancestor's eyes, chuckled and said, "He still wants you to make alchemy. When you give him alchemy, let him preach to you." Does the Supreme Elder want me to make alchemy? Shanning Shang glanced at Guizhu. Ghost Ancestor's heart trembled. He wondered if this woman is the king-level alchemist Yang mentioned. That's right, at that time he said that his senior sister was an alchemist of King Shu rank, and this woman did have a strong scent of alchemy, obviously dealing with alchemy all year round. It really is this woman. With this in mind, Guizhu quickly squeezed out a smile, smiled and nodded at Shanning Shang, not daring to be careless in the slightest, and at the same time continued to speak without stopping. Look, the Supreme Elder has already agreed. Yang Kai hit the snake on the stick, pulled Su Yan and Shanning Shang and flew away without giving the two girls a chance to hesitate. Head, no more words. On the way, Shanning Shang suddenly remembered something, and said, "By the way, young master, Miss Yang Yan." I know. Yang Kai interrupted her. When he returned to Ling Xiaozong just now, Yang Kai had already noticed that Yang Yan's divine sense swept across his body and disappeared in a flash, so he was almost sure that Yang Yan had awakened. The legendary Starry Sky Emperor has returned. But he doesn't have time to deal with Yang Yan's matter now. It's better to talk to Su Yan and Shanning Shang first. 5 days later, Baihuaju. Yang Kai Shiren walked in, and as soon as he entered, a young girl suddenly rolled over from the air, In midair, her slender calf swept over, there was no energy fluctuation on the calf, it seemed that only the body force. Yang Kai's complexion was extremely serious, he let out a low drink, sank down, and blocked it with his right arm. Boom, a euro. As if two mountains collided at a very fast speed, there was a violent explosion sound in the air, and the ground under Yang Kai's feet suddenly turned into powder, but the young girl who suddenly attacked Yang Kai exclaimed and fell down, flew back. In midair, the person flipped over a few times dexterously, and landed gracefully, while bending over and rubbing his legs, he glared at Yang Kai angrily, Uncle Suzerain, is your body made of steel? It hurts me. While speaking, I almost squeezed out a few tears. Xiao Nizi. Yang Kai looked at her with a smile, every time I see you, I have to compete with me, why? Are you confident in your physical strength? Huh, the little girl snorted softly, her nostrils turned to the sky. The great elder said that I am a powerful body, and I will not be born forever. Master Yang Yan also said that I am very talented. They are all lying to me. I can a euro tea clean it up, a euro they eaten so many huntian pills, a euro. Hee, it's not that they lied to you, it's that you are too young, when you are my age. Can I take care of you? The little girl said excitedly. No, you are growing, and I will not stand still, but you will become stronger and stronger, but, why are you so keen to clean me up? Yang Kai stared at the little girl in amazement. The little girl is Lin Yuner, the orphan who Ong Wan adopted. I haven't seen her for a while, but Lin Yuner's physical strength has become more and more terrifying. The power hidden in her petite body is almost no less than that of ordinary void return mirrors. The mirror counterbalances. How old is the little girl? She is only 16 or 17 years old this year, and she has already achieved such an achievement. Yang Kai can almost imagine that she will definitely become a famous big shot in the star field in the future. Listening to Yang Kai's question, Lin Yuner replied. Uncle Yang Yan said, if Yuner can get rid of the suzerain uncle, then take me to a good place to make me stronger. Hee. Yang Kai's mouth twitched, his eyes fixed on Yang Yan, who was sipping tea leisurely in the Baihua pavilion in front of him. After waking up, Yang Yan felt very different from the sleeping Yang Yan. Yang Kai looked at her and felt that she was a little strange, so he couldn't help frowning slightly. I thought you were going to stay in Tianyi Palace forever. Yang Yan put down the teacup in his hand, looked at Yang Kai with a smile, and said with deep meaning, these few days can be regarded as nourishing. It's okay. Yang Kai's face is not thin, and he can't help but blush at this moment, looking at him from left to right, looking at Gui Zhu who has been standing beside Yang Yan, and said in surprise, hey, the elder is here too, what a coincidence. Hee. Now it was Gui Zhu's turn to twitch the corners of his mouth. In fact, Yang Kai found him as soon as he came, but looking at the appearance of Gui Zhu, it seems that he has suffered a big loss from Yang Yan. His breath shrank, not daring to show his head. Is this the new supreme elder you recruited? Yang Yan pointed to Gui Zhu and asked Yang Kai. Senior ghost ancestor has the second level of Void King's cultivation, which is enough to be the supreme elder of this sect. Yang Kai walked up to the Baihua pavilion while talking, and sat opposite Yang Yan. Lin Yuner obediently followed, and poured a glass of water for Yang Kai with a smile. She seems to be very relaxed in front of Yang Yan, without the slightest pressure. In comparison, Gui Zhu is like a mouse meeting a cat. Cultivation is so-so, but, a little ignorant. Yang Yan snorted softly. Yang Kai saw it clearly, when Gui Zhu heard what she said, his body couldn't help shivering. Sure enough, he suffered a big loss under Yang Yan's hands. What the hell did Ghost Ancestor do? Yang Kai also became curious and couldn't help but look towards him. Ghost Ancestor laughed and said, My lord, this is the first time for me to serve as the Supreme Elder. I can't help being a little arrogant. I offended my lord by being blind. I hope that you will have a lot of lords. Don't be as knowledgeable as my lord. Have I met you, Bengong? Yang Yan looked at him with a smile. What you said yesterday was very good, and solved many unclear doubts on the road of Bengong's cultivation. It's too late for Bengong to thank you. I would like to ask you some advice today, but does the Supreme Elder have time? My lord is serious. Ghost Ancestor was about to cry. I really don't know who you are. I just thought you were an ordinary disciple, that's why I walked in. Elder, you didn't take the initiative to preach to her, did you? Yang Kai opened his mouth wider than an egg. Ghost Ancestor nodded slightly with a look of grief and indignation. Yang Kai picked up the teacup, took a sip, suppressed a smile, his shoulders trembled. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1832 Tragic Ghost Ancestor. Guizhu felt that he was really miserable. 3 days of narration to clear up doubts made his image in the minds of the nearly 10,000 disciples of the Lingxiao sect suddenly tall and mighty, and he was also quite proud of himself, happy that he could quickly gain the approval of his disciples and integrate into the Lingxiao sect. Yesterday, he leisurely wandered around the Lingxiao sect. After all, this would be his sect in the future, so he naturally wanted to familiarize himself with the environment first. Ling Xiaozong's 99 and 81 peaks are full of spiritual energy and majestic terrain, which makes him extremely satisfied. The 3 flame rings guarded by Ling Xiaozong also shocked him very much. I don't know what kind of strong man arranged it, even a strong man like him dared not go deep into it. When passing by Baihuaju, he walked in on a whim. Yang Yan was sleeping with his eyes closed at that time. Guizhu stood aside and watched for a while, mistakenly thinking that she was practicing some kind of kung fu. After Yang Yan opened his eyes, he acted like a master and gave some pointers, thinking that he would definitely get her grateful and adoring. Who would have thought that Yang Yan just chuckled at him? It was this sound that made him completely dumbfounded. The whole person stayed in place for an instant, and the sound of haha euro a euro echoed in his mind continuously, as if it would never end, until today, he gradually woke up. Why didn't Guizhu know that he had kicked the iron board? Immediately startled Yang Yan as a heavenly being, and never dared to act presumptuously in front of her again. He still doesn't know what kind of cultivation Yang Yan is. With just a meaningless laugh, I can make myself feel like a nightmare, and I can't return to my senses. This kind of method can't be done even at the 3rd level of Void King, right? If he hadn't experienced it himself, Guizhu would never have believed such nonsense. The only thing that is certain is that Yang Yan's cultivation level is definitely higher than his own, because no matter how the ghost ancestor observes, he can't see the depth of Yang Yan, and the other party absolutely does not wear a secret treasure that isolates the spiritual sense from detection. What is this woman's background? It's so terrifying. Boy Yang is really unkind. There is such a powerful person in the sect, and he didn't inform the old man in advance, which caused him to throw an axe in front of her, which was embarrassing. Recalling the few words of advice he gave yesterday, Guizhu wished he could find a hole in the ground and go down, so that he would never come out for the rest of his life. It's like a toddler telling a grown-up, "I'll teach you how to fight." What kind of sect is this? In the sect, there are not only a perverted up-and-comer like young boy Yang, who has reached the Shu King realm at a young age, but also the white-clothed woman and the Shu Wang level alchemist. Such a horrible woman. The old man will not step into the pit, right? Ghost ancestor felt anxious and uneasy. Sovereign, you know how this old man is, so say a few good words for this old man. Seeing that Yang Yan was still unhappy, Guizhu could only look to Yang Kai for help. Yang Kai coughed lightly, thought for a while and said, Yang Yan, senior ghost ancestor also had good intentions, so let's forget about it. Ghost ancestor nodded incessantly from the side. This is indeed an unintentional mistake. Those who don't know are not to blame. I hope you will forgive me. Yang Yan snorted lightly, but his face softened a lot. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Since you fell asleep, you and I haven't seen each other for more than 10 years, so you won't lose your temper with me as soon as we meet. Who is having a temper with you? Yang Yan glanced at Yang Kai coldly. Yang Kai touched his nose embarrassingly. You seem to be very angry now, it's completely different from before. Ghost ancestor said angrily at the side. It must be because of your boy's commemoration of Fenghua Shuiyu and neglecting this adult. As soon as these words came out of his mouth, Guizhu also realized that something was wrong. He originally wanted to please Sha Yang Yan, how could he know that these words were full of ambiguity? Sure enough, Yang Yan glanced at him leisurely, and immediately smiled, hee. Here we go again, a euro. Ghost ancestor's complexion changed drastically, and the next moment he froze in place, his eyes glazed over. Why bother, hey? Yang Kai smiled wryly. With his eyesight, it was natural to see that Guizhu was frightened by Yang Yan's soul, and he was afraid that he was going to experience some nightmare-like torture. It's just a small punishment, what are you so worried about? Yang Yan said lightly, besides, it's not bad for him. Who do you think can be suppressed by this palace with divine thoughts? Since it's good for him, then it's fine. Yang Kai smiled slightly, staring at Yang Yan and said, I always feel that after you wake up, it's different from before. It used to be my Dharma body, but now it's my main body, so how can it be the same? Yang Yan looked indifferent, with a kind of indifference that rejected people in thousands of miles away, which made Yang Kai feel a little uncomfortable and suddenly disappeared. The interest of talking, silently sipping tea. After being silent for a while, Yang Yan suddenly said, "Your progress in cultivation is good, and I didn't expect you to be able to advance to the Void King realm in such a short time. Perhaps with your ability, you can really protect this star field." Me, Yang Kai pointed at himself, and said with a smile, "I only want to protect my relatives and friends, the star field is too big, it has nothing to do with me." "If you really think so, then you are wrong." Yang Yan looked at Yang Kai seriously, "Do you know why I came to this star field?" Yang Kai frowned, faintly realizing that Yang Yan was about to say something secret. He shook his head and said, "You didn't say it, how would I know, but I guess it has something to do with the insect emperor. In this star field, for countless years, only the Emperor Chong could compare with Yang Yan. When the two fought, one person's body was destroyed, and the other fell into a long sleep. Outside the Dark Star, many stars were shattered, and there is still a strong emperor. The power of prestige turned into a dead zone, which shows how fierce the battle was at that time." When Yang Yan asked this question, he immediately thought of Zongdi. "Yes, I will come here, it is indeed related to Zongdi, then do you know what Zongdi is here for?" Yang Yan continued to ask. Yang Kai shook his head again. Yang Yan said, "He came here to devour the power of the law of heaven and earth, and achieve the way of godless. If he succeeds, all the stars of cultivation in this star field will be turned into death stars, so I chased him over and fought with him. Life and death fight. Why did he devour the law of heaven and earth?" Yang Kai looked at Yang Yan in shock. "The law is to control the law. Only by mastering the law can one become the emperor." Yang Yan explained, "But is the power of the law so easy to master? As an emperor, 9 out of 10 are against the power of the law. If you don't have a deep grasp, if you want to comprehend the power of the law, there is a shortcut other than self-cultivation and comprehension." Yang Kai faintly seemed to think of something, and said in amazement, "Refining the origin of the stars." He refined the origin of the stars, and he could vaguely feel a trace of the law of the dark star, so he could think of this. "That's right." Yang Yan nodded, "But what Zongdi wants to do is not to refine the source of a cultivation star, he wants to devour it. Swallow up the source, integrate the law of the cultivation star into his body, and refine it. That's the shortcut he's going to take." Yang Kai instantly broke out in cold sweat. If the Emperor Zong really succeeds, then this star field may destroy countless cultivation stars, or even destroy them all. You have to know that this world is not only your star field, but also many other star fields. There is power of the field between the star fields. Even if Emperor Zun wants to open that kind of power of the field, it is definitely not enough. It's easy, that's why you don't know the existence of the outer star field." Yang Yan ignored Yang Kai's shock, and continued to speak at a leisurely pace. Many years ago, the strong in our place discovered such an achievement. Emperor Zun, the shortcut to comprehend the power of the law, used great supernatural powers one after another, broke through the domains, went to different star domains, and refined and devoured the laws of heaven and earth in those star domains. The result of doing so was that in just 100 years, within a short period of time, a total of 19 star fields became lifeless and completely collapsed. Each of these 19 star fields is more prosperous than yours." Yang Kai broke out in more cold sweat. Any star field is the foundation of warriors. The destruction of a star field is of great importance. At that time, the top 10 powerhouses realized the seriousness of the problem, so they joined forces and called on other powerhouses to stop those who are plotting evil. Breaking into the major star fields, if found, will be killed without mercy. Although it is quite effective, it cannot be eradicated after all. Some people always like to take risks. Zongdi is one of them. The amount of information is a bit too much, I can't accept it, how about you tell me when you feel better?" Yang Kai turned around and left while wiping the cold sweat on his forehead. He always had a bad feeling about it. But the next moment, he found that he was imprisoned by an invisible force, and he could only sit in place, unable to move. Yang Yan squinted at him, and continued, "Each star field actually has its own guardian, which is also the best way to prevent those with evil intentions from invading. Once a warrior who finds power beyond the star field enters, those guardians can get the news at the first time, and then go to stop it. However, the guardian of your star field has been missing for tens of thousands of years, and no one knows whether he is alive or dead, so I will come here. By the way, your mysterious boundary orb belongs to him." Yang Yan looked at Yang Kai with a smile, with a malicious expression on his face. "I also have my own guardian star field. I have been away from there for long enough. Now that I have awakened, it is impossible to continue to stay. In the future, this star field, the safety of the star field can only depend on yourselves." Since you have obtained that person's mysterious boundary orb, you should inherit his mantle and become the guardian of this star field, and there are your relatives and friends here, so you can't stay out of it, right? If you don't have the ability, someday you will ask someone to come over and refine the gloomy star, and you can't blame others. If you want your relatives and friends to be peaceful, then you will work hard to practice. When you have my cultivation level, you will be able to do it yourself. You can protect this star field. After Yang Yan finished speaking, he ignored Yang Kai and picked up the teacup to drink carefully. The power that imprisoned Yang Kai has disappeared, but Yang Kai did not leave, but sat on the spot, frowning and meditating, as if digesting Yang Yan's words just now. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1833 God's Will is Everywhere. The Emperor's Road, Many Star Fields, The Power of the Field, The Guardian. Many novel things impacted Yang Kai's mind, making him silent for a long time. Yang Yan seemed to have opened a new door in front of him. The light in that door was dazzling, although it hurt Yang Kai's eyes, it made his blood boil. According to what you said, the guardian of our star field has been missing for tens of thousands of years. Isn't that a big cake that everyone can covet? Why has only the Emperor Zong invaded for so many years? After a long time, Yang Kai raised his head. At the beginning, he looked at Yang Yan and asked. Yang Yan smiled lightly. Do you think it is so simple to break through the power of the domain? The power of the domain is the law, and the law is supreme. Even the top 10 powerhouses of the year did not dare to touch it at will. If you want to break through the power of the domain and come here, you have to pay a very high price. Dai Mei frowned when she said this, as if thinking of something. After a pause, he continued. In short, this price is not something everyone can bear. If you can realize the power of the law yourself, why bother to come to the star field to refine the origin of the cultivation star? Only those who have stagnated, the guy whose realm is hindered will choose to do this. You have to know that once you come to a star field that does not belong to you, your realm will drop a lot. Any strong person would not like this to happen to him. Even if the realm falls, they still want to refine the origin of the stars and pry into the law. Yang Kai exclaimed in shock. As a martial artist, he naturally knows how painful it is to fall in the realm after possessing great power. If he is in the Void King realm today, if he falls to the Void Return Mirror or Saint King realm, it will definitely be a huge blow. It is very likely that he will never recover from a setback, and his martial arts will come to an end. Of course, Yang Yan raised his fair neck slightly. You haven't reached this level, and you don't understand the temptation of the power of the law to those people. If the level falls, you can practice again, but it is not so simple to master the law. Now that you are the Lord of the Dark Star, you can vaguely feel some power of the law. This is your advantage. Any Star Lord has such an advantage. If they have enough ability to shatter the void and go to that place, it has become the target of all major forces. That place is called Star Boundary. Yang Kai squinted at Yang Yan. Yang Yan was stunned. How do you know? I don't remember that I told you this. While speaking, her face suddenly changed. Who did you meet? Yang Kai smiled bitterly. I did meet a guy, and he told me the name Star Boundary. Yang Kai recounted in detail what happened to the spirit-devouring sect that he met on Tongzhan continent. After listening, Yang Yan snorted coldly. Sure enough, someone came down again, really looking for a dead end. Such an evil thing as the devouring magic circle is forbidden to be used even in the star realm. It has been completely sealed long ago, but there is no thinking that there are still people who have mastered it. They actually brought this star field. Although the magic circle is good, the spirit-devouring crystal refined by extracting the spiritual energy of the world is also quite good, but it is not that effective, right? Yang Kai thought thoughtfully. It is better to absorb the spirit-devouring crystal to improve strength than to use it yourself. The benefits obtained from cultivation, I discovered when I fought against the master of the devouring sect. Although he is at the Void King level, his real combat power is lower than any Void King level. Do you think that person imparted this secret technique to the spirit-devouring sect to enhance their strength? Yang Yan snorted coldly. That person is just testing. How will the guardians of this star field respond? He didn't dare to act rashly before the definite news. The spirit-devouring sect was just a pawn he pushed to the front of the screen. Yang Kai was stunned. I heard that the spirit-devouring sect rose suddenly 100 years ago. Doesn't this mean that that person came to the star field 100 years ago? He has been forbearing until now. Compared with my own life, what is 100 years? That's right, tens of thousands of years have passed since your deep sleep. Yang Kai thought about it, and he didn't find it strange. Compared with the time of Yang Yan's deep sleep, it was nothing compared to planning for 100 years. Let go of your spiritual defenses. I'll go in and see what that guy left in your sea of a euro consciousness. If possible, I will find him personally. The last thing you did. Okay. Yang Kai nodded slightly. The next moment, he was immersed in his mind and let go of the defense of his sea of a euro consciousness. For Yang Yan, he has nothing to worry about, although seeing her this time is not the same as before, but Yang Kai still found many familiar places. When the consciousness sea cooled slightly, a beautiful figure appeared beside Yang Kai strangely. It was Yang Yan's soul and spirit body. She looked around for a while, with a look of approval on her face. The power of your soul is really different from ordinary people. I am afraid that it is at the level of the Void King's third layer realm, and it is also a mutated fire-type consciousness. Wenshenlian, 7-colored Wenshenlian, a euro. She suddenly exclaimed, covered her small mouth with her hands, her beautiful eyes trembled, as if she saw something unbelievable. She said in horror, you actually have a 7-color warming spirit lotus. This is the first time for her to enter Yang Kai's sea of a euro consciousness, and after seeing the 7-color warming god lotus, she was stunned. It was really a 7-colored warming spirit lotus, and the 7-colored rays of light bloomed, making her feel that her soul had been purified, and her whole body was at ease. This thing is of great value. Why do you all have such expressions when you see it? Yang Kai touched his nose. The unknown strong man saw Wen Shenlian a few days ago, and his performance was almost exactly the same as Yang Yan. It's worth a lot. Yang Yan glanced at Yang Kai. The value of this kind of treasure is simply inestimable. As its owner, you can naturally experience the benefits it brings to you. Say it. Yang Kai nodded. That's right, let me tell you why your spiritual power is so much stronger than ordinary warriors. It turns out that it is because of the Wenshenlian who has been nurturing it. And this is actually a 7-colored Wenshenlian. Your luck is really extraordinary. Yang Yan showed a look of envy, and solemnly told Yang Kai, even in the star realm, the Wenshenlian is a legendary thing, and very few people can see it. If you can go to the star realm in the future, the secret must never be known to others. A euro. I understand, the only ones who know that I have Wen Shenlian are the closest people to me. Yang Kai nodded. Hearing what he said, a strange look flashed in Yang Yan's eyes, and after a flash, he gradually recovered his previous calm, and said lightly, forget it, I will pass on a set of mystic skills later. After you practice, you can transform yourself. The sea of a euro consciousness is locked, and supplemented by the prohibition I issued, unless there is a strong person who has reached my level to spy, otherwise you can't even think about invading your sea of a euro consciousness. The restriction is not harmful to you. As your strength improves, it will slowly unraveling. Thank you very much. Yang Kai smiled. Yang Yan glanced at him, then continued to turn her head to look around. When she looked at the sky full of stars came into her eyes. She couldn't help being stunned again, and murmured, star map. Oh, this thing was obtained by accident when I first came to Star Field. Yang Kai explained casually, looking carefully at Yang Yan's expression. Yang Yan's expression was very weird. When he saw the star map, he became a little lonely, as if he had lost something very precious, and his pretty face was full of sadness. Yang Kai didn't know why. When that person saw the star chart, he was obviously very excited, even more excited than seeing Wen Shenlian. But why would Yang Yan? The star map will actually appear here. Yang Yan closed her beautiful eyes, and stood there without moving. Yang Kai didn't dare to interrupt, he could only wait quietly. After a long time, Yang Yan slowly opened his eyes and sighed leisurely. Yang Kai, the guardian of this star field, I'm afraid it must be you. Yang Kai frowned. Don't be kidding, what can I protect with this strength? Although I don't know what kind of strong people there are in the star realm, I also know that it is definitely not something I can compete with. You can't escape, because the star map is with you. This is something that belongs to the guardian. Yang Yan turned to look at him. What's the meaning? Yang Yan said softly. A star of cultivation has its own star origin. A warrior can refine it to become a star master and protect that star of cultivation. In other words, a star master is also the guardian of the corresponding star. Similarly, for the same reason, the star field also has its own origin, and that is the star map. As she spoke, she pointed to the sky. Only by refining the source of the star map, can you be qualified to be the guardian of the star field. Now, the star map is with you, do you think you can escape? Yang Kai was stunned. This thing is the origin of the entire star field. Don't be ridiculous, I have been using it to identify the direction, other than that, I didn't find any other functions at all. Yang Yan just looked at him with a very serious expression. Are you serious? Yang Kai's face changed slightly. How can I have the time to joke with you on such a big matter? It seems that it is God's will in the dark. Yang Yan was a little emotional. You have a star map, and that person's mysterious boundary orb, and you have also cultivated the power of space. Hehe, it seems that you are really going to inherit the mantle of that guy. And the reason why you haven't been able to discover the magical effect of this star map is because you are not strong enough. When you reach my level, you will knowing that the star map is precious, it is something that countless people want but can't get. The person you are talking about is the previous guardian of this star field. Good. Then where is he now? The person is here. The star map is with you now. Where do you think he is? Yang Yan looked directly at Yang Kai. Dead. Yang Kai was shocked. Who knows? Yang Yan sneered, with a taste of hatred for iron and steel. He likes to shuttle and wander in various void cracks. Maybe he has already been swallowed by the void. He just committed evil. He deserves it. Unfinished to be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at A. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to a unknown currency first A, sent to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1834 Perfect Law. Yang Yan's mournful and sorrowful expression was definitely not fake, and the energy fluctuations emanating from her spirit body were also extremely unstable, which showed the ups and downs of her mood. Yang Kai was suddenly a little curious, not knowing what kind of relationship she had with the owner of the mysterious boundary orb. Okay, don't mention him anymore. Anyway, he has been missing for so long, and I thought he was dead. Let me find out what that person left in your sea of a euro consciousness first. Yang Yan sat cross-legged while talking. When he got down, his face was solemn, with Ling Ju pinched in his hand, and his beautiful eyes stared at the sea below. From her fingertips, a ray of spiritual power visible to the naked eye surged out, turning into a snake-like appearance, and burrowed into the sea water. Yang Kai stood aside and watched silently. The sea of a euro consciousness was very calm at first, but after a while, the bright red sea water that burned like a flame began to become restless, and in a certain position, huge bubbles appeared one after another. Yang Kai turned his attention over there, and suddenly found a triangular imprint, which was very vague and invisible. And that spirit snake-like thing swam endlessly around this triangular mark, and as it swam, the mark became more and more clear. After the imprint was fully revealed, Yang Yan made a change, and the spirit snake returned and shot into her body. Opening his eyes slightly, Yang Yan said, "It's the simplest soul-chasing seal, but it's just that you can't get rid of it with your strength, and you can't even find it." You can't get rid of it? Yang Kai was shocked. I didn't get rid of it. Yang Yan slowly got up. Yang Kai looked at her thoughtfully. Catch big fish with a long line. That's right. Yang Yan smiled coldly. It seems that the tens of thousands of years of silence have made some guys in the star realm restless again. I just took this opportunity to take him into surgery. After I return to the star realm, I will decapitate him. Hanging above the star gate, I see who dares to come down and covet the laws of this star field. Yang Kai quietly wiped the cold sweat that didn't exist on his forehead, feeling sad for the poor guy, and said, "Whatever you want to do, I will cooperate with you. There is nothing special to do, he will come to you, you can do whatever you want during this time, I will keep an eye on you in the dark." Yang Yan said, suddenly stretched out his finger, and a little mysterious light hit him. Entering Yang Kai's spirit body, this is the secret technique that seals the sea of a euro consciousness, you should study it carefully and practice. Yang Kai nodded solemnly, closing his eyes and comprehending. In his sea of a euro consciousness, there are treasures such as the 7-color warming spirit lotus and the star map. If he goes to the star realm in the future, he will inevitably be discovered by some powerful people. Therefore, it is very necessary to practice the secret technique that seals the sea of a euro consciousness. Seeing him like this, Yang Yan didn't say any more, and once again issued a few restrictions in Yang Kai's sea of a euro knowledge, and then Shiren left. A day later, Yang Kai opened his eyes with a tired look on his face. The secret technique that Yang Yan handed down to block the sea of a euro consciousness is extremely mysterious, and it took a lot of mental energy to comprehend it, but although he was tired, he had gained a lot, so he was in high spirits. In the Baihua pavilion, Yang Yan and Lin Yuner had disappeared, and Yang Kai couldn't perceive their existence even when he used his divine sense. No one knew where they had gone. Only Ghost Ancestor, sitting directly opposite Yang Kai, looked dignified, as if he was thinking about something. Elder. Yang Kai greeted him. Only then did Guizhu come to his senses, looked up at Yang Kai, and asked in a concentrated voice, "Sovereign, that lord, what is the origin? Why is this old man so vulnerable in front of her like a child?" Guizhu was really shocked. Cultivated to the second level of Zhuang, I thought that this world is so big that I can go there, but as soon as I came to Lingshaozong, I was tossed so hard by Yang Yan that I almost lost my self-confidence. Even though he got some benefits from it, Guizhu couldn't accept that he was so weak. "If I tell you that she is the Starry Sky Emperor, would you believe me?" Yang Kai looked at Guizhu with a smile. Guizhu's mouth was instantly wider than a watermelon, and he looked at Yang Kai stupidly, his eyes trembling violently. "Ha ha ha, isn't the elder going to refine the Void King Grade Spirit Pill? You can go to Danbao Peak to find my little senior sister, she will help you refine it." Yang Kai laughed and left leisurely. Ghost Ancestor was left alone, unable to recover for a long time. After a while, he slapped the table. "Stinky boy, how dare you fool me? The Emperor is just a legendary figure, how could he really appear in front of the world, let alone a woman? How can such a shrewd person like the old man will you be fooled? Forget it, alchemy is more important." No matter who the woman named Yang Yan was, Guizhu knew that she was definitely not something he could provoke, but after she had suffered 2 losses in accepting her, Guizhu no longer dared to be self-righteous. There is a long way to go in martial arts, and you still need to search up and down. In Tianyi Palace, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, his eyes closed. His divine sense has spread and merged into the entire gloomy star. As long as he wants, he can even feel the wind and grass in any place on the gloomy star. It was as if he and this star of cultivation had been integrated into one body, and they were no longer separated from each other. The power of the law, which was vague before, has become a little clearer now, and the grasp of the dark star is much stronger than before. Is it because of the promotion to the Void King realm? Yang Kai thoughtfully, it should be. The Void King realm and the Void Return Mirror are 2 completely different realms after all, and there will naturally be some changes when the strength is improved. This law, the power seems to have changed a bit. He suddenly noticed something unusual, felt it carefully, and was slightly surprised after a while. The power of the law has become much more perfect. €, is this why I was promoted? In this way, the reason why Gloomy Star has been unable to the Void King realm was born because of the imperfect laws, and the root cause was probably the result of Yang Yana's battle with the Zong Emperor. My promotion changed this. The power of the laws has become perfect. Didn't it mean that Gloom Star no longer rejects the Void King realm? Having said that, I didn't notice Gloom Star's rejection of me this time, but I am the Star Master, so it doesn't count, that's all. Let's try it with the Supreme Elder, just try it and you'll know. Thinking of this, he quickly found where Ghost Ancestor was now. Now on the entire Gloomy Star, there are only him and the Ghost Ancestor at the Void King realm. As the Gloomy Star Lord, he cannot do experiments, so he can only start with the Ghost Ancestor. At this moment, on Danbao Peak, in the palace, Danxiang filled the air. Ghost Ancestor sat cross-legged on the ground, eloquently expounding on the Tao of martial arts, imparting all his experience. Opposite him, Su Yan was sitting on the 10,000-year ice jade platform, her whole body exuded a heart-piercing chill, her hands were stretched out, naturally placed on her knees, and she focused on listening. And next to her, the little senior sister also listened very seriously, but her hands didn't stop moving. She kept taking out a bunch of king-level medicinal herbs, blending them into it, and condensing the medicinal liquid. Carrying the holy physique of the medicine spirit, the little senior sister concocts alchemy like eating. It is completely an instinctive behavior, so it is not a problem at all to concoct alchemy while listening to the cultivation experience taught by the Ghost Ancestor. From time to time, a panacea was released, and Shanning Sheng put it into the prepared jade bottle. Ghost Ancestor was overjoyed to see it, and he was full of energy. Suddenly, Ghost Ancestor frowned, turned his head and looked around, with a suspicious look on his face. At this moment, he actually had the feeling of being spied on. Immediately, he was startled, and mistakenly thought that Yang Yan was spying on him. After all, he could not even notice it, and only Yang Yan has this ability. Not daring to be negligent, he began to explain many difficult problems in cultivation with more and more concentration, and a trace of sweat slowly oozed from his forehead. Fortunately, this peeping feeling disappeared after a while, which made Guizhu heave a sigh of relief. It's really not repulsive. In Tianyi Palace, Yang Kai's face showed joy. He He tried to mobilize the laws of heaven and earth to impose on the ghost ancestor, and found that the existence of the ghost ancestor could not be excluded at all, so he couldn't help being overjoyed. The perfection of the law is a historic breakthrough for Gloom Star. This means that the laws of heaven and earth will no longer suppress the warriors of the Gloomy Star, and will no longer restrict the warriors of the Gloomy Star from breaking through the Void King realm, and there will be no repulsion by the law like Qian Tong encountered before. Matter. In the future, the Gloom Star will not only be able to give birth to Void King realm powerhouses, but also allow these powerhouses to stay for a long time. In this way, it saves the trouble of letting the peak warriors of the Void Returning Mirror go to other stars to break through. It seems that I have to send a message to go to Qingmixing to let Yi Xian, Qian Tong and others know the good news. The laws of the Gloomy Star became perfect due to his breakthrough and promotion, but the laws of heaven and earth in the mysterious boundary orb world were incomplete, which made Yongkai very helpless. The incomplete laws of heaven and earth meant that he could not make a breakthrough in it. But after all, this is something left by the previous Starfield Guardian, and Yongkai can't peek into the whole picture now. For the next half a year, Yongkai stayed on Gloom Star and did not leave. He has just been promoted to the Void King realm not long ago. Although his realm has been raised to the peak of the First Order realm because of the Dharma body unintentionally refining the entire hanging continent, he still needs to be carefully consolidated. In the past 6 months, in addition to consolidating his realm, Yongkai has been practicing the secret technique that seals off the sea of a consciousness. In half a year, it seems that he has made some small achievements. The entire sea of a consciousness is enveloped by an invisible force, which echoes the restrictions imposed by Yang Yan. With his current cultivation base, the entire star field may not be able to invade his sea of a consciousness. In this way, the secrets in the sea of a consciousness can rest easy. On this day, he was accompanying his parents in the mountains where he was doing his filial piety, and the family enjoyed themselves happily. Su Yan and Sha Ningxiang are also here. Some time ago, the two women have been practicing in closed doors, and they have gained something. Their aura is fluctuating, as if they are about to break through. So Yongkai pulled them out to relax. There is no rush to break through this kind of thing, just let nature take its course. My son is the dragon among the people, and the two daughters-in-law are also beautiful, each has its own merits. Yang Xie and Dong Suzu only feel that this life is worth it, and Dong Suzu keeps urging Yongkai to get married as soon as possible so that the two senior sisters are looking forward to it. It's shy. Slowly, Yongkai's brows changed, and he let out his spiritual sense to sense it. The next moment, his face changed slightly. Father and mother, wait a moment, I will come as soon as I go. Saying that, he winked at Su Yan and Sha Ningxiang, and the two senior sisters nodded in understanding. Yongkai just flickered and disappeared in place. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1835 Arriving 1 o'clock late. Gloomy Star, the worry-free sea. The sea is calm, and above the vast and boundless sea, a warrior who looks like a middle-aged man stands in the sky, dressed in white clothes, looks outstanding, and has an extraordinary temperament. He closed his eyes to feel the surge of energy in the surrounding world, sniffing the breath of law, with a look of joy on his face. The spiritual energy is good. Although the law is not perfect, it is quite good. It happens to be such a long journey, so I will take you to nourish it. The middle-aged man waved his hands while talking, pinching a weird decision. The next moment, his body seemed to have turned into a bottomless pit, frantically devouring the energy of the surrounding world. All of a sudden, the originally calm sea became choppy and the wind became fierce. And with the disappearance of a large amount of heaven and earth energy, it seems that something else has disappeared in the tens of thousands of miles of sea surface. This change makes the warriors in it feel very uncomfortable, and there is a faint feeling of heart palpitations. Come up. The chief rudder of Haidian, on the huge island, the current Lord Shah who is discussing important matters with many high-level officials of Haidian, leisurely, he seemed to have noticed something, looked up in the direction of the middle-aged man, his face was serious color. Hellmaster, what's the matter? The second Hellmaster below asked. Shahu didn't answer, but his expression became more and more dignified. After a while, he got up abruptly. Someone is making trouble in the sea of a worry-free, follow me to have a look. While speaking, his body shot out like a cannonball, and many strong men in the hall looked at each other in blank dismay, and followed him closely. Deep in the bottom of the sea, pipes and music resonate together, and zithers resonate in unison. Many young girls of the sea tribe are singing and dancing below, and the sea god palace is a scene of singing and dancing. Suddenly, the sea god palace tens of thousands of miles deep in the sea became turbulent, as if there had been a violent earthquake. The ground shook for a while, and Li Kong, the palace master of the sea god palace who was sitting at the top, suddenly sank and looked up. Looking from above, two dazzling mysterious lights suddenly shot out from his eyes, which flashed away, and the next moment, a blurry figure appeared in front of his eyes. Although the distance was tens of thousands of miles away, that blurry figure it seemed that he was still aware of his prying, but he just smiled disdainfully and ignored Li Kong. Li Kong was furious, and his majestic voice resounded through the sea god palace. Who dares to act presumptuously in my worry-free sea? Please come to the sea god palace to plead guilty, and I will not die for you. The voice crossed the barrier of space, and passed along the sea water to the direction of the middle-aged man through the Sea Clan's secret technique. The middle-aged man who was crazily absorbing the energy of the surrounding world snorted coldly, and looked in the direction of Li Kong with his cold eyes. Small ants, dare to talk to this deity like this, get out of here. Saying so, he pointed down and slashed downwards. The movement was freehand and unrestrained, as if cutting off two strokes of the wind. But this finger contains unimaginable power. The sea water is split like a mirror, and spreads straight to the depths of the seabed. Looking down from above, it seems that a huge canyon has appeared on the worry-free sea, and the seawater on both sides is turbulent. Chung, the huge distance in the middle is a vacuum. The sea god palace under the sea was suddenly exposed to the sight of the middle-aged man above. Li Kong's face changed drastically, and he was stunned. He just got a glimpse of some physical characteristics of this middle-aged man through the Sea Clan's secret technique, but he didn't want the other party's swipe so lightly to split the entire worry-free sea in half. These methods are simply appalling, completely beyond the scope of Li Kong's imagination. Void King Realm. Impossible. Even if it is the Void King Realm, it will not have such a powerful ability. Those sea girls screamed and fled in all directions, wanting to rush into the sea to take refuge, but when their bodies touched the edge of the strait, they exploded into balls of blood as if they had been hit hard. Fog. Countless casualties. Many strong men of the High Clan turned pale with fright, and they all looked up in amazement. The figure standing in the air, like a god, made it impossible to look directly at it. Tell you to get out, didn't you hear? I don't want to say the same thing a second time. The middle-aged man hummed softly with an expression of impatience on his face, and stretched out his hand and pointed towards the cracked sky. With that pointing, Li Kong broke out in a cold sweat, and he found that he couldn't think of resisting at all. The pointing speed of the finger was not fast, but it seemed to cover all his escape routes. PFF'd. Li Kong spat out a mouthful of blood on his back, and the next moment he felt himself being imprisoned by an invisible force, flying upwards at an extremely fast speed. Palace Master. Many strong men of the Sea Clan shouted from below, but none of them dared to act rashly. Li Kong is the most powerful person in the Sea God Palace, even he was easily taken down by the opponent, and they are just looking for death when they go up. Suddenly, a feeling of despair began to spread. No one knew where this middle-aged man came from. And what kind of cultivation base does he have? But the only thing they know is that this person definitely has the power to destroy the entire gloomy star. In just a few breaths of effort, Li Kong was dragged tens of thousands of miles away, and came to the middle-aged man's side in an instant. Kneel down. The middle-aged man didn't even look at him, but said two words lightly. Li Kong clearly didn't feel the trace of his use of strength, but those two words shook in his mind like Hong Zhang Dalu, as if the sound of a curse made him obey the order. His knees softened, and he almost fell to his knees in front of each other. Yudi. Li Kong's eyes turned red, and he roared angrily, I am the palace master of the Sea God Palace, how can I kneel to you? If this is the case, what face does my Sea God Palace have? He desperately mobilized his own strength, and white gas was visible to the naked eye from his burly body. Because of the huge pressure, his skin was cracked, and his body was stained red with blood. The middle-aged man looked at him coldly, and said lightly, this is beyond your control. Even if I die, I won't let you get what you want. Li Kong roared angrily, with veins forming on his forehead, vowing to die unyielding. Pa! 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 Suddenly, there was a bang from the cracked legs, and with the bang, his legs exploded into powder from below his knees. The intense pain made Li Kong even more motivated to fight, and he gritted his teeth. Although his appearance was miserable, he laughed loudly, my legs are dead, how can you make me kneel? Next life. The middle-aged man frowned, with a slightly moved look on his face. I can't see that you have such perseverance and backbone, anyway, let's save your life, and I will slowly concoct you later. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a bubble-like thing flew out, directly enveloping Lai Kong. No matter how Lai Kong struggled and resisted, he couldn't escape the envelope of the bubble. Not far away, Shahu rushed here with a group of strong men from the Sea Palace, but after seeing the horrific scene just now, everyone's heart was half-cooled. The people in the Sea Palace know the strength of Li Kong the best. After all, the two forces have been fighting each other in the worry-free sea for countless years. It is not an exaggeration to say that they know each other well. Lai Kong has always been regarded by Haidian as the #1 enemy, the most difficult enemy to deal with. Even if Shahu personally took action, he is not sure to kill Lai Kong in this sea. But now, the leader of the Sea Clan, the owner of the Sea God Palace, a person who is as powerful as the heavens and the earth, is as ridiculous as a baby in front of a strange middle-aged man. Not only does he have no strength to resist, even his legs are broken. This made Shahu and the others feel sad. Back, seeing that something was wrong, Shahu hurriedly shouted, ready to leave the place of right and wrong quickly. If the opponent can easily take down Lai Kong, it is definitely not something he can resist. Since you're here, don't leave. The middle-aged man sneered, I just want to absorb some of the original power of this world. If you stay honest, I don't bother to trouble you, but since you are looking for your own death, I don't mind giving you a ride. While speaking, he swung his palm back and slapped it in the direction where Shahu and the others were. It was as if he was swatting a mosquito. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth condensed together at this moment, gathered into a huge palm print, and fell hard. A breath of death pervaded instantly. Shahu and the others were bloodless, all looked up at the big hand covering the sky, and no one could resist. What the hell is this guy doing? When Shahu's death was imminent, he still couldn't figure it out. With his strength so powerful, who could deal with him? Gloomy Star has only experienced one ordeal, is it going to be another calamity? At this moment, Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Maybe, only that kid can deal with this person. However, Shahu denied this idea as soon as it was born. That kid is indeed good, but compared with the person in front of him, there is still an indelible gap. The slap fell to the top of the head in an instant, and some Sea Palace warriors with lower cultivation levels burst before they could touch the slap, and died tragically on the spot. Even a person like Shahu felt great pain all over his body. Crackling sounds came from his body, and countless bones were broken. Scatter! A low shout suddenly sounded. A mere word, but it seems to contain the supreme avenue, and it has an amazing effect of following words and deeds. The aura of heaven and earth suddenly became chaotic, and the huge slaps of Shahu and others who were covering them were scattered away in this low shout. The sky returned to clear, and Shahu and the others felt the sunshine greedily for the rest of their lives after the catastrophe, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. Oh, the middle-aged man's face, which had always been ordinary, finally showed an expression of interest. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the source of the sound. The next moment, he grinned and said, "It's you, ha 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 ha, the deity didn't go. I was looking for you, but you came to the door by yourself. Good, good, this deity has saved a lot of trouble, and I will let you go on the road easily later." Yang Kai frowned, looking at the pieces of flesh and blood floating down in midair, and then at the tragic situation in the cracked sky. He said with a sullen face, "It's a little late." Yang Kai. Shahu was overjoyed and opened his mouth to exclaim. Sect Master Yang. Lai Kong was also in the bubble, and smiled bitterly at Yang Kai. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1836. Your opponent is me. Shahu and Yang Kai met on Gloomy Soul Island, and they have some friendship with each other, while Li Kong also knew Yang Kai because of the trade relationship with Ling Xiaozong. When Yang Kai left the seabed last time, the little princess of the Sea Clan, he also gave him a Sea God Orb, which contains the source of a sea, and it is best used to practice the Immortal 5-element sword. After seeing Yang Kai at this moment, both Shahu and Lai Kong couldn't help being very happy, but anxious. Shahu hurriedly said, "Yang Kai, leave this place quickly, this person is definitely not something you can resist." "Old Sha, don't worry." Yang Kai smiled at him, "Since I'm here, I won't be unprepared, and he came here for me, but he's hurting you all." Old Sha and Palace Master Li Kong will step back. €1. While speaking, he stretched out his hand and waved. An invisible force enveloped Shahu, and the next moment, he found that he and many strong men in the Sea Palace were teleported thousands of miles away, and the bubbles that enveloped the cracked air burst suddenly with a wave. By the time Lai Kong came back to his senses, he had safely returned to Sea God Palace. Palace Master. Many Sea Clan masters were overjoyed and rushed up, and several Sea Clan elders quickly took out the holy medicine for healing from their space rings and gave it to Li Kong. Star Master. You also refined the star origin of this cultivation star. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up, and he looked at Yang Kai in surprise. If it weren't for being a Star Lord, with Yang Kaishu King's cultivation at the first level, it would be absolutely impossible to do the amazing thing just now. At the moment Yang Kai waved his hand, he clearly noticed the fluctuation of the power of the law. What? Sect Master Yang is actually the Star Master of Gloomy Star. Although the people from Sea Palace and Sea God Palace watched from a distance, they could hear the middle-aged man's words clearly. Expression. Especially Lai Kong and Sha Hu, after learning that Yang Kai was actually the Dark Star Lord, the originally desperate eyes rekindled light. If it is the Star Master, it is really possible to fight this inexplicable enemy in this world. Boy, is this deity talking to you, are you deaf? Seeing that Yang Kai didn't respond to him at all, the middle-aged man couldn't help but his face sank, and he gritted his teeth and shouted. Think about his noble status and strength. Taking the initiative to talk to a kid at the first level of the Void King, the other party didn't pay attention to him, which made him feel a little annoyed. Until then, Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at him, and casually picked out his ears. What did you just say? I'm sorry, the sea is windy, so I didn't hear clearly, please say it again. Sha Hu, Lai Kong and the others had black lines on their faces. They could hear it clearly from thousands of miles away, but Yang Kai was so close, how could he not hear it? This is clearly despising the other party. I felt refreshed in my heart, feeling that while Yang Kai gave Gloomy Star Warrior a face, he was also secretly worried, is it really good to provoke the other party like this? Rampant boy. The middle-aged man laughed. I want to congratulate you, you have successfully angered me, and you won't die so easily later. Whether I die or not has nothing to do with you, but you are going to die soon. Yang Kai smiled, facing this enemy that he couldn't see the depth of it, he was not afraid. Your courage makes me admire you, but you can't do without strength. The middle-aged man raised a finger and shook it slightly in front of him. Boy, hand over Wen Shenlian and Xingtu obediently. If I am in a better mood, I might leave you with a whole body, otherwise, I don't mind letting you suffer all the tortures in the world. Want? If you want, you can get it yourself, and see if you have the ability. Yang Kai still didn't change his face. Stubborn. The middle-aged man didn't seem to have much patience. Seeing Yang Kai's reluctance to enter, he hummed softly, and a pure and huge divine sense shot out from the sea of a self-knowledge, towards Yang Kai. Open over there and pour it. Whether it is Wen Shenlian or Star Chart, they are all in Yang Kai's sea of a consciousness. If a middle-aged man wants to snatch it, he can only start from the sea of a consciousness. Yang Kai finally changed his face, only felt that his sea of a consciousness was hit by some force. The whole person suddenly became dizzy, a feeling of nausea and palpitation permeated the whole body, and his face could not help but turn pale. Boom a euro. In the invisible collision, a circle of sealing circles suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's sea of a consciousness, accompanied by inexplicable restraining powers of one after another, directly blocking the middle-aged man's divine sense. What? The middle-aged man was also taken aback. I thought that with my own strength, I could easily invade the other party's sea of a consciousness and snatch Wen Shenlian and Xingtu, but how could I know that there is a restraining force in this kid's sea of a consciousness that makes him tremble, blocking his prying eyes? Boy, you have a lot of secrets. The middle-aged man looked at Yang Kai uncertainly, a trace of ruthlessness flashed across his face. Forget it, wait for the deity to take you down, and study it carefully. Saying so, he suddenly reached out and grabbed Yang Kai. Within a few feet around Yang Kai, the space seemed to be locked, and a force imprisoned him tightly, trying to drag him to the side of the middle-aged man. Yang Kai sensed that something was wrong, desperately urged the space secret technique, and at the same time mobilized the original power of the stars, and used the original power to disperse the blockage around him, and with a wrong footstep, he dodged from the spot. Come on, your opponent is not me. When Yang Kai reappeared, he was already 100 feet away, looking at the middle-aged man leisurely, with a gloating smile on his face. Joke, is there any warrior stronger than you here? Even if you don't dare to fight this deity, who else can stop me? The middle-aged man sneered, unmoved. Your opponent is me. Suddenly, a clear female voice came from the void. The voice was ethereal, as if it came from all directions. The middle-aged man turned pale with shock, showing a look of shock for the first time, and sternly shouted, who is sneaking around? A layer of ripples appeared in the sky, as if a stone had been thrown from a calm lake. From the center of the ripples, a woman in black robe walked out, followed by another woman. A little girl of 15 or 16 years old, with long double ponytails, looks beautiful and pleasant. As soon as this little girl appeared, a pair of divine eyes looked around, and the next moment, she smiled and waved at Yang Kai, Uncle Suzerain. Yuner, come here. Yang Kai also waved at her. Lin Yuner glanced at Yang Yan, saw her nod her head slightly, then made a wrong step and rushed to Yang Kai's side. Uncle Suzerain, I haven't seen you for half a year, Yuner misses you so much. Lin Yuner was innocent, as if she didn't notice the treacherous situation here, and she began to act like a baby when she came to Yang Kai's side. Well, Uncle misses you too. No, when did I really become your uncle? Yang Kai looked at Lin Yuner dissatisfied. Brother, I'm not that old yet. If I call you Brother Suzerain, then what do you call Uncle Yang Yan? Lin Yuner looked at Yang Kai slyly. Forget it, let's call him Uncle. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. In the distance, Sha Hu, Lai Kong and others were speechless for a while, thinking to themselves, when is this, how come the big and small are not serious yet? Moreover, what is the background of this woman in black robe? How the hell did she show up? What happened to Gloom Star? In the past, there wasn't even a Void King realm, but today, strong men popped up one after another, which is as inconceivable as pulling a carrot. Uncle Suzerain, can't you beat that scoundrel? Lin Yuner looked up at the middle-aged man in the sky and asked Yang Kai. Not an opponent. Yang Kai admitted frankly that he couldn't even tell the depth of the other party, let alone fight him. Even if he is the star master of the gloomy star, he has the right time and place, and if he really wants to fight this person, Yang Kai reckoned that he would die too. In this world, there is only one person who can subdue him. Yang Kai turned his gaze to Yang Yan, a strong desire welled up in his heart, that is the desire for the supreme martial arts. It doesn't matter, Uncle Yang Yan will take care of him, and Yuner will practice hard. If anyone bullies you in the future, Yuner will stand up for you. Lin Yuner patted her well-developed small chest, and promised it firmly. Haha, then I will rely on you in the future. Yang Kai laughed. In the sky, the middle-aged man kept showing a dignified expression after Yang Yan appeared. For some reason, he always felt that the woman in black robe opposite had a very dangerous aura, which was an irresistible aura for him. Breath, as if he just had to fight her, he would end badly. Yang Yan looked at him indifferently with a calm face. Doda's sweat dripped down from the middle-aged man's forehead. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down, then clasped his fists and said, "May I ask who you are?" "It has nothing to do with you." Yang Yan replied indifferently, glanced at the pattern of the other's clothes, frowned, and said, "Are you from the Falling Star sect?" The middle-aged man was shocked, and looked at Yang Yan in disbelief. "You know my teacher. It seems that you really come from the star realm. Could it be that you are from this star realm?" "No." Yang Yan didn't wait for him to finish, and interrupted him, "I think you know a little bit of etiquette, so let's capture it yourself. I don't want to use the big to bully the small." "You want me to catch you without a fight?" The middle-aged man seemed to have heard some joke, his face showed a stern expression, and he gritted his teeth. "I don't care who you are, since you are not the guardian of this star field, then don't meddle in your own business. Wu Shengfeng has never missed anything that he has set his sights on." "Really? Then you're going to be disappointed this time. With me here, you won't be able to take anything away, but you will lose your life instead." Yang Yan still had an indifferent expression, unmoved at all. "Your Excellency, do you have to fight against my Fallen Star sect?" Wu Shengfeng gritted his teeth and shouted. "What about the Fallen Star sect? Even you Helling, an old guy, wouldn't dare to act presumptuously in front of me, so it's up to you. One mouthful of Fallen Star sect, do you think that just one Fallen Star sect can overwhelm me?" "What a joke," Yang Yan sneered. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1837. Yang Yan leaves. Wu Shengfeng's eyeballs almost protruded. "Do you recognize the suzerain of this sect?" The Yu Helling that Yang Yan was talking about was the lord of the Falling Star sect. Wu Shengfeng was really panicked now. This inexplicable woman's tone was bigger than the sky, and her cultivation was unfathomable. "I'm afraid, it's really true, it's not something you can provoke." The previous sense of superiority disappeared in an instant. Wu Shengfeng's face changed constantly, and cold sweat gradually oozes from his forehead. "I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you can't satisfy me, I will do it myself." Yang Yan said, raised a white finger, and counted, 1. The sound of the countdown was low, and an extremely oppressive atmosphere descended instantly, and Wu Shengfeng said in a panic, wait, I have something to say. 2. Yang Yan remained unmoved. Don't try to bully me too much. The falling star sect, are not easy to mess with. Even if you are stronger than me, what's the matter? I have already found out that there is no guardian in this star field. If you are so meddling, what is the intention? 3. Yang Yan spat out a note lightly, and then suddenly came to Wusheng Peak. No one saw clearly what happened, only heard a crisp sound, and then Wu Shengfeng was beaten and flew out of the air, and half of his face swelled up instantly. You dare to hit me? Wu Shengfeng yelled, his tone extremely sad and angry. Wu Shengfeng, who had just stood firm, flew out again, and the right side of his face also began to swell. Bitch, don't think I'm afraid of you, I just think you're a girl. Snappy to euro a euro. Enough. Snappy to euro a euro. You don't hit people in the face. Snappy to euro a euro. This girl, keep a line in your life, so we can meet again in the future. Snappy to euro a euro. Senior, be merciful. Snappy to euro a euro. Wu, I was wrong, senior, I was wrong, I admit it, stop it, don't hit me. Shahu, who was thousands of miles away, Li Kong and others in the depths of the sea were all stunned. Even Yang Kai and Lin Yuner opened their mouths wide and looked at the extremely funny scene in the sky stupidly. The majestic Wusheng Peak before, the strong man who can hardly be blocked by anyone, is now like a 3-year-old child in front of Yang Yan, who has no power to resist. No matter how he dodges, he is beaten every time. Yang Yan was pumped hard. The crisp sound came to everyone's ears. Listening to Wu Shengfeng's struggle and begging for mercy, everyone was excited and sad. Gudong. Yang Kai swallowed his saliva, poked Lin Yuner quietly, and asked, Girl, you Yang Yan Shishu, are you in a bad mood recently? Enon. Lin Yuner turned her head into a chicken pecking rice, with a frightened look on her face. Uncle Master has been reticent recently, and he is really in a bad mood. I'm really sorry for this guy. Yang Kai sighed slightly. In the sky, Wu Shengfeng's face has been drawn into a pig's head. Just like being stung by countless poisonous bees, it looks extremely ridiculous. The whole person has no momentum, drooping his head, standing honestly in front of Yang Yan, not moving, as if resigned to fate. Yang Yan looked at him indifferently, and said, Originally, if you dare to violate the prohibition of the star realm, I will take your life. Hearing the words, Wu Shengfeng trembled, looked at Yang Yan in horror, squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying, arched his hands flatteringly, and said inarticulately, Senior, please hold your hand high. I am also the first once you come to the lower star field. I think it's my first offense, so please forgive me, Senior. HMPH. Yang Yan snorted coldly, if it wasn't for this, do you think you still have life? But death is inevitable, but life is inevitable. You can follow me back to the star realm and guard the stargate at the stargate for 3,000 years. Get over it. 3,000 years. Wu Shengfeng turned pale with shock. The stargate has been guarded for 3,000 years, not to mention extremely boring, and because of the restraint force near the stargate, it is impossible to practice at all. If it is really delayed for 3,000 years, what future does he have? Any opinion? Yang Yan looked at him coldly. No. Wu Shengfeng shook his head hastily. No one dares to disobey the orders of the seniors, this is the honor of the juniors, hey, hee. Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. Yang Yan sneered, do you think that when you return to the star realm, it will be enough for that old fellow Yu Heling to come forward to get you back? If you really think so, then you are very wrong. If Yu Heling dares to come forward, I will ask him to guard the stargate for 3,000 years. Wu Shengfeng immediately widened his eyes were filled with astonishment, and he lost his voice. Senior, who the hell are you, who is sacred? Her suzerain, Yu Heling, was considered a respectable figure in the star realm, but from the woman's tone, it was not hard to tell that she didn't take her suzerain seriously at all. In the entire star field, there are probably no more than 50 people who are capable and qualified to say that. Except for the top 10 powerhouses, every one of them is in existence at the emperor level. Who is this palace, and you can ask? Yang Yan snorted coldly, stretched out her hand, and a secret treasure in the shape of a palace appeared in front of her eyes. She made a magic decision at Wusheng Peak, and said in a low voice, get out. Quote. The next moment, Wu Shengfeng was enveloped by a force, and rushed towards the palace-like secret treasure involuntarily. Diwan. Wu Shengfeng cried out in shock when he saw this palace-like secret treasure, so you are. Before he finished speaking, his body was swallowed by the secret treasure. Yang Kai squinted at the secret treasure that looked like a palace, and found that it was the Emperor Garden that had been floating above Ling Xiaozong, but with Yang Yan's awakening, the Emperor Garden had been taken back by her. Wu Shengfeng was easily subdued, but Sha Hu, Lai Kong and others did not dare to come forward to thank him, but stayed where they were with solemn expressions. They knew that warriors of this level were beyond their reach, and what they saw and heard today was beyond the scope of Gloom Star's countless years of historical records. Perhaps today's battle will be written as a legend. In midair, Yang Kai stared at Yang Yan, and suddenly found that this woman seemed to be standing higher than the sky, and he needed to raise his neck to see her vague shadow, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. Yang Yan didn't mean to speak, but stood quietly, staring at Yang Kai quietly. After a long while, she finally said, "I should go back to the Star Realm?" Yang Kai asked with a frown. "That's right." Yang Yan nodded. "I have my own guardian star field. I haven't visited it for tens of thousands of years. It was an accident." Yang Kai nodded slightly, expressing his understanding. If he wants to go to the Star Realm, the 9-star Emperor token is the key. When I came here, I cut off the connection between this star field and the Star Gate. Reopen the ability to let your relatives and friends live a peaceful life, go to pursue a higher martial arts, or one day there will be people like Wu Shengfeng coming over, and then you will simply resist no way. Yang Yan pointed out a finger while talking, and a little fluorescent light on the fingertips flew towards Yang Kai like a firefly. This is the way to open the channel, whether to go or stay, you make up your own mind. Yang Kai stood still, letting the firefly-like light shoot into his sea of a euro consciousness, and the next moment, he felt something more in his mind. Yang Yan waved again, and Lin Yuner, who was standing beside Yang Kai, let out a coquettish cry, and was caught by Yang Yan's side. Yuner is very talented, very suitable for the inheritance of a friend of mine, so she was taken away by me. Yang Yan took a deep look at Yang Kai, his figure flickered, and suddenly disappeared in Yang Kai's field of vision. Middle. I hope to see you again in the Star Realm. Yang Yan's voice came from the air. Yang Kai opened his mouth, and finally sighed, standing where he was lost. On the worry-free sea, calm was restored again. After a long time, Sha Hu and Lai Kong carefully flew to Yang Kai's side. The former kept turning his head and looking around, asking in a trembling voice, "Yang Kai, that senior." "Don't ask, don't think too much, I have nothing to say." Yang Kai waved his hand. "Oh," Sha Hu nodded, knowing that he had asked something he shouldn't have asked. Yang Kai glanced at Li Kong, and said, "If Palace Master Li Kong has time, go to Ling Xiaozong, let my little senior sister refine a Tianwang pill for you, that thing should allow you to regenerate your limbs." Lai Kong's eyeballs popped out, overjoyed, and he bowed to the end. "Thank you, Lord Star Master." Lai Kong is very grateful, and the only one who will look forward to the Sea God Palace will be Master Star Master. I didn't know that Yang Kai was the Star Lord before, but now I know that Yang Kai is the Dark Star Lord, and he has been granted the benefits of the Heavenly Yellow Pill. Sha Hu's expression on the side changed for a moment, and he quickly cupped his hands and said, "My Sea Palace is the same. If Master Star Master has any orders in the future, just speak up, and everyone in the Sea Palace will go through fire and water. I have a heart." Yang Kai nodded lightly, not interested in talking to them, but closed his eyes to perceive quietly. He could feel that Yang Yan took Lin Yuner away from Gloom Star gradually, and he didn't know where they were going, but Yang Kai knew that their final destination was the mysterious star boundary. After a stick of incense, Yang Yan and Lin Yuner's aura completely disappeared from Yang Kai's perception, leaving the gloomy star and entering the vast star field. He opened his eyes, waved his hands at Sha Hu and Lai Kong in a dispirited manner, and disappeared in place with a shake of his figure. After a few ups and downs, people have returned to the Tianyi Palace of Ling Xiaozong, sitting in meditation. Not many people knew about the battle where Yang Yan taught Wu Shengfeng a lesson. Only some strong men from the two major forces of Wu Yuhai who were present at the time witnessed it with their own eyes. However, under the strict orders of Sha Hu and Li Kong, no one dared to discuss it lightly. This battle has been annihilated in the trend of history, and there is only a slight record in the core classics of the two major forces. Chapter 1838 10 Years of Ambition. The suzerain hasn't left the customs yet. Yi Xian asked Wu Yi while drinking tea with a relaxed expression in the center of Baihua. She returned to Ling Xiaozong 3 months ago, and she did not meet Yang Kai's expectations, nor did she fail everyone's expectations. When she returned, Yi Xian was already a Void King Realm powerhouse. She was originally the #1 person in Gloomy Star. She had stagnated on the peak of the void returning mirror for many years, she had a glimpse of the mysteries of the field, and then she took the initiative to stay in Ling Shaozong to guard Yangyan. When she leaves Gloom Star, she will be able to advance to the breakthrough together with Qian Tong. Wu Yi also broke through to the void returning mirror more than a month ago. During this time, she has been listening to the teachings in front of Yi Xian. Hearing this, she immediately replied, "Not yet. Since the suzerain returned 2 months ago, he has been retreating in Tianyi Palace, even the two wives have never met." Yi Xian nodded lightly. Just when she wanted to check Wu Yi's cultivation results in the past few days, she suddenly raised her head, looked in a certain direction, and said solemnly, "This is Tianyi, the direction of the palace. What happened to the suzerain?" Wu Yi was shocked. "It doesn't look like something happened. The spiritual energy is gathering there. Could it be the suzerain's breakthrough?" Yi Xian's temperament was calm, and he was taken aback by his guess. "How long has it been? I heard that the suzerain broke through to the Void King realm only a year or two ago. Why is it that he has to break through again so soon? I'll go and have a look." After the words fell, Yi Xian had disappeared. Outside Tianyi Palace, a ghostly figure wrapped in black mist stood there. Yi Xian glanced at him in surprise, stepped forward and said, "Senior brother." Gui Zhu turned his head and replied with a smile, "Junior sister Yi." Although the two have only known each other for a short time, they are both Void King realm experts. They are all members of Ling Shaozong, so they called each other senior brothers and sisters, and after Yi Xian was promoted to the Void King realm, the position of Great Elder was also automatically removed. He is revered as the Supreme Elder who exists like the Ghost Ancestor. So the status of the two is the same. Junior sister Yi is also aware of the situation here. Come and take a look. Well, look at the surging direction of this spiritual energy. It seems to be about to be promoted. But I remember that I heard from my brother before that the suzerain has been promoted to the Void King realm for less than a year. How come he is about to break through again so soon? Who knows? Ghost Ancestor spread his hands. I can't figure this out either. This kid, suzerain, he can't handle it with common sense. Yi Xian frowned tightly. Although the suzerain is a genius, he has already broken through the Void King realm at a young age, but if the number of breakthroughs is too frequent in a short period of time, I'm afraid the foundation will not be stable. She couldn't help feeling a little worried for Yang Kai. The Void King realm is not an ordinary realm. It is normal for geniuses among warriors to continuously make breakthroughs at low levels. But after the Void King realm, if a warrior wants to make further progress, he must take one step at a time and fight steadily. No worries. In the star field, many Void King realm powerhouses have been stuck at the first level all their lives, unable to pry into higher martial arts all their lives. And Yang Kai's breakthrough speed was too fast, so fast that it made Yi Xian feel uneasy. Ghost Ancestor pondered and said, "The suzerain is not the kind of person who is greedy for merit and advances aggressively. If he dares to make a breakthrough at this time, he should have his own support. It is useless for you and me to worry about it. This is the end of the matter. When he comes out, he will know. Euro. Senior brother is right." Yi Xian took a deep breath and stared at the gate of Tianyi Palace. A large amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth gathers in the palace facing the sky. Although it is a breakthrough in a small realm without the baptism of energy from heaven and earth, the scene is still very grand. Almost all Ling Shaozong's disciples noticed the abnormality in Tianyi Palace, and after a while, Yang Kai's relatives and friends stood behind Yi Xian and Guizhu, all of them stared nervously ahead. The rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth poured into Tianyi Palace, and soon disappeared, as if being swallowed. This situation lasted for a full half a day, and at a certain moment, Yang Kai's long howling sound suddenly came from Tianyi Palace, and an aura that seemed to be stronger than Ghost Ancestor filled the air. Everyone was short, almost being crushed and crawled on the ground, but fortunately, the breath passed in a flash, and it was not sustained by people. Ghost Ancestor's eyes lit up, and he said in a low voice, "You can put it away freely." "Hee, junior sister, it seems that we are worrying for nothing." Yi Xian finally showed a relaxed expression, but she still didn't dare to be careless, and said, "We'd better wait for the suzerain to come out before we can make a conclusion." At this moment, the palace gate of Tianyi Palace opened with a bang, and Yang Kai's figure appeared from it. Yi Xian and Ghost Ancestor immediately released their spiritual sense and spied towards Yang Kai. After a while, the two looked at each other and smiled knowingly. The energy fluctuations on Yang Kai's body were stable, and there was no sign of breaking through too fast, causing the foundation to be unstable. In this way, the two finally let go of their hearts. So many people. Yang Kai stared at the familiar faces in front of him in astonishment, and clasped his fists with a smile. I'm sorry, I accidentally broke through and disturbed everyone. Accidentally. Many people glared at Yang Kai. Although the cultivation bases of all the people present are mostly Saint King realm, there are few Void Return mirrors, but they also know the strength of the Void King realm, and the Void King realm is difficult to break through. Yang Kai's words let them listen to it, always feel that something is not quite right. Congratulations to the suzerain. Ghost Ancestor laughed loudly. The suzerain's aptitude is so excellent that this elder has never seen him in his life. Sect Master, why did you suddenly break through? Yi Xian was also puzzled. It's nothing, I was at the peak of the first level, and then I figured out something. Yang Kai replied with a smile. Mainly because of the strength of Yang Yan and Nuwu Shengfeng, which greatly stimulated Yang Kai. Although he knew that the Void King stage was not the pinnacle of martial arts, he didn't think too much about it, but the appearance of Wusheng Peak made Yang Kai realize the sense of crisis. Sitting quietly for a month, recalling the pressure Wusheng Peak put on him, he finally had a breakthrough. Just like what he said to Lin Yuhao and Yi Zhengkai in the Nine Heavens Holy Land, a warrior should have a clear mind and forge ahead in his journey. After figuring out the problems lingering in his mind, his realm naturally improved. Everyone go back, it's okay. Yang Kai cupped his hands slightly at the crowd, and they slowly dispersed. Two elders, stay here, I have something to tell you. Yang Kai shouted again. Guizhu and Yi Xian paused and looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. After everyone left, Yi Xian asked, I don't know what the suzerain has ordered. I have some things here, take a look. Yang Kai stretched out his hands and pointed at Yi Xian and Guizhu while speaking. The two were thoughtful, and did not dodge or resist, but let Yang Kai reach out and touch their heads. The next moment, a message spread into the sea of A consciousness. Guizhu and Yi Xian closed a certain investigation probe up. After a while, Ghost Ancestor's body trembled, and Huodi opened his eyes. Star Realm. There are star realms above the star realm. Is that senior really the Star Emperor? It wasn't until this time that Ghost Ancestor realized that Yang Yan was really the great emperor in the rumors, because Yang Kai's information to him explained this point. Yi Xian wasn't too shocked. After all, she knew Yang Yan's identity a long time ago, but frowned and said, Sovereign, according to the method left by adults, if you want to go to the Star Realm, you must collect all 9 Star Emperor tokens. At the same time, it needs the strength of the 6 Void King third-layer powerhouses to attract the power of the stars and open the Star Gate. Are you planning to go to the Star Realm? Yang Kai nodded and said, Not bad. Is it because of what your lord said about the Guardian? Yi Xian asked. It's not the whole reason. Yang Kai shook his head, a pensive expression appeared on his face. It's just that as a martial artist, you have embarked on this path, don't you yearn for a higher martial arts? Yi Xian's beautiful eyes lit up with a strange light, and she nodded heavily. That's right. Yang Kai grinned, if I am satisfied with the status quo, I will only stop moving forward. If I stay, sooner or later I will be able to cultivate to the 3rd level of the Void King and stand at the pinnacle of this star field, but what can I do? How about it? Anybody like Wu Shengfeng will be able to step on me. If Yang Kai was such an easy-to-satisfy person, he would have stayed in central capital and Tongzhan continent back then, and there would be no Ling Shaozong now. But the conditions for opening the Stargate are so harsh, how can you meet them? Ghost Ancestor frowned, not to mention the 9 Star Emperor tokens, it is very possible to get them together according to your ability, but the 6 Void King's third-layer powerhouses. Where are you going to find them? I don't know if there are as many as 6 people in the entire star field, and even if there are, they all escape the world without a trace. It depends on human effort. Yang Kai grinned and patted Guizhu on the shoulder. Elder, I count you in. Me. Ghost Ancestor was shocked, and quickly waved his hands. My family knows about my own family affairs. Although it is not hopeless to break through to the 3rd level of the Void King in this life, I don't know that it will be a matter of the year of the monkey. 10 years. In 10 years, the elders must break through to the 3rd level. Yang Kai looked serious. I will let the little sister fully cooperate with you, and the supply of spiritual pills used for cultivation is unlimited, but the elders must not be greedy for merit. Rush forward, act too hastily. 10 years. Ghost Ancestor frowned, pondered for a while, and suddenly said proudly, Okay, I will retreat for 10 years, and I will definitely live up to the suzerain's expectations. Yang Kai looked at Yi Xian with a smile and said, You too, in 10 years, if you can break through to the 3rd level, follow me to the Star Realm. I'll try my best. Yi Xian nodded with a wry smile. Even though she said so, she also knew that this was absolutely impossible. She had just been promoted to the first level of Void King, how could she break through to the third level within 10 years? Unless there is such aptitude and opportunity as Yongkai. Even if all three of us meet the conditions, where can we find 3 more people? Ghost Ancestor became worried again. There's no rush to find someone, I'll get together the Star Emperor token first. Yongkai smiled slightly, I will leave Gloom Star in a few days, and the sect will be entrusted to the 2 of you. Don't worry, suzerain, with my senior brother and I here, no one who doesn't have a good eye would dare to act presumptuously. Yi Xian smiled slightly. If you think it looks good, please recommend this website to your friends. Chapter 1839 Bullying. Zishaoxing, the main star of Zixing, one of the 3 major forces in the star field. Together with Shuiyuexing of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce and Jiangxing of Zhanmeng, they are listed as the top 3 cultivation stars in the entire star field. Whether it is the richness of heaven and earth or the richness of material production, these 3 cultivation stars are also, or in terms of the average level of warriors, they are far ahead of other cultivation stars by a large margin. If it is said that the stars of cultivation are also classified as 3, 6 or 9, then Tongshuan continent is undoubtedly the lowest existence, and Gloom Star can be ranked in the middle, and they are far from being able to compare with these 3 stars of cultivation. Purple Star City covers an area of a euro unknown size, vast and boundless, magnificent buildings stand in forests, and spacious streets crisscross each other. On both sides of the streets, there are all kinds of shops, and warriors who come here are like crucian carp crossing the river. There are countless. This is the main rudder of Zixing. For any Purple Star warrior, this is a city that symbolizes honor and belonging. Purple Star City is located on a good ridge, so the aura in the city is no worse than those of Lingshan Dashuan, and the inner city is even more aura. It is the most core area of a euro Zixing. Non-important personnel of Zixing are not allowed to enter. On this day, a stream of light shot from a very far away place, and when it was about 100 feet away from the Purple Star City, it suddenly stopped, and the light dispersed, revealing the figure of a young man. It was Yongkai who rushed to this place. Starting from Ling Xiaozong, although it saved a lot of time after 2 super space magic circle transmissions, Yongkai still spent half a year to fly from the star field to Zishao Star alone. His purpose of coming here is very simple, that is the Star Emperor token in the Purple Star Treasure House. Of course, it would be even better if there are other gains. After all, the place where the Star Emperor token is hidden is the Purple Star Treasure House, and it is impossible to have only one token. Divine thoughts are released. After a little perception, Yongkai was secretly shocked by the magnificence of this Purple Star City, a city of this size. I am afraid that only the big forces can build it up and maintain it. That's about 30 feet high. The whole body of the city wall glowing with purple light. I don't know what material was used to pour it out. Yongkai can clearly feel a trace of strong restraint from it. It is conceivable that if a foreign enemy comes to humiliate, Purple Star City can open a large city formation to resist powerful enemies. But Yongkai probably didn't have that short-sighted guy who dared to come here to make himself uncomfortable. Is this the Purple Star City? Yongkai seemed to be talking to himself, squinting at the front. The next moment, a flattering voice came from his ear, responding to young Master Yang's words. This is indeed Purple Star City, the chief rudder of our Purple Star. Young Master Yang is so fast. I don't think it's been too long, but you have already arrived here. The sound was extremely soft, and it was a sound transmission of spiritual thoughts. Except for Yongkai, it was impossible for others to hear it. It was Zidonglai who was hiding in the soul-fixing bowl. Yongkai dared to single-handedly break into the main rudder of the Purple Star. Naturally it was not because of his lack of brains and blood. His biggest reliance was the information that Zidonglai could provide, and he had this young master of the Purple Star as his guide. As long as you proceed carefully, it should not be difficult to enter the Purple Star Treasure House. Of course, the premise is that this kid doesn't do anything wrong. Get along for a while. Yongkai also found out that although this kid is talented and qualified to be compared with Shuiyu and Jiyu Zhanxin, he is far behind in terms of character. At this moment, Zidonglai has long lost his former vigor, Chikirin, but it's just like a bereaved dog who is struggling to survive. It is respectful to Yongkai and dare not disobey in the slightest. Sure enough, all the battleships in the sky belong to your Purple Star. Yongkai looked up at the sky, and there were more than one battleship floating in the distance. There are 20 or 30 ships, although they are too far apart. Yongkai couldn't perceive the grade of these battleships, but if he dared to stop above Purple Star City, it would definitely not be too bad. Most likely, Zidonglai replied proudly, what young Master Yang has seen is just the tip of the iceberg. My Zixing has trade relations with the forces of all sizes in the entire star field. Maybe there are some warships from other forces coming in and saying indefinite. Yang Kai nodded lightly, you hold back your breath, I'm going in. Yes, Zidonglai replied obediently, and quickly hid in the Dinghun Bowl. Yang Kai stepped out and walked towards the towering city gate. The gate was like the mouth of a giant beast, as tall as the city wall, and it was daunting. Warriors who came to Purple Star City for the first time would definitely be overwhelmed by this city. Shocked by the might of the door, he felt humbled and did not dare to act presumptuously in Purple Star City. There was a long queue outside the gate, and many warriors were waiting to enter the city. Yang Kai didn't want to be too conspicuous, so he obediently fell at the end of the team. As time went by, people continued to pay a certain amount of holy crystals, receive special pass orders, and enter the city. Suddenly, a voice of dissatisfaction came from ahead. My lord, why did you only charge 100 high-grade saint crystals when that person went in just now, but it was my turn to charge 1,000? Is this against the rules? Rules. A sneer came, as the guard of the city gate, what I say is the rules. Either hand over the holy crystal or get out. You. The person who spoke before was angry for a while, you Zixing warriors bully others like this. I don't accept it. Most of the martial artists who were waiting in line to enter showed displeasure, but after all, this is their territory, so even if they were upset, no one said anything. Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked over there, and found that the person who was arguing with the guards of the city gate was a middle-aged man who looked about 30 years old, dressed very simply, and his spiritual sense scanned him, and found that the other party was only at the second level of the Saint King cultivation level, who doesn't know where he came from, actually caused trouble here for 1,000 high-grade saint crystals. Yang Kai shook his head secretly, feeling that this person's situation was worrisome. Bullying others. Suddenly, an old voice sounded, and everyone looked along the voice, and found that an old man who had been sitting by the side suddenly laughed grinningly. The old man's face was wrinkled and he looked extremely old. He got up and walked. He was also trembling, with his hands clasped in his sleeves, as if he was about to die, and even his eyes were full of dead gray, which made people feel palpitations. Return to the third layer of the void. Yang Kai's heart moved. Zixing is worthy of being Zixing, guarding the city gate. There are warriors from the void. Return third layer standing guard. The old man took a few steps forward while talking, and looked coldly at the troublemaker. Well said, the old man will let you understand today what it means to bully others. After finishing the words, he suddenly stepped in front of the middle-aged man, and under his horrified gaze, he slapped his head with a palm. The middle-aged man is only at the second level of the Holy King, how can he resist the sudden attack of the third level of returning to the void? With a cry of surprise, he wanted to retreat. But the old man's hand seemed to have a huge suction force, holding him firmly in place. A surge of pulling force came, and the middle-aged man screamed. Visible to the naked eye, streams of pure energy came from it, leaked from the top of his head, passed to the old man's withered hands, and then was absorbed by him. Outside the city gate, everyone took a few steps back in horror, with expressions of horror on their faces. No, senior, let me go, I'll give it to Shengjing. The middle-aged man yelled. Regret now, why did you go so early? The old man was unmoved, but urged Sheng Yuan more and more violently. In just 3 breaths, the middle-aged man was sucked so that only his skin and bones were left, and he collapsed on the ground completely, lifeless. On the contrary, the old man had an unusual rosy glow on his face, as if he suddenly looked 10 years younger. As old as he was, he looked refreshed. There was silence outside the city gate, and every warrior felt cold all over. After the old man finished all this, he walked back and continued to meditate with his eyes closed, as if nothing had happened. There is Deacon Lao Min. The city gate guard nodded and bowed at the old man, with a flattering smile on his face, turned around, his expression became majestic, and he sternly shouted, this man is sent by a hostile force to sneak into my Purple Star City. The spies found out for Deacon Min, killed him on the spot, as a warning to others, come on, carry them down and throw them into a random graveyard outside the city. Immediately, 2 Purple Star warriors came out and quickly carried away the horrific corpse. Everyone knew that this guy was talking nonsense, but no one dared to refute. It's getting dark, and those who want to enter the city should hurry up. When Heishi arrives, the city gate will be closed on time, and you will be unable to get in if you want to. Hee, I'm afraid you all know what will happen outside at night. The city gate. After the guard finished speaking, he ignored everyone. However, the expressions of the martial artists waiting in line changed slightly, and they stepped forward one after another to pay the Saint Crystal to enter the city, as if there was really a huge danger outside at night. Although the killing of the middle-aged man just now made them feel a sense of sadness in their hearts, but who made other people's fists big, who made that guy so blind, to act recklessly here for a mere 1,000 Saint Crystals? This is not suicidal. What is the road? The guards at the gate of the city didn't seem to have any standards for collecting holy crystals. They just quoted casually. They would even joke a few words casually when they met a beautiful girl. There were a few who he didn't like, so he paid a lot of holy crystals. But as a lesson from the past, no one dares to complain. Soon, it was Yang Kai's turn. The city gate guard looked up at Yang Kai and snorted coldly, 5,000. Yang Kai frowned. This figure was the highest quotation he had ever heard, and he didn't know where he made this guy dislike him, although he was upset, but he didn't want to cause trouble, so he reached out and touched the space ring. Then Saint Crystals were piled up in front of the city gate guards. The city gate guard looked at Yang Kai in surprise, as if he didn't expect the other party to be so cooperative. Playing with the pass in his hand, the city gate guard smiled. My friend, 5,000 is the production cost of this pass. If you want to stay in the city for a long time, you have to pay another 10,000 Saint Crystals. Hee. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing, thinking that he was taking himself for granted. To be continued. Chapter 1840. This is the explanation. Is it funny? The city gate guard also looked at Yang Kai with a smile on his face. You're not telling a joke, are you? Yang Kai squinted at him, and found that the other party was looking at him happily and fearlessly. 5,000, 10,000, this amount of Saint Crystal. Yang Kai is really not in his eyes. He has such a huge backing of the Ling Shaozong, and he often kills people for money, not to mention hundreds of millions of Saint Crystals in the space ring, at least 100 million there is. But Yang Kai felt displeased when the other party pushed forward like this. Do you think I'm telling you a joke? Kid, are you also a spy sent by the enemy to Purple Star City? Looking at Yang Kai, the meaning of threat is very strong. As soon as this remark came out, the expressions of the warriors waiting in line behind to enter the city all changed drastically. They had witnessed the fate of the middle-aged man before, and it took only half a cup of tea. Now, is this young man who looks well-dressed going to follow in the other party's footsteps again? All of a sudden, their eyes became pity, and they looked towards Yang Kai. There's nothing wrong with trying to commit a crime. Just as Yang Kai was annoyed and was about to make a scene, a person suddenly appeared behind him, and that person gently pushed Yang Kai and stood at the city gate to guard in front of him. He said with a smile, "This lord is joking. Naturally, he can't be a spy. He is a member of our Weifang Chamber of Commerce, and he is here with me." As soon as this remark came out, the city gate guard was stunned for a moment, and even Yang Kai was stunned. He frowned and glanced at the person standing in front of him, and found that the person was actually a woman. Because his back was facing him, he couldn't see his face clearly, but his black hair was tied into a bun behind his head, revealing his slender and fair neck, and he was wearing a decent long skirt, which outlined his slender waist. Round buttocks are quite clever, arousing daydreams. At such a time, how could someone be willing to stand up for him? Yang Kai felt weird, but he had a good impression of this woman in his heart. President. There were several exclamations from behind, mixed with extremely flustered tones. One of them rushed forward and said, Shut up. The woman turned her head and glared at the speaker. This woman seems to be very prestigious among the group of people, and she speaks without saying a word. The man immediately fell silent. But it was glaring at Yang Kai. The companions of the other women also had ugly expressions. My lord, look, our five-party Chamber of Commerce also often comes to Purple Star City to trade some goods. How could it be some inexplicable spies? Children are ignorant. If there is something that offends adults, Yumeng is here to accompany you. It's no good. I hope this lord will forgive me a lot. While speaking, she took out a bag from the space ring and put it in the guard's hand. Children's house. Yang Kai couldn't help touching his nose. The guard weighed it lightly, and couldn't help but his eyes lit up. He laughed and said, Fang Chamber of Commerce. I also heard about it. I heard that the president of your Chamber of Commerce is Yumeng. Could it be you? The woman smiled slightly and said, It's a mere name. I didn't expect to be in the ears of this lord. It's a great honor to be a concubine. It's easy to say. The guard looked at Yumeng with bright eyes, with a lewd smile on his face. Since Hua Huicheng came forward and paid enough Saint Crystals, it's not inconvenient. Thank you, sir. Yumeng was overjoyed. However, the guard paused, looked at Yang Kai coldly, and said, if President Hua can agree to 2 conditions, this matter will be over, otherwise. Humph. Hua Yumeng's smile froze, and she said softly, "My lord, please tell me. I don't like the look in this kid's eyes, and he dared to tease me with words before, asking him to apologize to me." The guard looked at Yang Kai coldly, then turned his gaze to Hua Yumeng, and said with a lewd smile, "Secondly, the Hawaii came from a long way. I will be free after Heishi, and I want to clean up the dust for the Hawaii. I don't know if the Wagwi." He asked so in his mouth, but his tone couldn't tolerate Hua Yumeng's rejection at all. Hua Yumeng's complexion changed slightly, and she forced a smile and said, Can we talk about it another day? I'll let this kid apologize to the adults." While speaking, he turned his head and looked at Yang Kai, winking constantly. Until this time, Yang Kai saw her true face. "I can't help but see a bright light in my eyes. I can see that although Hua Yumeng is not a color that reverses all living beings, she is quite beautiful, and there is a mature charm all over her body. It is probably because she travels around all the year round to maintain the 5-party Chamber of Commerce." The whole person was filled with an indescribable aura, and close at hand, this woman exuded an intoxicating fragrance. This aroma is not the smell of rouge powder, but a natural body fragrance. No wonder the gate guard kept staring at her lewdly, it turned out to be the reason. At this moment, not only Hua Yumeng was secretly giving him winks, but several other warriors from the 5-party Chamber of Commerce also stared at Yang Kai, as if they would beat you up if you dare not obey. Yang Kai smiled helplessly. He didn't expect these things to happen just after entering a city. But it's hard for him to criticize anything at this time, after all, Hua Yumeng is also helping him. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai clasped his fist at Hua Yumeng and said, "President Hua has some kindness, and I accept it." Hua Yumeng frowned slightly, a bad premonition suddenly appeared in her heart. "Sure enough," Yang Kai continued, "but this matter is caused by me, it has nothing to do with you, and please President Hua stay out of it." After finishing speaking, regardless of Hua Yumeng's astonishment, he smiled at the city gate guard. "You want me to apologize to you? President Hua, what's going on here? It seems that this kid is not a member of your Weifang Chamber of Commerce. Could it be that President Hua is talking nonsense and deceiving us? Do you know what should be done?" The meaning of putting Yang Kai in his eyes was to drink heavily at Hua Yumeng. Hua Yumeng didn't expect her good intentions, but the other party was as ungrateful as a stupefied young man. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead immediately, and he waved his hands quickly. "My lord, let me explain to you, this kid." Quote, "There's nothing to explain, President Hua, you're in big trouble. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation for this incident, I won't think about it." The city gate guard yelled, not giving Hua Yumeng any face, making her pretty face suddenly turn pale. "There is really nothing to explain." Yang Kai sneered, took a step forward, and reached out to hit the city gate guard. With a bang, the city gate guard was slapped and turned over several times, and fell to the ground. Most of his teeth were blown away, and his mouth was covered in blood. "This is the explanation." Yang Kai stared coldly at the front. Hua Yumeng was stunned, feeling that this time she really got into a big trouble. She was in a state of confusion for a while, and didn't know what to do. "You, how dare you hit me?" The city gate guard staggered up from the ground, covered his cheeks with his hands, and yelled inarticulately, with a look of ruthlessness in his eyes, "I am the guard of Purple Star City, how dare you hit me?" Before the words fell, Yang Kai gave another slap in the air. The guard screamed, and the remaining half of his teeth fell out. How courageous! Deacon Min, who had been keeping his eyes closed for a long time, finally moved, his body jumped, and his whole body flew to the top of Yang Kaiko like an eagle hitting the sky, and the potential field of returning to the third layer of the void suddenly appeared. Covering Yang Kai's body in a radius of 10 feet, he took a palm shot at the same time. Hua Yumeng and several warriors from the 5-party Chamber of Commerce all involuntarily let out a muffled snort. Under the tremendous pressure, their bodies became shorter, and the Saint Yuan in their bodies couldn't function at all, and the 2 weaker ones even vomited blood on the spot. "Dare to hurt people in my Purple Star City, but have you ever put this old man in your eyes?" Deacon Min shouted angrily, with murderous intent coming, as if to kill Yang Kai with a palm. "Which onion are you? Do I need to put you in my eyes?" Yang Kai sneered, "I didn't want to cause trouble for no reason, but you are bullying others and looking for your own death." While speaking, he turned his hand and pushed out a palm. Boom, a euro. The two palms collided, and a huge energy spread outward. A look of horror suddenly appeared on Deacon Min's fierce and murderous old face, and he was blown away like a rag sack. Cha-cha-cha. There was the sound of bones breaking in his body, and he was in midair, bleeding countless times. Wow! Outside the city gate, there was an uproar. The conflict between Yang Kai and the city gate guards, Hua Yumeng's mediation, everyone saw that Yang Kai was in danger, but they didn't want the city gate guards and Deacon Min to suffer in the end. With just one slap, Deacon Min was sent flying and fell to the ground, life or death unknown. Everyone looked at Yang Kai like a monster. Although Deacon Min's status in Zixing is not very high, he is still a deacon. To be able to hold such a position in the behemoth of Zixing, at the very least, he is also a strong person in the third layer of Void Return. The Void Return third layer was blown away with a single palm. How powerful should this young man be? Could it be a Void King realm? When this thought surfaced, everyone was startled and couldn't stay calm anymore. After all, the Void King realm is the top battle force in the entire star field. Even if it is as strong as Zixing, it is afraid that it will not easily provoke a Void King realm powerhouse. All this happened so fast that everyone's thinking couldn't keep up. Hua Yumeng, the president of the Weifang Chamber of Commerce, opened her pretty mouth wide, and there was a look of shock in her beautiful eyes, and she couldn't recover for a long time. At the city gate, there were still more than a dozen guards, who were going to go with Deacon Min to capture Yang Kai and Weifang Chamber of Commerce and others, but when they saw Deacon Min, they didn't know whether they were alive or dead, so how dare they go forward? All of them froze in place, looking at each other in blank dismay, fearing that Yang Kai would kill them in pain. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and sucked back the bags of Saint Crystal and Hua Yumeng that he had paid before, and said with a cold snort, "If you don't want 5,000, then I will take it back. Flowers will grow, this is your thing." While speaking, he threw the bag towards Hua Yumeng. The latter took it stupidly, and for some reason, felt that the bag was so hot. To be continued. Chapter 1841 Strong Financial Resources. Let's go, what are you still doing? Yang Kai grinned at Hua Yumeng and led the way forward. Oh, Hua Yumeng's whole body was broken, and she completely lost her independent thinking. When she heard Yang Kai's greeting, she followed him into Purple Star City Shishiren. Up. Those guards at the city gate dared to stop them. They retreated one after another looking at Yang Kai like a beast in a flood, and those warriors who were waiting in line outside to enter the city saw an opportunity to take advantage of it, and rushed forward in a swarm. The city gate here was in chaos for a moment, and a dozen guards did not block it, nor did they block it. After a while, someone came back to his senses. Quickly, go and see how Deacon Min is injured. As soon as he reminded him, the others came to their senses and hurriedly flocked to Deacon Min to investigate with concern. Communication. Master Lu Tianfeng. Deacon Min spat out a mouthful of blood after saying a single word, and after he finished speaking, he spat out an unknown amount of blood, and passed out immediately. The guard who had spoken before hurriedly took out the communication compass, poured his spiritual thoughts into it, and gritted his teeth fiercely. Boy, you are doomed. If you dare to beat someone in my Purple Star City, even the Heavenly King and I will not be able to save you, €. The other guards all stared at Yang Kai's leaving back with resentful expressions on their faces. If Yang Kai made such a fuss, they would definitely be punished. How could there be no reason not to feel resentment for taking such a disaster for nothing? How many years no one in Purple Star City has dared to come here, and today they made such a big fool of themselves at the gate of the city. If this matter is not handled properly, it will definitely be ridiculed by warriors all over the world, and it will also affect Purple Star City. Xingweiming, this kind of consequence is not something they can bear. Weifang Commercial Bank, in a wing room in the backyard. Hua Yumeng and others sat there blankly, everyone had a panic expression on their faces. Yang Kai was also sitting here, looking left and right, with a calm expression on his face, without the slightest awareness that the troublemaker should have. That relaxed and freehand expression seemed to be here to play. Boy, why did you come here too? After a long while of silence, a bald man suddenly came to his senses, turned his head and glared at Yang Kai. His eyes were full of unkindness. Yeah, why are you here? Another male warrior finally came to his senses and looked at Yang Kai in surprise. I'm new here, I'm not familiar with this place. Just now President Hua invited me kindly, so it's better to be respectful than obey. Yang Kai smiled slightly and explained briefly. Me. Hua Yumeng looked at Yang Kai blankly, thought for a moment, then nodded lightly and said, that's right. I said it. Back here from the city gate, a group of people from the Weifang Chamber of Commerce seemed to have lost their souls, completely at a loss. It's no wonder that the Weifang Chamber of Commerce is just a small force, surviving among the many giants in the star field. Whenever you come to this Purple Star City, you are not careful, lest you cause trouble, but this time, it is at the gate of the city. The deacon and a guard vomited blood from the beating, and it was unknown whether they were alive or dead. For the five-party Chamber of Commerce, such a thing is like the sky falling. Everyone didn't even notice that Yang Kai came to the Weifang Chamber of Commerce. Hua Yumeng finally calmed down until now, took a deep breath, looked at Yang Kai with beautiful eyes, and pondered for a moment. Red sister, please take him down, arrange a guest room for him, and let him have a rest. At the first place, a beautiful woman in a coquettish dress stood up and waved to Yang Kai, come with me. Thank you. Yang Kai nodded slightly at her before getting up to follow. President, seeing that Yang Kai was about to leave, the bald man became anxious and shouted. Hua Yumeng glared at him. The bald man was dumbfounded immediately. He didn't dare to say anything, he could only stare angrily at Yang Kai's back, secretly gnashing his teeth. Yang Kai followed the beautiful woman named Hong Jia all the way forward, constantly looking around, and after a while he chuckled and said, this lady, your business association seems to have a good background. Why do you see that? The beautiful woman turned her head to look at Yang Kai with a cold expression. Although it's my first time to come to Purple Star City, since this is the main rudder of Purple Star, it must be worth every inch of land. Your Chamber of Commerce must have strong financial resources to have such a large piece of land. There was a look of vigilance in the eyes of the beautiful woman, and she said lightly, this is the result of more than 20 years of hard work by the president and everyone. I don't know how many brothers and sisters were buried in the star field. There is only such a place to stay. How can we talk about strong financial resources, and, this time caused so much trouble? I don't know if I, the Weifang Chamber of Commerce, can gain a foothold here in the future. €. Yang Kai smiled apologetically. Sorry, I caused trouble for your Chamber of Commerce. It's good that you know. The beautiful woman's face turned pale, she stopped talking to Yang Kai and continued to lead the way. After a while, I came to a guest room. The beautiful woman opened the door and said, this is the place is simple, you can stay here for now. Thank you. Yang Kai bowed slightly to thank him. The beautiful woman turned around and was about to leave, but turned around after walking a few steps. Madam, what else can I order? Yang Kai looked at her suspiciously. The beautiful woman opened her lips lightly. We are the head of the family, we are born with a good heart, and we don't want to see others being bullied. Many of our brothers and sisters are grateful to Dade for staying by her side because of her favor. She is already dead. This time she stood up for you, so I won't accuse her of anything, but if the Purple Star City investigates it, I hope you can take the initiative to stand up and take care of everything, and don't let the head of the family get angry. She is really a good person. I don't care how strong you are, if something happens to the head of the family because of this matter, even if I'm a ghost, I won't let you go. Yang Kai's face was slightly condensed, and he said seriously, I understand. I hope so. After the beautiful woman finished speaking, she turned and left. In the wing room before, the bald man paced restlessly, like ants on a hot pot. Uncle Yao, can you calm down for a while? You dazzle me so much. On the right, a woman about 20 years old looked helplessly at the bald man. What time is it? How can we be safe? The bald man yelled angrily, it's not like you didn't see what happened just now, we're afraid we're doomed this time. Above, Hua Yumeng gently rubbed her forehead with her hand, and kept smiling wryly. She didn't expect that she would get into such trouble today, she just didn't want to see the tragic end of the middle-aged man before Yang Kai went. How could she know Yang Kai was so resolute and unyielding that he dared to hit someone, and it was the guards and deacons of Purple Star City. Yao Qing, sit down, this is the end of the matter, it's useless to be irritable. Hua Yumeng was also dazzled by Yao Qing's bald head, and had to let him calm down. As soon as she spoke, Yao Qing stomped his feet, walked back to his chair and sat down, but it was as if tens of thousands of needles were stuck under his buttocks. Stiff and ugly. Hua Yumeng cast her eyes on a half-aged old man below, who has kept his eyes closed since he came in, without saying a word, looking very unpredictable. She looked at the other party and said, Uncle Sha, you are the one with the most experience and knowledge in the entire Chamber of Commerce. I wonder if Uncle Sha can resolve the current situation. Sha Jingwu slowly opened his eyes, pondered for a long time before sighing, it's difficult. Even Uncle Sha can't help it. Hua Yumeng's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Sha Jingwu smiled wryly. Although the old man has always claimed to be a think tank of the Chamber of Commerce, the old man is only a warrior at the third level of the Holy King. His strength is low, and many methods are useless. It's not that you don't know how to offend me this time, President. Who is it? Hua Yumeng's beautiful eyes dimmed, and her expression was extremely bitter. In the past, the Chamber of Commerce had experienced many catastrophes, but they all survived safely under Sha Jingwu's proper arrangements and suggestions, but this time, even Sha Jingwu was helpless. President, you are too reckless this time. Sha Jingwu shook his head slowly. Uncle Sha, let's not talk about the president, she also has kind thoughts, not on purpose. The woman in her 20s said softly, she couldn't bear to see Hua Yumeng being reprimanded. I'm not trying to run the president down. All of you here have received the favor of the president. If the president hadn't been so warm-hearted, I'm afraid there wouldn't be the Weifang Chamber of Commerce today, and there wouldn't be any of you here. Sha Jingwu said slowly, slow down. Everyone nodded slightly, expressing deep agreement. It is because of Hua Yumeng's kindness that they have survived until now. It's just this time, hey. Sha Jingwu sighed heavily, and after a while, he looked up at Hua Yumeng and said, President, there are only two ways to go. Hua Yumeng's beautiful eyes lit up, and she said with a smile, I know that Uncle Sha has a solution, so I asked Uncle Sha to explain it in detail. Yao Qing and the woman in her 20s also hurriedly looked at Sha Jingwu, with expectant expressions on their faces. The president praised me, and the old man said that these two ways may not be able to resolve the crisis of the Chamber of Commerce, but, let's try it for now. Sha Jingwu stretched out his hand to stroke his beard, and said in a deep voice, the first way is to solve the crisis of the Chamber of Commerce. Yes, hand over that kid to Purple Star City. Hua Yumeng frowned. The incident was provoked by that kid, and the person was also beaten by that kid. As long as we hand over that kid, maybe the five-party Chamber of Commerce can avoid the main responsibility, and at most be punished so that it won't be hurt. The future will be long. As long as the president is safe, my five-party Chamber of Commerce will rise again one day. That's right, what Uncle Sha said is, let's do this, I'll arrest that kid now and hand it over to Purple Star City. Yao Qing quickly stood up without waiting for Hua Yumeng to express his opinion. Hua Yumeng glared at him, sit down. Yao Qing shrank his head and sat down obediently. It could be seen that Hua Yumeng was very authoritative in front of him. Chapter 1842 Reign of Flowers. Sha Jingwu stroked his beard and said, Yao Qing, don't be impulsive. Although I can't understand how strong that young man is, since he can hit Deacon Fei Min with one palm, he is definitely not something you can capture. Get up, I'm afraid you are not his opponent, if you really provoke him in the past, you are just looking for shame. Yao Qing thought for a while with embarrassment, and found that this was indeed the case, and couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. Hua Yumeng looked at Sha Jingwu with a wry smile and said, this one doesn't work, so let's talk about the second one, Uncle Sha. Sha Jingwu sighed. I knew the president would not agree to this. How could Sha Jingwu not know Hua Yumeng's temperament? A pair of born with a warm heart, who can stand up for Yongkai outside the city gate, how can he hand over Yongkai at this moment, and let Purple Star City deal with it? If she really did this, it wouldn't be Hua Yumeng. Since the first option is not good, then we can only choose the second option to avoid disaster. Sha Jingwu said in a deep voice, and asked the president to bring some people and leave the Chamber of Commerce quickly. This place will be handed over to the old man. Hua Yumeng was shocked when she heard the words, and said in amazement, Uncle Sha, this is. Since something happened, someone must take the responsibility. It is impossible for Purple Star City to let it go. In fact, we shouldn't have entered the city just now, but left directly. I'm afraid Ida is difficult as going to the sky if you want to leave at this moment. But for the current plan, only a strong man cuts off his wrist. I am not talented, and I have been taken care of by the president for many years, and I am willing to work hard for the president. Sha Jingwu stood up, his short body straight and straight, with an attitude of devoting oneself to death. I'll stay with Uncle Sha. Yao Qing hurriedly got up. I'll stay too. Outside the door, the beautiful woman named Hong Jia walked in slowly, and said in a deep voice. No, Hua Yumeng's complexion changed several times, and she vetoed it. Hee, it's really not good. If you all stay, who can assist the president in the future? I'm afraid that my five-party Chamber of Commerce is really finished, so you all go, bring some valuable materials from the Chamber of Commerce, and let the old man stay alone bear it here. Sha Jingwu smiled slightly, and regarded life and death as nothing. What's more, this old man has some contacts with an adult in Purple Star City. If you ask him, you may be able to avoid the worry of your life. No, Hua Yumeng shook her head and said, if Purple Star City really wants to make an example of others, it is absolutely impossible for me, the president, to not be here. If you want to stay, I will stay, you guys leave. A group of people immediately quarreled in the wing room, and no one could convince anyone. Sha Jingwu patted his thigh anxiously. President, time is running out. If you continue to get entangled with this old man, I'm afraid no one will be able to leave. Do you want this old man to kneel down and beg you? Well, this old man will kneel down and beg you. You. Saying this, she actually knelt down towards Hua Yumeng. Uncle Sha. Hua Yumeng's complexion changed drastically, and she disappeared from the chair in a flash, and the next moment she came in front of Sha Jingwu. Just as she was about to reach out to support Sha Jingwu suddenly raised his hand, and a ball of powdery stuff went straight towards Hua Yumeng. Where did Hua Yumeng think that Sha Jingwu would attack her at this time? I didn't notice it for a while, inhaled a little of the powder, and the next moment, my whole body softened, staring at Sha Jingwu in a daze and said, flowers and rain. Uncle Sha, what are you doing? Yao Qing roared angrily when he saw that the situation was wrong, and rushed forward to Sha Jingwu with a menacing aura. Stop. The beautiful woman named Hongji saw the clue, and with a stride, she blocked Yao Qing and at the same time took Hua Yumeng into her arms. Uncle Sha, you. Although Hua Yumeng was weak all over, she didn't just faint. Sha Jingwu chuckled. Since the president recognizes that it is Huayu Qilin, he must also know the function of this thing. Even if you are a warrior at the third level of returning to the void, the president, you can't use the holy yuan within an hour. While speaking, he yelled, Gao Hong, quickly lead the president to leave the Chamber of Commerce, find a safe and hidden place in the city to hide, and when the limelight passes, find a way to leave Purple Star. The beautiful woman's delicate body was shocked. She looked at Sha Jingwu with tears in her beautiful eyes. She nodded heavily and said, Uncle Sha, don't worry, even if Gao Hong dies, he will protect the president well. Yao Qing, Haitang, you go too. Sha Jingwu turned his head and looked aside again. Yao Qing and the woman in her 20s nodded after hearing the words. Yao Qing, an ordinary man, couldn't help crying at this moment. Uncle Sha, you must take care of yourself. Hee, don't worry, the old man won't die. Sha Jingwu smiled lightly and waved to everyone. Under his urging, Gao Hong picked up Hua Yumeng, rushed out with Yao Qing, Haitang and the mermaids, and prepared to leave the Weifeng Chamber of Commerce, a place of right and wrong. Love and righteousness, people from this small chamber of commerce are quite interesting. Yang Kai sat cross-legged in his room, couldn't help raising his eyebrows, showing approval on his face. Although he was staying in the wing room, he still saw clearly the previous disputes among the members of the five-party Chamber of Commerce. Among these people, Hua Yumeng was the most powerful, with the ability to return to the third layer of the void, and the others people's cultivation levels are not uniform, and with his strength at the second level of the Void King, if he wants to spy, these people can't find it at all. Well, it's a little different from the expected situation. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead. His original intention was to sneak into the Purple Star City quietly, and under the guidance of Zidonglai, steal the things in the Purple Star treasure and it's over. With his current hole cards and strong cultivation base, he is very confident that he can complete this matter without anyone noticing. Even if he is discovered, he can break out of the encirclement. It's just that what happened at the city gate put his plan on hold. He also knew that those who beat Purple Star in Purple Star City would definitely not be able to do good. Although he was not afraid, people like the Weifeng Chamber of Commerce would suffer. So after entering the city, when Hua Yumeng unconsciously invited him to the Weifeng Chamber of Commerce, Yang Kai readily agreed. This disaster was caused by others for their own sake, so I can't turn a blind eye to it. Now that the people from the Weifeng Chamber of Commerce want to escape, I am afraid it is just a dream. Here we come. Yang Kai frowned, his divine sense spread out, and the next moment he noticed that there were a lot of warriors coming from the Chamber of Commerce. After those warriors entered the Chamber of Commerce, they couldn't help but beat up for a while. Many warriors who were buying things in the Chamber of Commerce fleeing in panic, all the guys in the shop were beaten and fell to the ground, howling incessantly. But Gao Hong and the others who had just walked out of the backyard had not had time to escape, and several extremely powerful auras rushed towards them. One of them shouted angrily, "The guard who injured my Purple Star City still wants to escape. Your five-party Chamber of Commerce is simply lawless." After the words fell, he punched forward violently. Gao Hong was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. With her pretty face changed drastically, she quickly turned Hua Yumeng, who was hugged in her arms, behind her, facing the incoming attack with her back. Yao Qing and Haitang also screamed in shock, and hastily sacrificed their secret treasures to defuse the fierce attack. Rumbling. After a loud noise, most of the backyard of the Weifeng Chamber of Commerce was destroyed. Gao Hong, Yao Qing and Haitang flew back one after another. All three of them were spitting blood in midair. Pale and bloodless. Clatter. Countless warriors in armor poured in from the front door, each holding a long spear, and quickly surrounded the backyard. A burly figure stepped forward from the front, with his hands behind his back, and his face was calm and majestic. Lord Bai, Sha Jingwu, who came over after hearing the news, couldn't help but his expression changed drastically when he saw the person coming, and he hurried forward to greet him with his hands clasped. He recognized at a glance that he was Bai Zhengchu, a deputy commander of the Purple Star City Guards. The Guard of Purple Star City is led by a president, Dianfeng, who is a strong man in the Void King realm. He has 8 deputy commanders under his command, all of whom are at the peak of the Void Returning Mirror. They manage the peace of the city and handle various disputes. Bai Zhengchu was one of them. He wouldn't show up for miscellaneous matters at all. This time he brought him to the Weifang Chamber of Commerce because Deacon Min was injured. As soon as this guy came, Sha Jingwu realized that something was wrong. According to the rumors, Bai Zhengchu was the most irritable among the 8 deputy commanders. He killed people like hemp, and all the businesses that he targeted were destroyed. In these years, he served as the deputy commander, and there were at least 80 businesses that were destroyed under his hands. Not only were the shops closed down, but all the personnel in the shops were also wiped out. Sha Jingwu was shaking like he was sifting through the chaff, thinking that the Weifang Chamber of Commerce might really be doomed this time. Get out! Bai Zhengchu didn't even look at him, but just shouted angrily, his voice converging into a threat and vibrating into Sha Jingwu's body, causing him to lie limp on the ground and suffer a secret injury. In the backyard, everyone in the Weifang Chamber of Commerce was ashamed, their eyes covered with despair, and the hostile eyes of the surrounding guards of Purple Star City made them feel like they were falling into an ice cellar. Bai Zhengchu turned his head to look around, and snorted coldly, the 5-party Chamber of Commerce, there is no need for it to exist anymore. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions changed wildly. Bai Zhengchu's words were like a death sentence for the Chamber of Commerce. Hua Yumeng, who was held in Gao Hong's arms, said weakly, Master Bai, there is some misunderstanding on this matter, let me explain to you. Bai Zhengchu turned his gaze to the direction where Hua Yumeng was, and snorted coldly, there is no need to explain, the 5-party Chamber of Commerce will be closed down from today, and all the personnel of the 5-party Chamber of Commerce will be thrown into the Purple Star Cold Prison. Purple Star Cold Prison, Gao Hong exclaimed, the Cold Prison is a well-known existence in Purple Star City. It is a place specially used to detain prisoners, but anyone who enters has never come out alive. Once inside, life would be worse than death. You two are quite pretty. Bai Zhengchu stretched out his hand to touch Hua Yumeng and Gao Hong, and said calmly, how about this, you stay with the brothers for a while, and I will give you a good time, so you don't have to go to the cold prison to suffer. His tone was indifferent, but the words he said made people shudder and shudder. Both Gao Hong and Hua Yumeng's pretty faces turned pale, but the guards who gathered around them laughed lewdly, obviously it wasn't the first time they did this kind of thing. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1843 Get him out. Master Bai, cold sweat dripped down Sha Jingwu's forehead, he forced a smile, stepped forward and cupped his hands and said, Master Bai, the villain Sha Jingwu, I had a relationship with Lord Bai 3 years ago, I don't know do adults still remember the villain? Bai Zhengchu looked at him coldly, which onion are you? Sha Jingwu sneered, your lord forgets things a lot, so naturally he doesn't remember the villain, but the villain has a lot of friendship with Mr. Kong Shengkang who is sitting under the lord's seat. There is a reason for what happened today. Can the lord make progress? Stay in the inner hall for a while, and wait for the villain to report to you in detail. While speaking, Sha Jingwu withdrew the space ring from his hand, and handed it to Bai Zhengchu without a trace. There is all his belongings in the space ring, and almost all of his property is contained in that ring, but he still handed it over without hesitation, because he knows that if the Chamber of Commerce cannot survive this calamity, no matter how much he has things are dying to enjoy. You still know Kong Sheng? Bai Zhengchu looked at Sha Jingwu in surprise. Sha Jingwu nodded and bowed incessantly, this is the luck of the villain. Bai Zhengchu sneered and said, it seems that Kong Sheng, the captain of the guard, doesn't have to do it anymore. Why do you make friends with all the messy guys? As soon as these words came out, Sha Jingwu's face changed drastically. His words dragged the captain of the guard named Kong Sheng into the water, and caused an innocent disaster. After this incident, even if Bai Zhengqiu did not make things difficult for him in the Weifang Chamber of Commerce, I am afraid that Kong Sheng would not let it go. The friendship between him and Kong Sheng is entirely based on Shengjing, which is simply fragile. You are so brave, you dare to bribe the deputy commander in full view. Bai Zhengqiu snorted coldly, reached out and took Sha Jingwu's space ring. Without even looking at it, he threw it directly to the one next to him who came with him. Warrior, the five-party Chamber of Commerce hit people first, flouted the laws of Purple Star City, and bribed the vice commander later. The crime will be added to the third class, and I will take them all. Yes. A group of warriors shouted and surrounded the members of the five-party Chamber of Commerce. In the Chamber of Commerce, except for Hua Yumeng who is a strong void returning third layer, only the woman named Gao Hong is a void returning first layer, and everyone else is at the Saint King realm. If it was intact, she might still be able to fight, but she was weak after being hit by Sha Jingwu's Huayuqi Lin. Although she was conscious, she couldn't use the Holy Yuan, and could only watch her brothers and sisters being captured. Soon, all the members of the five chambers of commerce were taken down, and Sha Jingwu and Yao Qing were even beaten with bruised noses and swollen faces. We didn't hit people, what are you going to do with us? I don't accept it, Yao Qing yelled with his neck stuck. Oh, didn't you guys hit it? So many people outside the city gate saw it, and the guy who hit it was your Weifang Chamber of Commerce. Could it be fake? If we didn't fight, then we didn't fight. Yao Qing gritted his teeth and roared. Master Bai. Gao Hong struggled for a while, then raised his voice and shouted, responding to my lord, the person who beat people is indeed not from our Chamber of Commerce. That person can defeat Deacon Min with one move. I am a small five-party Chamber of Commerce. How can he invite such a master? My lord is wise and powerful, you can't even think of this. Bai Zhengqiu narrowed his eyes, looked at Gao Hong and snorted coldly, are you accusing me of not being able to distinguish right from wrong, and not doing things well? Don't dare. Gao Hong trembled under his pressure, but she still gritted her teeth and said, it's just that if your lord only took innocent people like us, but let the real culprit go free, if Commander Lu finds out about this, I don't know if the road commander thinks it's not good for you, my lord, to not distinguish between right and wrong. Presumptuous. Bai Zhengqiu snarled, with a fierce look on his face. Gao Hong held her spirits up and looked at him. After a while, Bai Zhengqiu smiled. Unexpectedly, there are so many daring guys in this small chamber of commerce, I like it. Well, since you said that the assailant is not from your five-party chamber of commerce, then, where is he? He's still here. Gao Hong couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, and quickly replied. Gao Hong. Hua Yumeng's pretty face changed slightly, and she looked at Gao Hong reproachfully. Gao Hong smiled sadly. The president caused trouble himself, we can't let our chamber of commerce take responsibility. Whether you blame me or not, I have to tell him. While speaking, he stretched out his hand and pressed an acupuncture point on Hua Yumeng's back, immediately making Hua Yumeng speechless and could only stare at her helplessly. The assailant is still in your chamber of commerce, how dare you say that he is not one of yours? Bai Zhengqiu looked at Gao Hong with a sneer, are you an idiot for being the deputy commander? Gao Hong said in a deep voice. It is precisely because she is not a member of our Chamber of Commerce that the little girl tried to stabilize it and wait for the arrival of the adults, so that the adults can catch the real culprit. Smart teeth. Bai Zhengqiu smiled slightly, seemingly satisfied with the answer. Okay, since that's the case, you lead the way, and I want to see which bastard dares to be presumptuous in my Purple Star City. My lord, please. Gao Hong stretched out her hand to signal, and immediately led the way. Even if she was leading the way, she did not put down Hua Yumeng, who was covered in softness, but stretched it horizontally and hugged it in her arms. She narrowed her eyes and looked towards the wing room where Yang Kai was, her expression constantly changing, and after a while, her beautiful eyes became firm, as if she had made up her mind, one hand quietly lowered, her fingers moved lightly and swayed regularly a few times. Sha Jingwu, who was following behind, took a look and couldn't help but become awe-inspiring. After a while, under the leadership of Gao Hong, a group of people crowded outside the room where Yang Kai was. My lord, that man is inside. If your lord doesn't believe me, just tell him to come out and confront him face to face, and then you will know whether what I said before is true or not. Gao Hong stood aside, pointed to the wing room and said. Bai Zhengqiu ignored her, but squinted at the wing room, and glanced inward with his divine sense. He did feel that there was a person's aura inside, but when he wanted to spy on the opponent's cultivation level, he found that his divine sense had no effect at all, and actually penetrated through the opponent's body, like a stone sinking into the sea. This discovery made Bai Zhengchu startled, realizing that the opponent's strength might not be low. After all, he is the one who can injure Deacon Min with one blow, even if his strength is weak, he can't do that. So he didn't dare to be too presumptuous, and quickly took back his divine sense, but this place is Purple Star City. As the deputy commander, he is used to being arrogant and domineering, so he didn't take Yang Kai too seriously, and shouted loudly said, "Who is your excellency who dares to hurt people in Purple Star City? Why don't you show up quickly?" There was a sound, and there was no movement in the wing room. Bai Zhengchu's face suddenly became a little uneasy, and he sneered and said, "Friend, if you are sensible, come out by yourself. I don't care what your background is, and I don't care what your cultivation level is. Those who dare to act recklessly in Purple Star City will have no good end. If you cooperate obediently, there may be a glimmer of hope, otherwise." He waited for a while with a sullen face, but he still didn't get a reply. He couldn't help feeling a little annoyed, and said furiously, pretending to be a ghost, "Wait until my deputy commander throws you into the cold prison, and see if you can continue to be so arrogant." As he said that, he stretched out his hand and pointed to 5 or 6 warriors beside him and said, "Go in and catch him out for me." Those 5 or 6 warriors were not fools, they knew that the people in the room might not be easy to mess with, but they didn't dare to disobey Bai Zhengchu's order, so they could only bite the bullet and rush in. I thought there would be some movement inside, and at worst there would be some fighting sounds, but to everyone's surprise, after the 5 or 6 people entered the room, it seemed as if they disappeared out of thin air, and there was no sound at all. If it wasn't for their vigor and breath, everyone would have thought they had disappeared. Bai Zhengchu's face became more serious. Several people from the 5-party Chamber of Commerce also looked at each other in blank dismay, not knowing what happened inside. At this moment, several figures flew out from inside, and fell to the ground one by one, motionless. It was the warriors who rushed in just now. Everyone looked peaceful, as if they were asleep. On the surface, they were not hurt at all. There was even a smile on the corner of one guy's mouth, and he didn't know what he dreamed of. Good thing. Hiss a euro. Bai Zhengchu took a deep breath. These warriors are all at the level of the Void Return Mirror. Although they are only at the first level of Void Return, they are not the ones who can be controlled casually. Even if he does it himself, it is impossible to this extent. Who the hell is the guy in this house? Bai Zhengchu's heart was pounding. But as one of the 8 deputy commanders of Purple Star City, he couldn't show weakness in this situation. His face changed for a while, and he said, "Follow me." Quote, if he can't take down the troublemaker today, he doesn't have to be the deputy commander. At this moment, he can only secretly pray that the other party is not in the Void King realm, otherwise, they have no chance of winning at all. A group of people crashed into the house. This fall was no longer silent, but immediately there were sounds of fighting and exclamations, and then one after another warriors flew out of the room and fell to the ground, howling miserably. In the blink of an eye, all the people who rushed in were thrown out, only Bai Zhengchu was left inside, but from his screams, it could be heard that he was in a very bad situation. "It's now." Gao Hong, who had been watching coldly, suddenly yelled, and rushed up to the sky with Hua Yumeng in her arms. Sha Jingwu, who had already understood it, also yelled, "Let's go." Yao Qing and Haitang didn't realize it until now. They followed the pace of Sha Jingwu and Gao Hong, wanting to take advantage of the chaos and escape from this place. But they just flew up to the position of 10 feet away, when a terrifying aura came from head-on. The aura was suppressed like a thick quilt. Gao Hong and the others didn't notice it for a while, they all stopped and were directly caught. Pressed back. A layer of ripples flashed across the air, and at the very center of the ripples, a ghostly figure appeared. To be continued, this text is provided by the Dawn Update Group at haha22135508. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1844. The Pinnacle of Martial Arts. Chapter 1844. That person doesn't know when he came here, just like he has been there all the time. This person is wearing a treasure armor that exudes strong fluctuations, a long spear on his shoulders, and a jade crown on his head. He looks majestic, like a general who is swaying and looking down on the battlefield. The breath emanating from his body made everyone suffocate. With only his own aura, he pushed back a group of people from the Weifang Chamber of Commerce, and even suffered secret injuries, but his attention was not on Gao Hong and the others, but stared at the wing where Yang Kai was with a solemn expression. Void King Realm. Gao Hong turned pale and exclaimed. The aura on the opponent's body was not concealed, and it was clearly the aura only in the Void King Realm. This discovery made her heart sink to the bottom of the valley, and she realized that this time the Chamber of Commerce was probably really doomed. Ah! A scream came out, and Bai Zhengchu flew out of the room like a rag sack. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen, much more miserable than Sha Jingwu and Yao Qing. His face was swollen like a pig's head. It looked extremely funny. You rubbish, dare to disturb this seat's Qingshou, you really deserve to die. Yang Kai's dissatisfied voice came from inside the room, extremely arrogant. Although Bai Zhengchu was beaten badly, he didn't have any fear of his life. After hearing Yang Kai's words, he shuddered and hurriedly got up from the ground. Just as he was about to escape from this place, a cold snort came from the sky. Bai Zhengchu's body froze, and he looked up, just in time to see the warrior who looked like a general looking at him coldly, with a look of dissatisfaction. His expression changed drastically, but he soon became overjoyed again, and rushed towards the man, shouting, "Master Commander, the villain has seen Mr. Commander, please ask Mr. Commander to be the master for us." In this room there was a bastard who dared to hurt people at the gate of the city. The villain heard the news and wanted to punish him. Instead of cooperating, he actually attacked again. The villain is not good at learning skills and is not an opponent. Please praise me the prestige of the Star City. Understood. The warrior dressed as a general snorted coldly, waved his hand and said, "You should step back, this person is at the Void King realm, of course you are no match." Shu King realm. Bai Zhengchu bit his tongue with a look of astonishment on his face. Although he had already guessed, but when he heard the words from the leader himself, he was still a little scared. He had actually fought against a Void King realm just now. Moreover, he retreated completely, and did not disappear. Thinking of this, he couldn't help feeling complacent. And the group of people from the Weifang Chamber of Commerce were also stunned. Hua Yumeng, who was held in Gao Hong's arms, widened her beautiful eyes, as if she couldn't believe her ears. Oh my god, that young man is actually a Void King realm. He doesn't look too old, does he? How could he be a Void King realm powerhouse? When I thought about it, I actually stood up for him at the city gate. Hua Yumeng couldn't help but her cheeks felt hot. They are all Void King realm powerhouses. She actually speaks for him blindly, stands up for him. If he hadn't stepped in at that time, given his cultivation level, the city gate guard and Deacon Min might not dare to provoke him. After all, wherever the Void King realm is placed, there is a strong side, and Zixing will not offend in vain. On the contrary, it was because I overestimated my abilities and made things more troublesome. Think here. Hua Yumeng was very embarrassed. On the contrary, Gao Hong was looking at the side room excitedly and expectantly. She knew that whether the Chamber of Commerce could escape this time would depend on whether the person in the room was tough enough. Her original plan was to lure Bai Zhengchu and others to Yang Kai, and use Yang Kai's hand to deal with them. Yang Kai was able to injure Deacon Min with one move, obviously his strength is not low. Bai Zhengchu and Deacon Min are both at the Void Return third layer. Since Yang Kai can injure Deacon Min, it is definitely not a problem to deal with Bai Zhengchu. If these two parties fight, no matter who wins or loses, it will be a chance for them to escape. That's why she confessed to Yang Kai, and on the way here, she secretly gave Sha Jingwu a secret signal, and Sha Jingwu also understood. It's a pity that although her plan was good, another strong man was killed out of nowhere, cutting off their hope of escaping. This person, Gao Hong quietly looked at the warrior dressed as a general, combined with Bai Zhengchu's address just now, suddenly understood the identity of the other party. The commander of the Purple Star City Guard Sayuro, Lu Tianfeng. Finally, a decent guy came. In the room, Yang Kai still had a superior tone, as if he didn't pay attention to Lu Tianfeng at all. Hearing this, a trace of displeasure flashed across Lu Tianfeng's face, and he snorted coldly, a little more decent. Your Excellency is quite serious. It's not small, you'll know if you try it. Yang Kai chuckled. Who is my friend? Why do you act like this in Purple Star City? Lu Tianfeng frowned. Unexpectedly he didn't get angry, but asked cautiously. It is obvious that the other party is not stupid if he can cultivate to the Void King realm. Since he knows that this is Purple Star City, he still dares to be presumptuous and doesn't take himself seriously at all, so he undoubtedly has strong strength or a strong backing. As the commander of the guards, how could Lu Tianfeng not have thought of this? So his demeanor could not help becoming vigilant. If you want to know who I am, just roll down and talk to me. Aren't you tired from standing so high? Lu Tianfeng's face turned cold. Are you provoking Lu? What? Commander Lu doesn't have the guts. What a joke. Lu Tianfeng laughed loudly. You can't see such a naive trick as a commander. But, since you are so confident, then the commander really wants to see who you are. If you are which way does not have long-sighted ghosts and snakes, hee, then don't blame Lu for being rude to you. Saying so, he swung the spear in his hand, exuding a monstrous aura, and walked down step by step. Everyone held their breath, not daring to take a breath, and stared wide-eyed at the possible storm. After all, this was a conflict between two Void King realm powerhouses. Who has ever seen it? Not long after, Lu Tianfeng came to the door of the room. He was bold enough to push the door open and enter. There was a creak, the door closed again. The house is quiet, and the needles can be heard outside. There was no sound of fighting, not even the sound of arguing. The atmosphere was quite strange. The heavy atmosphere made everyone almost hear the beating of their own hearts. Bai Zhengchu even raised his ears and listened from the side, trying to hear something. Several people from the Weifang Chamber of Commerce looked at me and I looked at you, all of them looked at a loss, and some couldn't understand the current situation. After a full cup of tea, the door was opened again. Lu Tianfeng stepped out with a dignified expression, turned around under the watchful eyes of everyone, carefully closed the door again, and bowed at the same time. In that case, my lord, you should go to bed early, and come to visit your lord tomorrow. No need, I like to be quieter. Yang Kai's voice came from inside the room. Yes, Lu Tianfeng replied respectfully. Well, let's go back first. By the way, the backyard of the Weifang Chamber of Commerce was destroyed by your subordinates. My lord, don't worry, I will give you a satisfactory explanation. Lu Tianfeng said in a deep voice. People were also injured, I will deal with it seriously. So good. There was no more sound coming from the room. Lu Tianfeng turned around on the spot with a solemn expression. Everyone opened their mouths wide, with incredible expressions on their faces. What is this scenario? The well-known Violet Star City Guard Commander Lu Tianfeng, a big man who is rampant, is so respectful and obedient to that person in the room. What is the origin of that person? A group of people from the Weifang Chamber of Commerce could hardly think, and Yao Qing, a bald man, rubbed his eyes desperately, wondering if he was hallucinating because of his injury. Commander, Master Commander. Bai Zhengchu went up to meet him, nodding and bowing for a while. Lu Tianfeng looked at him coldly. That cold gaze made Bai Zhengchu's head shrink, and secretly felt something was wrong. I'll settle the score with you later. Lu Tianfeng gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. Bai Zhengchu's head buzzed and he was completely stunned. Dare to ask, who is in charge of this place? Lu Tianfeng turned his face and put on a friendly smile, and smiled at Gao Hong and others, with a hint of flattery in that smile. All the members of the Weifang Chamber of Commerce felt that their brains were not enough, and they were all dumbfounded, unable to react. It wasn't until Lu Tianfeng asked patiently again that Gao Hong's delicate body shook, and she put down Hua Yumeng, who had been in her arms all this time, and let her lean on her shoulder, saying, "This is the president of our Chamber of Commerce. Commander Lu, what advice do you have?" Don't dare to take it. Lu Tianfeng rubbed his hands. The secret treasure of the long spear that he held in his hand before was taken back at some point. He looked at Hua Yumeng with a smile and asked in a low voice, "Dare to ask this, what's your name, madam?" Hua Yumeng replied softly, "My concubine is Hua Yumeng, the commander-in-chief can just call me by my name. My lord, forgive me, I am inconvenient now and cannot salute." It turns out to be President Hua, who has admired his name for a long time. Lu Tianfeng had a surprised expression on his face, as if he was really impressed by Hua Yumeng's name, making the latter dizzy for a while, but Lu Tianfeng didn't notice it at all. Still smiling authentically, President Hua, 5-party Chamber of Commerce. Bai Zhengchu hastily reminded from the side. Well, I have heard a lot about Mr. Lu of the Weifang Chamber of Commerce of President Hua. He does business honestly, and he is a model for all chambers of commerce. I saw it today, and it really lives up to its reputation, ha ha ha. A bunch of compliments that cost no money. Yumeng's face turned red with the flowers she held. The expressions of Gao Hong and the others were also extremely unnatural. They are naturally very clear about the situation of their own Chamber of Commerce. The 5-party Chamber of Commerce is alone, with little business and not many warriors. There are not 10,000 or 8,000 such chambers in the entire Purple Star City. What kind of person is Lu Tianfeng? That is the high-ranking guard commander. How could he know the situation of the Chamber of Commerce so clearly? When the big cap of the model of the Chamber of Commerce was buckled, everyone felt heavy, and they could hardly lift their necks. But everyone knew that the change in Lu Tianfeng's attitude was all related to the young man in the room. Previous chapter. Table of contents. Next chapter. Guess you like more. Great dominate. Silkworm potatoes. 379,269. People read, Martial Arts World, Cow in Cocoon. 95,828. People read, Demon God, I'm ugly to the bottom of my soul. 6,950. People read, Nirvana, Be Deeply Grieved. 4,688. People read, Bright Era, Blood Red. 2,881. People read, Original page user feedback transcoding statement. Public number. Novel Slag Group. Chapter 1845 Purple Star Order. In the backyard of the Weifang Chamber of Commerce, Hua Yumeng, Gao Hong and others looked shocked. Compared with Lu Tianfeng's groveling, they were more concerned about Yang Kai's identity, become so big. They didn't listen to a word of Lu Tianfeng's bragging, they just felt their heads buzzing. I had some misunderstandings just now. It seems that Lu's stupid subordinates have heard the rumors from nowhere. They mistakenly think that there are troublemakers here, and they come to arrest them regardless of the reason. They have caused varying degrees of losses to the personnel and property of your Chamber of Commerce. President Hua, don't worry, since Lu is the commander of the guards, he will definitely not tolerate sand in his eyes. This matter must be dealt with seriously by Lu, and give President Hua a satisfactory explanation. Lu Tianfeng looked solemn, patted his chest and assured. Hua Yumeng smiled forcefully, it's not entirely the fault of Deputy Commander Bai and the others, we are also somewhat responsible. Hearing what she said, Bai Zhengchu's eyes were filled with hot tears, and he stared at Hua Yumeng eagerly, with a look of being so grateful that he was about to die. Really? Lu Tianfeng raised his eyebrows, glanced at the wing room cautiously, and said in a calm manner, since President Hua is so reasonable. HMPH. There was a cold snort immediately in the wing room. Lu Tianfeng straightened his expression, and said sharply, even if President Hua is so reasonable, they should be punished for making mistakes. As a member of the Zixing City Guards, if they can't strictly enforce their own laws, then what kind of guards are they? If there is a small matter and they rush in, smash and hurt people, will the thousands of chambers of commerce in Purple Star City still be open for business? Vice Commander Bai, what do you think? Why didn't Bai Zhengchu know that he had kicked the iron plate this time? He came forward with a mournful face, bowed and said, this subordinate is not good at doing things this time, please be punished by the commander, and please be generous with President Hua, and don't have any experience with Bai. Hua Yumeng turned sideways quickly, saying that she didn't dare. Lu Tianfeng said righteously, you have eyes but no eyes. If you offend President Hua in the Weifang Chamber of Commerce, Lu will punish you to go to the cold prison to face the wall for a month. Can you accept it? Cold prison. Bai Zhengchu shuddered and his face turned pale. Just now he said that he would throw Sha Jingwu and others into the cold prison, but he didn't want this fate to be imposed on him in a blink of an eye. As one of the 8 deputy commanders, how could he not understand the horror of the cold prison? It is naturally icy there. No matter how high your cultivation level is, once you are imprisoned, your saint essence will be frozen. It's cold. But without the protection of Shengyuan, how many warriors can resist it? 1 month, this is simply the time leading to the gate of hell. Lu Tianfeng glared angrily at him when he didn't answer for a long time. Accept, I'll be convinced. Bai Zhengchu shrank his neck and nodded repeatedly. It's good to be convinced, this is just a punishment for you beating people, and the builder's goods that destroyed the 5-party Chamber of Commerce. How about this, hand over all your space rings. Lu Tianfeng said so, who would dare to resist? One by one, like dead parents, they took off the space rings on their fingers and handed them to Lu Tianfeng. Lu Tianfeng chuckled, handed a ring to Hua Yumeng, and said, President Hua, please be generous with Mrs. Hua, don't be familiar with these idiots, this is their compensation for your medical expenses. Master Lu, Hua Yumeng was completely stunned, facing the dazzling array of space rings, she didn't know what to do, and she was at a loss for a while. President Hua, please don't refuse. Lu Tianfeng looked solemnly, looking at Hua Yumeng pleadingly. The person in the side room was still looking at him. If this matter was not handled well, he might not have to do it as the commander of the guards. Sha Jingwu stepped forward at this time. With a chuckle, he bowed to Lu Tianfeng and clasped his fists and said, since Commander Lu himself upholds justice, the 5 chambers of commerce will naturally cooperate fully. Thank you Commander Lu, Commander Gao Yi, the servants admire. It's easy to say. Lu Tianfeng took the opportunity to stuff a space ring into Hua Yumeng's hand, and quietly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, thinking that this matter is finally completed. Although it is not perfect, it is still good, stated his position. What are you still standing here for? Why don't you go to the cold prison and receive your punishment? Lu Tianfeng yelled at Bai Zhengchu and the others again. Yes, yes, Bai Zhengchu and the others scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing from this hellish place that terrified them. After all these subordinates disappeared, Lu Tianfeng turned around, cupped his fists at the side room, and said with a smile, "My lord, are you satisfied with what has happened?" Yang Kai's voice quickly came from inside the room. Commander Lu was joking, maintaining the peace of the city, rewarding the good and punishing the evil is the commander's duty. As long as you are satisfied with it, what does it have to do with me? Hearing this, Lu Tianfeng breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the other party would not pursue today's matter anymore. He leaned forward and said, "My lord taught me that Lu Mo will leave. My lord, rest well." After finishing speaking, he nodded friendlily at Hua Yumeng and the others, and then walked out calmly. Hua Yumeng, Gao Hong, Sha Jingwu, Yao Qinghaitang and others were still standing there stupidly. Everyone's expressions were extremely weird, recalling the scenes that happened in front of them just now. Everyone felt so unreal, it was like being in a dream. After a long time, Hua Yumeng let out a muffled snort, and exhaled fiercely, and that breath was mixed with a wisp of pink mist, which was exactly Yu Qilin who was forced out of her body by her. "President, are you okay?" Gao Hong looked at her quickly and asked. Hua Yumeng shook her head. She was the safest in the conflict with Bai Zhengchu and others just now, and the others all suffered injuries to varying degrees. "President, we are now." Gao Hong glanced in the direction of Yang Kai. Hua Yumeng shook her head slowly, and said, "Uncle Sha, go and close the door of the business. It will be temporarily closed for the next 5 days. Let the brothers rest for a few days. If there are injured brothers, give enough medical expenses. These rings, well, let Uncle Sha handle it." Quote, "Yes," Sha Jingwu answered while taking the rings. "Yao Qing, Haitang, you two go help." Hua Yumeng shouted to the side again. Oh, hearing that, Haitang obediently followed out, but Yao Qing looked angrily at the wing and said angrily, "I want." "What do you want?" Gao Hong stared and interrupted him, "Get out of here." Yao Qing rolled his eyes involuntarily, murmured about something, and left angrily. In a blink of an eye, only Gao Hong and Hua Yumeng were left. The two women looked at each other, and they both saw the hesitation in each other's eyes. The two of them seemed to be communicating with each other with their spiritual thoughts. After a while, Hua Yumeng sighed and said, "Thank you for your help today. President Hua is too polite, it's just a matter of little effort." Yang Kai smiled lightly. He could hear some awe and coldness from Hua Yumeng's tone, which was expected, so he didn't care too much. "I'm tired today, so I won't disturb your lord's rest. I'll come to visit you tomorrow," Hua Yumeng said softly. "It's okay, President Hua, hurry up, I'll do as I please." Hua Yumeng nodded, winked at Gao Hong, and the two girls withdrew one after another. In the side room, Yang Kai had a helpless smile on his face, played with a token in his hand, and said to himself, "I didn't expect this thing to be quite useful, even people like Lu Tianfeng saw it, it's like a mouse seeing a cat." Same. Lu Tianfeng is a first-order Void King warrior. Even if Yang Kai could subdue him by force, he wouldn't be so respectful. All the reasons are on this token. Of course, this is my Purple Star Order. Those who hold this order are equal to the 3 elders of my Purple Star. Lu Tianfeng is only at the level of a guard commander. How dare he act presumptuously in front of the order holder? A voice came from the side. It was Zidonglai, and at this moment his soul body appeared on the fixed soul bowl, and was placed aside by Yang Kai. "How much does this statue make your Purple Star send out?" Yang Kai asked. Zidonglai thought for a while, and replied, "As far as I know, only 2 pieces were sent out, both of which are held by the Void King's 2nd-level powerhouse. This decree not only represents status, but can even be used and to a certain extent, the resource personnel of our Purple Star will be mobilized, so those who have not made great contributions to our Purple Star will never be released." "So that's the case." Yang Kai nodded slightly, understanding the preciousness of this order. He also found this thing from Zilong's space ring. Although the materials used to make it were rare, he never took it seriously and didn't use it until today. He also had no other choice. His original plan was to act secretly, steal the Star Emperor token and leave Zixing, but with Hua Yumeng and the Weifang Chamber of Commerce, he could no longer proceed according to the original plan. Although he is not afraid of Lu Tianfeng's arrival, this is Purple Star City after all. If he really wants to fight with Lu Tianfeng, he will only attract stronger opponents. So he asked Zidonglai how to deal with the situation in front of him. Zidonglai strongly recommends him to use Zunling. After a try, it really worked wonders. Lu Tianfeng came in aggressively, bowed his knees and left, and it didn't take Yang Kai a single move to perfectly solve today's matter. But in this way, I am afraid that Zixing will pay attention to him immediately, which will increase the difficulty of stealing the Star Emperor token. Yang Kai secretly has a headache, and the current plan can only be taken one step at a time. Thinking of this, Yang Kai looked at Zidong and said, "Tell me about the situation on Zixing's side, what kind of strong people there are, and whether there are any internal disputes." Although Zidonglai was very reluctant, but his soul was pinched in Yang Kai's hands, and he didn't dare to resist, so he honestly explained many things about Zixing to Yang Kai. Yang Kai wrote it down carefully, because it might be useful at any time, and he would ask questions when he encountered a critical point, and Zidonglai knew everything without saying anything. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at +or- a degree a diaresis eft. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1846. I am very satisfied. The next day, early morning. Hua Yumeng came outside the room as promised, holding a tray with several bunches of spiritual fruits in her hand. The spiritual fruit is not an ordinary thing at first glance, it exudes a strong spiritual energy, and the fragrance is tangy. Obviously it is a treasure that warriors can also have great benefits when taking it. She was standing outside the door, hesitating what to say, when the door opened and Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the opposite side, smiling at her. "I've met my lord before." Hua Yumeng quickly solemnly bowed. "President Hua is too polite, please come in." Yang Kai stretched out his hand to signal. "Disturb." Hua Yumeng walked in while talking, put down the things in her hands, and said, "The place is simple, I have prepared some food for adults, I hope adults don't dislike it." Quote. Jade blood exquisite fruit. Yang Kai glanced at the bunch of amethyst grape-like fruits on the plate, slightly surprised, then nodded and said, "President Hua is bothering you. As long as adults like it." Hua Yumeng accompanied Xiaoxin, standing aside, looking a little reserved and uneasy. After all, until now, she has not figured out who the other party is, what is his identity, why even a big man like Lu Tianfeng is so afraid of him, what happened yesterday in any chamber of commerce. I am afraid it will be a disaster, but here, not only was the five-party chamber of commerce safe and sound, but they also received a lot of compensation, and even Lu Tianfeng personally apologized. This is not something that ordinary power can do. This young man's background is so big that people can't even imagine it. How dare Hua Yumeng be careless? What troubled Hua Yumeng the most was that she didn't even know the other party's name. "President Hua, sit down, there is no need to be so formal." Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. "In front of my lord, I don't dare to be presumptuous." Hua Yumeng pursed her red lips, smiled nervously, and stood still. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead, thought for a while, and said solemnly, "President Hua, are you blaming me?" Hua Yumeng's pretty face changed, and she quickly waved her hand and said, "Why did you say that, my lord? If it wasn't for your help to turn the tide yesterday, my Wufang Chamber of Commerce would have been destroyed, and all brothers and sisters would not escape death. I am so grateful for your life-saving concubine. Dare to blame? Hee, I hid my strength and identity, came to you for no reason and caused such a disaster for you. Don't you have any complaints from President Hua?" Hua Yumeng's black eyebrows were slightly condensed, as if she was speechless, as if Yang Kai had said what was on her mind. "Not only Guild President Hua, but even those friends may have some opinions on me, right? They just dare not show it." Yang Kai laughed. Hua Yumeng forced a smile and said, "My lord, there is an old saying that gods fight, mortals who suffer from concubines and the Wufang Chamber of Commerce are just a tiny force in this world, any waves are enough to smash us to pieces, and we will never recover." Quote. As she spoke, she seemed to muster up a bit of courage, and she said clearly, "I am really grateful to you for what happened yesterday, but I dare not experience such a thing again. And the concubine is also short-sighted, it is really unexpected. My five-party chamber of commerce, is there any place that can attract adults to stop here? With the identity and strength of an adult, I am afraid that I can go anywhere in Purple Star City, right?" "Indeed." Yang Kai nodded, "But if I left yesterday, you will definitely suffer, so I choose to stay. President Hua is at the entrance of the city gate to help me, so naturally I can't get out of the matter. Let's go." Hua Yumeng was startled and slightly nodded. Yang Kai laughed. "Let's get to know each other again. Yang Kai's hiding his strength is just a matter of convenience, because I can't go anywhere and shout that I am a Void King realm, right? That would be too ostentatious. As for the identity, it is inconvenient for me to say more. President Hua, please understand." Hua Yumeng said, "Your Excellency must have some unavoidable difficulties." "That's right, but you don't have to pay too much attention to it. My identity yesterday can be real or fake. You'd better treat me as an ordinary Void King realm. Hua Yumeng frowned, a little dazed, but seeing Yang Kai's sincere expression, she didn't think about it. After all, with the strength of the other party, she really couldn't lie to herself, and said seriously, I am wrong to blame the Lord, please don't worry about it, my lord. Don't talk about one adult, I'm not used to it, I just want to let President Hua know that I have no intention of coming here, it's just a coincidence and I don't have any intentions for your five-party Chamber of Commerce. Yang Kai looked sincerely, blooming Yumeng. I believe it. Seeing him so confiding, Hua Yumeng believed it all, hesitatingly said, it's just that if I don't address you as an adult, how should I call you? Senior. Yang Kai coughed lightly, just the name. I don't dare. Hua Yumeng waved her hands quickly. Forget it, it's up to you. Yang Kai didn't want to get entangled in this issue, and pushed the fruit plate back, saying, this jade blood exquisite fruit is of no use to me, it's just refreshing, but President Hua, if you accept it, you will be able to purify the Saint Yuan, so take it back. Hua Yumeng's face was filled with joy, she looked at Yang Kai gratefully and said, thank you, my lord. This plate of spiritual fruit was also bought by her at a high price, it is extremely rare, if it is not for Yang Kai's identity and strength, how could Hua Yumeng do this? She is always the president of the family who is diligent and supportive, it is not like this at all waste. Well, someone is looking for you outside. Yang Kai's expression changed, and he glanced outside. Hua Yumeng looked back and found that there was no one else outside the door, and when she was about to inquire, she suddenly found a figure walking over in a hurry, it was Gao Hong. There was still a look of surprise on Gao Hong's face, as if something good had happened. My lord, wait for a moment, I will come as soon as I go. Hua Yumeng said, and hurriedly retreated. When we got outside, when we met Gao Hong, the two girls whispered something. After a while, Hua Yumeng looked startled, and asked urgently, really? Gao Hong nodded solemnly, and Hua Yumeng said pleasantly, come out with me and have a look. After finishing speaking, he hurried towards the layman. A moment later, Hua Yumeng appeared neatly dressed in the store of Weifang Commercial Bank. At this moment, Sha Jingwu, Haitang, Yao Qing and others were waiting quietly in the store. Besides them, there was also a group of warriors in armor. Under the leadership of a white-faced man, he was standing in the shop, waiting in awe. Seeing their attire, one could tell that they were the guards of Purple Star City, and they were the same people as yesterday's by Zhengchu and Lu Tianfeng. After seeing Hua Yumeng, the leading white-faced man hurriedly clasped his fists and said respectfully, I think this is the famous President Hua of the Weifang Chamber of Commerce. Hua Yumeng was startled, and hurriedly returned the courtesy. I dare not be, my concubine, Hua you dreamed about this lord. President Hua, you're being polite. The white-faced burly man looked amiable, let me introduce myself, Ku Zheng, the vice commander of Zixing City. Commander Ku's name has been heard for a long time, but I don't know why Commander Ku came to our Chamber of Commerce today. Although he had received some information from Gao Hong just now, he was not sure, so Hua Yumeng asked. Ku came here this time under the order of Mr. Lu to give these things to President Hua. Saying this, he took out a jade box from the space ring and handed it out respectfully. With a solemn expression, Hua Yumeng reached out to take the jade box. Opening the jade box, a lot of animal skin papers were neatly placed inside, and when she took out one, Hua Yumeng exclaimed, the title deed. What? Sha Jingwu and the others also trembled, and even Gao Hong opened his mouth wide. Although this song said that there was a good thing to be handed over to the Weifang Chamber of Commerce when he came just now, he didn't explain what it was. After seeing the land deed at this moment, everyone finally understood. So many land deeds. Hua Yumeng was completely stunned, and took out those land deeds one by one. There were more than 30 land deeds, and each one represented the ownership of a shop. Hee, President Hua made me laugh. These land deeds cover all the shops on the Tenglong Avenue where the Weifang Chamber of Commerce is located. Ku Zheng explained with a smile. Master Lu said that although the Weifang Chamber of Commerce is small, it has always been operating with integrity. It has made great contributions to the development of Purple Star City, and is a model for thousands of merchants, and these land deeds are specially given as a commendation, and I hope that all merchants will follow your example and follow suit. This. Hua Yumeng's tender body trembled slightly, she couldn't believe it was true, she just felt that the land deeds in her hands were so heavy, almost crushing her whole body. President Hua, please don't refuse. Ku Zheng stretched out his hand, interrupted her, and said solemnly, Ku also came here by order, if President Hua refuses, then I am afraid that Ku will not be able to return this time. He is about to be thrown into the cold prison and punished, I heard that President Hua is kind-hearted, warm-hearted, and the most helpful. Please don't a euro T make things difficult for Ku. A euro. Hua Yumeng looked at Ku Zheng, dumbfounded. Ku Zheng immediately hit the snake on the stick, and said with a smile, if that's the case, then even if President Hua accepts it, Ku can go back and return to life with peace of mind. What should I do? Hua Yumeng, who is usually courageous and wise, is also confused at the moment, not knowing how to deal with the scene in front of her. She was stunned for a while before saying, Uncle Sha, quickly prepare some small gifts, everyone the adults have worked hard and worked hard. She also knew that it was impossible for the other party to return these land deeds when the other party said so much. Uncle Sha responded and hurriedly started to prepare. Ku Zheng was taken aback, and said in amazement, President Hua, don't do this, I'm just doing what I'm supposed to do, how dare I accept the benefits? President Hua said so, but it's too much for me to wait. The other guards also looked pale, as if Sha Jingwu's gift was like a scourge, and they couldn't avoid it. Ku Zheng stood there anxiously, wiping the cold sweat off his forehead vigorously, looking towards the backyard of the Chamber of Commerce from time to time. After a while, he heard a voice in his ears. Okay, go back and tell Lu Tianfeng that he handled it well this time, and I am very satisfied. Only then did Ku Zheng feel as if he had been pardoned. He cupped his fists in that direction, bowed and said, thank you, sir. Saying this, he quickly stepped back, and said to Hua Yumeng, let me take my leave, President Hua stay. As soon as the words fell, the person had already run away, and he could only see his back from a distance. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1847 Sell All. In the five-party Chamber of Commerce, a group of people looked at each other in blank dismay, still in shock and bewilderment but more surprised. President, these title deeds really cover the entire shop on Tenglong Avenue. Gao Hong asked tremblingly. If this is the case, then the value of this box of title deeds is simply inestimable. Under the leadership of Hua Yumeng, the members of the Weifang Chamber of Commerce worked hard for more than 20 years before they bought such a small shop on Tenglong Avenue, and they didn't have any ownership, only 30 years of management rights. Not only do they have to pay a lot of rent every year, but when the time comes, Purple Star City will take this shop back. But now, a whole box of more than 30 land deeds is just held in Hua Yumeng's hands. This means that there are more than 30 shops, and the shops on the whole street are connected together. Any merchant can see huge benefits from them. Gao Hong and the others were so happy that they almost fainted. With trembling hands, Hua Yumeng checked again, looked up at the people who had been paying attention to her, and said in a shy voice, it's true. Ha 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 ha, now our five-party Chamber of Commerce can't do without development. Yao Qing kept patting his bald head, as if he couldn't settle down because he was too excited. His eyes were frighteningly bright, and he was already imagining the future is bright. I have long seen that the Tianyuan commercial firm next door is not happy, and often competes maliciously with us. HMPH, now I see what they are fighting with us, and I will kick them out later. Yes, and that Baodantang, when Haitang and I went there last time, those bastards of Baodantang actually looked down on us and kicked us out. It was really infuriating. In our hands, I want to see if they still dare to hit me, Haitang, and I will go there with me to teach them a lesson. Haitang stood beside her, nodding her head vigorously, obviously holding grudges about what happened last time. A villain will be rampant when he succeeds. Sha Jingwu glared at Yao Qing, who smiled embarrassingly and touched his head in embarrassment, but dared not make any rebuttals. Among the five chambers of commerce, Hua Yumeng had the highest prestige, followed by Sha Jingwu. Yes, as a think tank of the Chamber of Commerce, sometimes his words are more effective than Hua Yumeng. Uncle Sha, look at this matter. Hua Yumeng finally recovered from the huge shock, and looked at Sha Jingwu hesitantly. The latter stroked his beard. He didn't seem too excited, but frowned, pondered for a while, and then softly said to Hua Yumeng, President, the key to this matter is still there. He gestured to the room and continued. Whether it is the attitude and compensation of Commander Liu and others yesterday, or the land deeds today, it is not the ability of our Weifang Chamber of Commerce, and we have no such ability. Since the key is not on us, the President might as well talk more with key people, maybe you can learn something. Hua Yu dreamed for a while, nodded slightly, and said, Everyone, don't make public about today's affairs, the Chamber of Commerce is still closed today, so you can do whatever you want. Saying so, the wind was blowing under his feet, and he hurriedly walked around the backyard. After a while, she returned to the wing room where Yang Kai was. Yang Kai looked at her with a smile, apparently already aware of what happened outside. Hua Yumeng didn't beat around the bush, just took out the jade box, put it on the table in front of Yang Kai, and said, "My lord, this thing is too expensive, I'm afraid the Weifang Chamber of Commerce won't be able to accept it. If I keep it forcibly, I am afraid that it will cause unreasonable disasters, so I ask the adults to deal with this matter." After experiencing the shock and excitement, she also gradually understood that Lu Tianfeng would send someone to send this box of land deeds because of Yang Kai. Lu Tianfeng's attitude towards the five-party Chamber of Commerce may still be submissive and dare not neglect, but if one day the Chamber of Commerce does not have Yang Kai's protection, these more than 30 land deeds will definitely become the beginning of disaster. Everyone is innocent, but he is guilty of carrying jade. In Purple Star City, even in the outer city, title deeds are extremely rare. It is something that only powerful merchants can have. The five-party Chamber of Commerce is too small to be qualified according to anyone. Will Yang Kai always protect the five-party Chamber of Commerce? Hua Yumeng thinks this is impossible. After all, the other party is a Void King Realm strongman, and if he can help himself and others, it is already smoke from the ancestral grave. How can he expect him to protect him for a long time? Yang Kai glanced at her thoughtfully, and said, "Since it's for you, President Hua, just accept it. These things are worthless to me, and it's useless if I take them away." Hua Yumeng smiled wryly, but Yang Kaijong interrupted her words. "It's nothing to worry about, you can accept the things at ease, don't think too much, I will bear all the consequences." Hua Yumeng stared blankly at Yang Kai, as if she could taste some other information from his words. She couldn't help but said gratefully, "Since the Lord said so, I would like to thank the Lord." Although she has a good cultivation, she is also a businessman, and no businessman can refuse this box of land deeds. Yang Kai smiled, and said, "But I want to know, how will President Hua plan to deal with these land deeds?" How to deal with it? Hua Yumeng was stunned for a moment, and immediately said, "I have always had a dream, wanting to hold the land deed of the Weifang Commercial Company in my own hands. But the land in Zixing City is very expensive, and the land deed is too expensive. Our original plan was to spend another 10 years to save enough holy crystals, buy the land deed, and then use this shop as the foundation to develop slowly, from a small chamber of commerce to a large chamber of commerce, without seeking to compete with the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. Shoulder to shoulder, just hope to be bullied everywhere." As she spoke, she let go of her restraint and caution. Her pretty face was rosy with excitement. Like a girl, she was charming and charming. "This is not only my personal dream, but also the dream of Uncle Sha, Sister Hong, Yao Qing and Haitang. We have been working hard for this dream, merchants, wandering around, but who doesn't want to have a stable home? Now this dream has been achieved so easily. With these land deeds, I can transfer the Weifang Chamber of Commerce, expand more than 10 times, and hang the entire Tenglong Avenue on the plaque of our Weifang Chamber of Commerce so that our products can be sold throughout the entire Purple Star City." At the end, she danced and danced for a while. Her beautiful eyes glowed with a strange brilliance, as if a beautiful future picture was unfolding in front of her, and she couldn't control herself for a long time. It wasn't until she realized that Yang Kai was looking at her with a smile on her face that Hua Yumeng was embarrassed. Her face turned red and purple, and said in a low voice, "I made you laugh. Everyone's dream is sacred, why should I laugh at you?" Yang Kai said seriously, "President Hua must have worked hard these years, right? There must be a little bit of hard work, but with brothers and sisters by my side, any hard work is nothing." Hua Yumeng smiled sweetly, making Yang Kai slightly absent-minded. Seemingly aware of the strangeness in Yang Kai's gaze, she quickly lowered her head. A violent heartbeat sounded in her chest. Deep in her heart she felt uneasy, lest Yang Kai would fall in love with her. But after thinking about it, it doesn't seem to be a bad thing to be favored by such a young and promising Xu Wangjing. Although she hasn't been in contact with him for a long time, Hua Yumeng thinks that her ability to judge people is good. Those lofty and haughty Void Kings are very different, not only approachable, but also good-looking. Yingwei's body, tough face. "What are you thinking about?" Hua Yumeng came back to her senses suddenly, wishing she could find a hole in the ground and go down. "Well, President Hua has a comprehensive idea for the future, but I wonder if you can listen to me." Yang Kai naturally didn't know what Hua Yumeng was thinking deep in his heart, so he said to himself, "Your Excellency is the benefactor of the Weifang Chamber of Commerce, so just speak up if you have something to say." Hua Yumeng replied energetically, "Don't keep any of these title deeds, sell them all," Yang Kai said in a deep voice. Ah, Hua Yumeng was stunned. She never thought that what Yang Kai was going to say was this: if she really acted like this, then the future she had just conceived would become a bubble. Not all dreams come true either. Do you believe me? Yang Kai looked at Hua Yumeng sincerely, looking directly into her eyes. Being stared at by this aggressive gaze, Hua Yumeng suddenly panicked. She looked away, and subconsciously nodded. I naturally believe in adults. That's good. I can't say more about the specific reasons. You can't keep these land deeds. It's better to get rid of them as soon as possible. One day you will understand why I let you do this. He came to Purple Star City this time to steal the Star Emperor token, and there must be some conflicts with Purple Star, although Lu Tianfeng deliberately showed his favor because of the existence of the token, so many land deeds were sent to him. But once Yang Kai's purpose is exposed, the five-party Chamber of Commerce will definitely be implicated. At that time, it is absolutely impossible to stay in Purple Star City, and these land deeds will become worthless. It's better to sell all of them now and gather a lot of holy crystals. As long as there is Saint Crystal, do you still worry that the Chamber of Commerce will not develop? Although Hua Yumeng didn't understand why Yang Kai wanted her to do this, but after calming down and thinking about it for a while, she vaguely thought of something. She couldn't help trembling, nodded and said, I understand. Yang Kai looked at her meaningfully, and smiled slightly. President Hua is indeed a smart person. I'm just a girl, and I just obey the adults' instructions. Well, can I ask the adults for one thing? What's the matter? Yang Kai became curious. Can you go out with me? What? Yang Kai frowned. It's like this. Hua Yumeng explained. There are too many of these land deeds. If they really want to sell, I am afraid that the Weifang Chamber of Commerce alone will not be able to sell them for a good price, and there are not too many land deeds. With great ability to operate this matter, I want to hand over these land deeds to Tongtian Auction House and let them publicize the auction on their behalf, so that the profits can be maximized. To be continued. This text is updated by Daybreak the group at ec plus or minus a degree a diaresis eft providis a euro. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1848 Tongtian Auction House. Send it to auction. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. President Hua really has a talent for doing business. Your Excellency laughed at me. Hua Yumeng blushed. No, I just admire it. It is impossible for ordinary people to come up with such a good idea in such a short period of time. Then the Lord agreed. Hua Yumeng looked at Yang Kai in surprise. It's good to go out for a walk. I also want to see the richness of Purple Star City, so I have guild leader Lao Hua as my guide. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Hua Yumeng got up quickly, and said happily, My lord, wait for a moment, I will come as soon as I go. After all, I have to say hello to Uncle Sha and the others about the sale of the land deed. Go, I'll wait for you outside. Yang Kai nodded. After a while, Hua Yumeng came out from the Weifang Chamber of Commerce. Regarding the sale of the more than 30 land deeds, the members of the Chamber of Commerce have different attitudes. Some people, like Hua Yumeng, want to keep all the land deeds and let the Chamber of Commerce develop and grow. After all, this is a rare opportunity, and no one wants to miss it. Some people want to make a compromise, sell half and keep half. In this way, not only will there be enough shops, but there will also be enough Saint Crystals. But in the end, everyone agreed to Hua Yumeng's decision and sold all the land deeds. Although they don't know why Yang Kai suggested to do this, but if avoid King Realm Powerhouse, they still dare not have any disobedience, but in this way, the five-party Chamber of Commerce missed the opportunity to occupy a good location in Purple Star City. It can't help but make people sigh. Hua Yumeng looked around and saw Yang Kai squatting in front of a stall not far away, bargaining with the seller. Is this how Void King Realm Powerhouses actually buy things? Hua Yumeng suddenly felt strange, and walked towards that side, and after a while, the voices of Yang Kai and the seller came to her ears. Brother, my purple copper crystal is a high-quality refining material, but it took me a lot of effort to mine it. Using it to refine tools can definitely refine the top-grade secret treasure of the Holy King. Is it too much to ask for 10,000 high-grade holy crystals? The seller shouted angrily. 10,000 yuan is not low. Yang Kai turned a blind eye and said with a smile. Okay, I'm afraid of you. 80,000 yuan of holy crystal is a one-off price, and I will give it to you. 10,000 yuan. 70,000 is really my bottom line, it can't be lower. 10,000 yuan. Stop teasing me, okay. I'm unlucky to meet an ignorant guy like you. I saw you as a good-looking talent, with a magnificent appearance. I'll save face. 65,000. 10,000 yuan. 60,000. 10,000 yuan. Damn you, which enemy of mine sent me to play with me? Believe it or not, I'll kill you in the blink of an eye. The seller lost his temper after being tormented by Yang Kai, and he pulled out a Holy King level machete with a menacing aura. pointing at Yang Kai and cursing, "There is a stance that he will kill if he dares to make trouble." Yang Kai chuckled, got up quickly, and rushed to the side. Crazy. Seeing him walking away, the seller put away his secret treasure, and said harshly to Yang Kai from a distance, "Don't let me see you again, or I will hit you every time I see you." "My lord." Hua Yumeng appeared beside Yang Kai with a black face. What are you doing?" She couldn't believe what she saw just now. A Void King Realm expert bargained for tens of thousands of Saint Crystals with a Saint King Realm martial artist for half a day. In the end, not only did the business fail, but he was also driven away. Is this still the Void King Realm? Is it really okay for the seller to be so arrogant? If he knew that he was facing a Void King Realm, he didn't know what expression he would have. Experience the people and customs of Purple Star City, and pass the time by the way. Yang Kai explained with a smile, "Well, the temper of Purple Star City warriors is a bit grumpy." Hua Yumeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry, thinking that it would be bad for anyone to be teased by you like that. "Let's go. First go to Tongtian auction house to deal with the land deed." Yang Kai signaled, "You lead the way." Hua Yumeng responded, and obediently led the way. Yang Kai walked around all the way, looking east and west, as if a country bumpkin who had never seen the market came to the big city for the first time. Everything made him feel fresh. Hua Yumeng is really a bit messy. Yang Kai's performance has completely subverted her perception of Void King Realm powerhouses. In her imagination, Void King stage powerhouses should be like Lu Tianfeng, aloof and invincible, but once Yang Kai mixed into the crowd, he was no different from an ordinary warrior, even worse than an ordinary warrior. If he hadn't known him, it's a Void King Realm, and Hua Yumeng couldn't believe it was real. After walking for a while, Hua Yumeng came to a veterinary cart shop and hired a veterinary cart. The beast cart was pulled by two long monsters that looked like horses. The interior of the carriage was spacious and peaceful. Yang Kai and Hua Yumeng entered and sat down. The driver flicked the long whip, and the beast cart moved forward steadily. These Taxu-Juchen are fifth-order monsters. Although they don't have much combat power, they are good in speed. Therefore, Zixing City raised many of them in captivity, and they were trained to be used by warriors. Flying in the sky is not allowed in the city. The city is big, so these beast carts are very popular with everyone, but the cost of using it once is not low. It costs 5,000 high-grade Saint Crystal. In the garage, Hua Yumeng explained to Yang Kai. 5th rank monster beast. Yang Kai nodded. Zixing is really generous. Although the 5th order monsters are nothing, if you want to fill the entire city with such beast carts, at least tens of thousands of them will be needed. This is not something that ordinary forces can cultivate. He has mastered some secrets of raising monsters in captivity. While talking with Hua Yumeng, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and looked up towards the sky. Under his gaze, the roof of the beast car seemed to be invisible, unable to block his sight at all. "What's the matter?" Hua Yu dreamed that his expression was different, and asked in a startled voice. "Fighting is allowed in Purple Star City?" Yang Kai asked back. "Naturally, it is not allowed. Could it be that there is someone who is not good looking, but is acting presumptuously here?" Hua Yumeng was extremely astonished. "This is interesting." Yang Kai smiled slightly, stretched out his hand while speaking, and an invisible force field spread around him, wrapping the entire beast car. The next moment, there was a violent noise in the sky, accompanied by a few muffled groans. Hua Yumeng's complexion changed, and she felt panic in the depths of her heart. Although because of Yang Kai's protection, she was not affected by the aftermath of the battle just now, but she was still a Void Return 3rd layer, and she immediately realized that the one who had just started must be a Void King Realm expert. She finally understood why Yang Kai did that just now. He was obviously trying to avoid disturbing the monsters pulling the cart. Because after this fight, other monster beasts pulling carts were neighing and running, but the one she and Yang Kai were in was safe and sound. This scene made the coachman who drove the car puzzled. It's just that this battle happened quickly and ended quickly. When Hua Yumeng released his divine sense to investigate, there was no one in the sky that day, only a battleship floating in the air seemed to be a little damaged. That's. Hua Yumeng's expression changed again. She quickly lifted the curtain of the car and looked up. After a while, her expression changed drastically, and she quickly sat back. "What did you find?" Yang Kai asked. Hua Yumeng looked at him and said, "If I'm not mistaken, that battleship belongs to the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce." Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, are you sure? Yang Kai was stunned. Well, the logo on the battleship is definitely from the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. Hua Yumeng nodded seriously. Yang Kai released his divine sense again to confirm, and found that, as Hua Yumeng said, there was indeed a special mark on the damaged battleship. He vaguely remembered this mark, and he saw it on the clothes of Shuiyu and Niguang. Pass. It really belongs to the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. In this way, it was the warriors from the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce who clashed with the Purple Star just now. After being silent for a while, Yang Kai said, "Why did the battleship of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce come to Purple Star City?" Hua Yumeng pursed her lips and smiled. Although the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce is huge, it is still business-oriented in the final analysis. In this star field, wherever there are warriors, there will be their business. It is not surprising that they will come to Purple Star City, it's just that I don't know why the two sides have conflicts. This is not something I can speculate at will. Yang Kai nodded slightly, and paid attention to the battleship again, then ignored it. No matter what nasty things happened between these two major forces, as long as it didn't affect his plan, he didn't bother to care about it. The animal cart continued to advance steadily, at a speed like the wind. Not long after, they came to a huge auction house. After getting off the beast cart, Hua Yumeng pointed to the front and said, "This is the Tongtian auction house, and it is also one of the 3 largest auction houses in the outer city. It is very reputable. I heard that they will hold an auction house in 5 days. There are many rare auction items appearing." Yang Kai nodded lightly, and after a while, he turned his head to look at Hua Yumeng, and said, "It's the first time President Hua is here, why are you a little nervous?" Hua Yumeng smiled far-fetchedly. "It's not the first time I've come here, I've been here a few times, and I want to take pictures, but I rarely get anything, the price is too expensive, and I can't afford it, but it's the first time to send something to take pictures, I don't know what to do next. Euro. I'll follow you, don't be afraid." Yang Kai gave her an encouraging look. Hearing what Yang Kai said, Hua Yumeng immediately calmed down, thinking that it was true. She had a Void King realm beside her, and it was not just an ordinary Void King realm, but even Lu Tianfeng had to treat it respectfully. "Big man, although the Tongtian auction house is powerful, but if you send things for auction by yourself, the other party will not embarrass you, right?" Moreover, the reason why he attracted Yang Kai was because he wanted to use his identity to intimidate him. Otherwise, with so many land deeds from a small 5-party chamber of commerce, I'm afraid it will cause trouble for nothing. Thinking of this, Hua Yumeng immediately calmed down and walked forward. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1849. The whole city knows. Inside the Tongtian auction house, the hall is spacious and bright, with people coming and going. It is surprisingly lively. As soon as Yang Kai entered with Hua Yumeng, a young girl greeted her with a smile. She bowed respectfully, and said softly, "I have seen the 2 adults, may I ask the 2 adults to come to Tongtian auction house to book a few days later? Do you still want to send items for your seat? Or do you have other important matters?" Yang Kai glanced at her, and under his powerful divine sense, the young girl's cultivation could be seen at a glance. She is a warrior of the 1st level of the Holy King. Although her strength is not very high, it is not very low. Putting it as a maid in the hall can also show the grandeur of Tongtian auction house. In the entire hall, there are at least 80 people like this girl. "We are here to send things for photography." Hua Yumeng regained her usual calmness, and smiled slightly. "What should I do?" "It turns out that I came to send something for auction." The girl smiled sweetly. "It is such an adult, our auction house does not accept auction items worth less than 1 million. The requirements can be met. For items of more than 1 million and less than 5 million, the servant can handle them for you. If the value is more than 5 million but less than 50 million, the servant does not have this right, and other stewards have to do it for you, serve." "What if it exceeds 50 million? Hua Yumeng asked in a low voice. Although Hua Yumeng didn't know the value of those 30 or so land deeds, it was definitely more than 50 million saint crystals. The girl's face changed slightly, but she soon smiled like a flower. "If that's the case, we will be received by Mr. Li from our auction house in person. Please, my 2 adults. She also understood that the value of the items that the 2 adults were going to send for auction was too high for her and the management level people to handle. Without hesitation, she led the 2 of them towards the interior of the auction house. Fangxin was also very excited. After all, in their line of business, if the guests they received really managed to close the business, they would also get a lot of rewards. From the beginning to the end, Yang Kai didn't say a word, just stood quietly behind Hua Yumeng like a guard, which made the girl feel that Hua Yumeng's background was not simple, and she didn't dare to neglect her in the slightest. Passing through the bustling hall, the 3 of them came to an extremely quiet courtyard, as if they had entered another world. The noise of the outside world disappeared in an instant, replaced by small bridges and flowing water, and the sound of silk and bamboo ding-dong. It is refreshing. After walking on the winding gravel road for a while, the three of them came to an oval arch. The girl took out something like a communication compass from her space ring, and poured her spiritual thoughts into it. After a while, there was a flash of light on the arch, which was obviously a sign that the restriction had been lifted. The girl then turned around and said respectfully, "If you invite one of the two adults, someone will welcome you. I will take my leave for the time being." With that said, she turned and left. Hua Yumeng and Yang Kai looked at each other, stepped through the arch and entered the courtyard. A woman who seemed to be about 40 years old came up to her, and she bowed gracefully and said, "Are the two guests here to send something for photography?" "Exactly." Hua Yumeng nodded and replied. "Please follow me." The woman turned around to lead the way, but when she turned around, she glanced at Yang Kai suspiciously, as if she was a little surprised. Yang Kai also smiled at her meaningfully. The woman's complexion changed slightly, and her steps became a little messy. After walking for a while, they came to a stone pavilion. In the pavilion, the fragrance of tea was overflowing. A woman in a floral dress was making tea. Her movements were elegant and her appearance was magnificent. "Miss, the guests are here." The woman walked up to her and said something, then stood aside and waited quietly. "Master Li?" Hua Yumeng asked in surprise. She didn't seem to expect that the person in charge of this huge auction house was actually a woman, and this woman was also a stunning beauty. Self-sigh. "The guest is very surprised." Li raised his head and glanced at Hua Yumeng, pursed his lips, winked at Hua Yumeng playfully, and said, "Why, does the guest think that I should be a man?" "No, no." Hua Yumeng quickly waved her hands. There was a little bit of an accident, but more of admiration. "Oh." Director Li glanced at Hua Yumeng in surprise, then seemed to understand something, nodded and said, "It seems that the guest is also the person in charge of a certain power, and I have something in common. Small Chamber of Commerce, how dare you compare it with your bank?" Hua Yumeng said modestly. "There is no distinction between power and power. The person in charge bears the expectations of all brothers and sisters in the future of life and death. The burden on this shoulder is very heavy." Hua Yumeng took it seriously and nodded repeatedly. When these two women met, they seemed to be confidants. They suddenly found a common topic, and they seemed to have a thorough discussion. The woman beside her couldn't help coughing softly. "Miss, the two guests are here to send something for photography." "Hee." Principal Li smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, I felt something in my heart, and I sent it out because of my feelings. I made you two laugh. Please sit down." Hua Yumeng hesitated for a moment, and sat down as promised. Director Li was about to speak, when she suddenly lowered her head and glanced at a piece of jade pendant on her waist. The next moment, she raised her head again, looked at Yang Kai solemnly and said, "My lord, forgive me, little girl is blind, I offended you just now, I still hope don't worry about it, my lord." "Oh." Yang Kai glanced at the jade pendant on Master Li's waist with a half smile, and said in surprise, "This thing can actually sense my cultivation." "I made you laugh." Director Li said softly, "I live here, and people come and go every day. There are always some high-level people who hide their cultivation like adults. The little girl is just a virtual return mirror, and I can't see it. Deep and shallow, so I specially built this thing, so as not to be blind and offend someone, and the little girl has no malicious intentions." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "Understood, but why are you so fearful? Not to mention that the Tongtian auction house is considered a good force in Purple Star City, but with the protection of this lady, Mr. Li has nothing to be afraid of, right?" While speaking, Yang Kai looked at the woman with a smile. The woman's complexion changed slightly, and she said in a low voice, "Your Excellency is really powerful. Not only did you hide from my body's perception, but you can find out the depth of my body. I admire you. It's easy to talk about." Yang Kai smiled slightly, and when he saw this woman, he discovered that the other party was a Void King First Order, but it should be some kind of chi restraining technique, so he couldn't see anything from his body. There should be signs in the Void King realm, unless the cultivation base exceeds her, it is possible to discover the clues. Yang Kai is now at the second level of the Void King, and his divine sense is extremely powerful, comparable to the third level, so the strength of the woman can't be hidden in front of him. An auction house actually has a Void King realm powerhouse in charge. It seems that the Tongtian auction house has a strong background. After saying a few words, the atmosphere became inexplicably dignified. Director Nali chuckled. "Don't worry about these side details, everyone has their own difficulties, so let's talk about the real thing. When she interrupted like this, the atmosphere immediately softened a lot. Well, my concubine is Li Nuo. I don't know what the two guests are here to post. After introducing himself, Li Nuo asked Hua Yumeng. It's this thing. While speaking, Hua Yumeng took out the box containing the title deed and placed it in front of Li Nuo. Li Nuo took the box suspiciously, inspected it carefully, and found that although the box was precious, it was not a priceless item, and immediately understood that it was just a container. Opening the box, the land deed inside came into view. Li Nuo took it out, her beautiful eyes shrank suddenly, and she exclaimed, "This is..." The woman's eyes swept over, and she was also extremely shocked. The title deed. Could this be the title deed of the Purple Star City? That's right, they're all title deeds from Purple Star City. Li Nuo inspected each one carefully, with a more serious expression on his face. There are so many, and they're all on the same street. Hua Yumeng smiled slightly. These land deeds cover the entire Tenglong Avenue. Li Nuo's tender body trembled, because she was used to strong winds and waves, and she had handled countless valuables, so she couldn't help being shocked at this moment. The title deed of Purple Star City, moreover, includes all the title deeds of the entire Tenglong Avenue. Such things alone are already of great value, let alone connected together. At the very least, the land deeds together must be doubled. She suddenly seemed to have thought of something, looked at Hua Yumeng in astonishment and said, "Could it be that my sister is from the Weifeng Chamber of Commerce?" Hua Yumeng asked in surprise, "Master Li has also heard of our Weifeng Chamber of Commerce?" She was very surprised. After all, the five-party Chamber of Commerce is not a big force in Purple Star City. For an existence like the five-party Chamber of Commerce who is struggling to survive at the bottom, there are 8,000 if not 10,000. The Tongtian auction house is quite powerful. How could it have heard of the Weifeng Chamber of Commerce? I haven't heard of it before, but I only heard about it in the last 2 days. Li Nuo glanced at Yang Kai meaningfully, and said, "I heard that someone from the Weifeng Chamber of Commerce had the audacity to send men at the city gate. The deacon and a captain of the guard were beaten up, and not only was everything safe and sound, but Commander Lu Tianfeng was asked to come to the door to apologize in person. As soon as my sister took out these land deeds, my sister knew that it must be Commander Lu's apology, and only Commander Lu could do it. Qualified to mobilize these things." The news spread so fast. Hua Yumeng frowned. "I'm afraid it's not that the news spread quickly, but that your bank's methods are good, and you are well informed." Yang Kai looked at Li Nuo with a smile. Li Nuo blushed pretty, and smiled embarrassingly. When doing business in Purple Star City, it's natural that you have to keep your eyes open, which makes adults laugh. Well, not many people know about this compensation, and Tongtian Auction House is one of them, but I'm afraid everyone in the city knows what happened at the city gate yesterday, and the Weifeng Chamber of Commerce's reputation will definitely be greatly shaken this time. The whole city knows. Hua Yumeng's face turned pale. The small power of the five-party Chamber of Commerce has suddenly become the attention of the whole city. I am afraid that it is a misfortune rather than a blessing. She can't help but cast a look of help to Yang Kai. Only then did it calm down. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1850 Huge Wealth. Sister, are you sure you want to auction off all these land deeds? Li Nuo is a business person, and at the moment when the business comes, he doesn't think about other things, and quickly entered the state, looking at Hua Yumeng and asked. Well, all auctioned off. Hua Yumeng nodded, although she had her own plan, but these things were only available because of Yang Kai's existence. Since Yang Kai suggested that she sell them all, she would naturally not object. It's a pity. Li Nuo sighed leisurely. If I stay here, with my sister's means, it won't take 10 years for the five-party Chamber of Commerce to become famous all over the world. Master Li is absurd. I don't have the ability. Hua Yumeng waved her hand quickly. Sister, why should you be modest? Although the Weifeng Chamber of Commerce is not well known now, but with the care of this adult. She was halfway through, and suddenly found that Hua Yumeng's smile was very bitter, and she suddenly understood, knowing that Yang Kai was afraid. Will stay in the five-party Chamber of Commerce for a long time, stopped mentioning it quickly, and smiled. Well, since my sister wants to sell all these land deeds, there is no reason for my sister to accept it, but my sister wants to ask, is my sister, do you want to dismantle these land deeds and sell them, or auction them as a whole? Hua Yumeng frowned and fell into deep thought. As a business person, she naturally knew the difference between dismantling the land deed and not dismantling it. If you take it apart, you can ensure that the land deed is easy to sell. After all, although a land deed is worth a lot, there are always many chambers of commerce or forces that can afford it, but in this way, there is no such advantage of being connected together. However, if it were to be auctioned as a whole, the value of these 30-odd land deeds would be too great, and there would definitely not be many forces that could eat them up. However, correspondingly, the value would increase a lot due to the serial number of the land deeds. Both methods have their own advantages and disadvantages, and it is hard to tell which is good and which is bad. She cast her eyes on Yang Kai, wanting Yang Kai to give her attention. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. I can fight, I don't know anything about this kind of thing, why don't you listen to Master Li's opinion? Hua Yumeng's eyes lit up, and she stared eagerly at Li Nuo. Li Nuo pursed her lips and said with a smile, since the adults are so flattering, the little girl is going to be presumptuous. Sister, my suggestion is to auction as a whole, with a starting price of 100 million holy crystals. 100 million. Hua Yumeng's pretty face changed drastically, and her voice trembled. She almost passed out with happiness, thinking that the 20 or 30 brothers of her 5-party chamber of commerce had worked hard for a year, and the maximum income was only 1 million holy crystals. Excluding their own training expenses and various expenses of some chambers of commerce, only 200,000 can be saved. In her opinion, the figure of 100 million is simply unbelievable. Sister thinks the price is high. Li Nuojiao smiled, let's settle the score. Although Tenglong Avenue is not a very rich and prosperous area in the outer city of Purple Star City, it is definitely not bad. It belongs to the middle class. And in such a location, the land lease price for a shop with a radius of 15 feet is probably between 5 and 8 million, which is already considered cheap. We can't take it down at all. On Tenglong Avenue, Lita Euro-S counts 6 million for one shop, and if there are 30, Ida Euro-S 180 million. And these land deeds are all connected together, which is very convenient for those big forces or the big commercial firm took the auction as a whole and operates its own business, so the value has to be increased by a few %. In this way, does my sister think that the reserve price of 100 million is still high? Hua Yumeng was stunned on the spot, unable to speak for a long time, her tender body trembling constantly. Li Nuo's words had a huge impact on her. Although she realized that the value of those 30 land deeds was not low, she hadn't calculated it carefully at all. Now that Li Nuo said so, she really realized what kind of wealth she had obtained. That was something she could never obtain in her 5-party chamber of commerce. Seeing her in a daze, Li Nuo didn't rush, but picked up the boiled tea and poured a cup for Hua Yumeng and Yang Kai each. Yang Kai raised his glass and asked carefully, Miss Li, if it's really a collective auction, how many forces in this Purple Star City can eat it? At least 10 families have this ability. My lord, don't underestimate the power in Purple Star City. Although it is not easy for hundreds of millions of saint crystals to gather together, as long as the news is released in advance and they are given a certain amount of time to raise funds, they can still collect it. Well, since that's the case, let's auction it off as a whole. President Hua, what do you think? Yang Kai asked Hua Yumeng. Hua Yumeng let out a cry, her face blushed with excitement. She said in a daze, I will obey the adults to decide everything. That's it. Yang Kai chuckled, knowing that Hua Yumeng might not be able to think normally at this moment, so he made a decision for her on his own. My lord, please don't worry, there are still 5 days before the next auction. I will make a good publicity, so that the title deed of the Guild of Commerce can be sold for a good price. Li Nuo assured Yang Kai. Then it's time to work. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Well, according to the regulations of our auction house, after the auction of the sent item is successful, there is a 5% fee, but the transaction amount is huge, so I will give you a discount. How about charging 2% of the fee? €1. Although it is only 3 percentage points less, but because of the huge foundation, there are still a lot of holy crystals. Yang Kai was quite surprised, but there was no reason to refuse, and said immediately, I thank Miss Li on behalf of President Hua. Li Nuo's expression was startled, and he didn't care too much when he heard the meaning behind Yang Kai's words. He smiled and said to the woman beside him, Aunt Chun, take 2 VIP invitations and hand them over to this lord. Yes, Aunt Chun replied, took out 2 golden invitations from her space ring, and placed them in front of Yang Kai. Li Nuo explained with a smile, 5 days from now, your lord and President Hua will be able to enter the auction house with this invitation. I will arrange everything. There are many good things in the auction. You must come to the auction, maybe there is a baby you like. Definitely come. Yang Kai nodded with a smile, put away the invitation card, and immediately greeted Hua Yumeng, who hadn't recovered yet, and walked out with her Shi Shiren. Aunt Chun saw them off all the way, and returned after sending them out of the auction house. Miss, why did you show your kindness to that man? Is it because of the second young master's matter? Aunt Chun asked, looking at Li Nuo with a worried face. Well, why else would Aunt Chun think that I would take the initiative to lower the fee by 3 points? Those 3 points represent nearly 10 million saint crystals. Li Nuo smiled wryly, and then sighed again, but this person very cautious and ungrateful. Yes, Aunt Chun also sighed. What Yang Kai said at the time was, "Thank you Miss Li for your kindness on behalf of President Hua." From this sentence, Li Nuo and Aunt Chun knew that the other party was a careful person, and they did not accept Li Nuo's kindness, but sent Hua Yumeng pushed it out, leaving Li Nuo helpless for a while. Second young master doesn't know what's going on, just now there were some fights in the air, can Aunt Chun perceive it clearly? Li Nuo asked, looking at the woman. It ended too quickly. Aunt Chun shook her head. I'm afraid that someone from the second young master wanted to escape from Purple Star City, but they failed. Hey, Li Nuo sighed, the president is too cruel. They are all his own flesh and blood, but let the second young master come to this kind of place, while the third young master enjoys all the honor. Miss, Aunt Chun was startled, and immediately winked at her. Li Nuo smiled slightly and said, I know Aunt Chun, it's not that there are no outsiders, just complaining in front of you. We can't investigate the matter here too clearly, let alone show up rashly, we can only use the hands of others. The master of the Weifang Chamber of Commerce is unknown, but Lu Tianfeng is extremely afraid. I think he is quite powerful and powerful. I originally wanted to let him inquire about the situation of the second young master on his behalf. Now it seems that, I'm afraid it won't work. Aunt Chun frowned and said, Miss, don't worry, although the second young master sometimes acts a little rashly, but the auspicious person has his own aura, I'm afraid nothing will happen, not to mention, although Zixing is powerful, he doesn't dare those who really touch us, especially the two young masters who have different identities, will definitely not have any fear of their lives, but the pain of flesh and blood is inevitable. That's what I'm worried about. Shao has been pampered and raised all these years, how can he bear the pain of flesh and blood? There was a trace of determination on Aunt Chun's face, and she said, if Miss is really worried, let me go to Elder Peng to find out. Pengu, Li Nuo frowned, this man is not a good person, he is lustful, don't go to him, Aunt Chun. Don't worry, Miss. Aunt Chun smiled slightly, although this old bastard Pengu is unruly, it is precisely because of this that he can take advantage of it. At most, I will give him some benefits. He is not as strong as me, so I can't suffer. Quote. While speaking, Aunt Chun made up her mind and said, that's it, I'll go find him now. Aunt Chun. Li Nuo made a straight face, but in the next moment, Aunt Chun disappeared, and she immediately turned around anxiously. She could only secretly pray that Aunt Chun would not really suffer under Penghu's subordinates. Yang Kai and Hua Yumeng came out of the Tongtian auction house, the latter was still out of his mind, looking far away, with red cheeks on both sides, the excitement couldn't calm down for a long time, and the 100 million saint crystals kept lingering in his mind. Occasionally glance at Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes are full of gratitude. Without this person, the Weifang Chamber of Commerce would have been razed yesterday, and all brothers and sisters would have been killed. How could such a great thing happen? At this moment, Hua Yumeng suddenly had a feeling that the other party could rely on. This feeling made her feel warm and somewhat infatuated. For so many years, she has been in charge of the five-party Chamber of Commerce. As Li Nuo said, everyone's future and future are on her shoulders. The burden is really heavy, and it is not something a weak body can bear, But this time, someone can be her backbone, let her experience the feeling of relying on others. She couldn't extricate herself for a while, and she kept thinking in her mind, if it would always be like this in the future, and there would always be someone to rely on, how good would it be? To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1851. Forget to bring your brain when you go out. Isn't this President Hua? Just as Hua Yumeng was wandering away, a voice suddenly came from the side. After hearing this voice, Hua Yumeng couldn't help frowning, and turned her head to look over there. Not far away, a man who looked about 30 years old walked straight towards this side, laughing and laughing while walking, and his two eyes kept scanning back and forth on the sensitive parts of Hua Yumeng's body. This man was dressed luxuriously, and looked like he had a lot of background, but the pair of triangular eyes that he was born with that day gave him a sinister feeling. Being stared at by him like this, Hua Yumeng suddenly felt uncomfortable. Behind the man, there are two warriors in the void returning mirror, with indifferent expressions. They are guards or something. Zhang Chao. Hua Yumeng's beautiful eyes could not help showing disgust and fear, but soon, she thought that she was not alone now, but Yang Kai was following her, and she immediately recovered her indifference. Hee, it's true that we don't meet each other anywhere in life. It's really fate to meet President Hua here. Zhang Chao didn't seem to see Hua Yumeng's repulsive posture, and still looked enthusiastic. President Zhang was joking. You and I are both the president of the Chamber of Commerce. As the saying goes, colleagues or enemies, and there is no fate between you and me. Hua Yumeng said indifferently. Enemies. Zhang Chao didn't care at all, and raised the corner of his mouth. I prefer the saying that colleagues or enemies. President Hua is my enemy. Hearing this blatantly molesting voice, Hua Yumeng couldn't help but her pretty face darkened, and she shouted coquettishly, President Zhang, please respect yourself. Hee, what do I need to respect myself in front of you? We will soon become a family. Zhang Chao laughed. By the way, what did you think about what I told you half a year ago? I don't have that much patience to wait any longer. You suddenly left Purple Star City half a year ago and told me that I couldn't find anyone. Now that I have met you, please give me an answer as soon as possible. Hua Yumeng's face suddenly turned ugly, and she glared at him through gritted teeth. Zhang Chaosan sneered. President Hua, you have to know that your small chamber of commerce can't do much. What great things can 3 or 2 kittens do? It's better to merge with my son's Shengyuan Chamber of Commerce. Excuse me, He Chou'er and others will not develop in the future. If it is not for the fact that President Hua is a woman and shoulders a heavy burden, do you think that this young man will let you take such a big advantage? This young man is a person who loves fragrances and cherishes jade, and looks down on beauties the most suffered. President Zhang, I have already given you a clear answer about what happened last time. It is impossible for the Weifang Chamber of Commerce to merge with your Shengyuan Chamber of Commerce. Please give up your mind and stop pestering me. Hua Yu after the dream finished speaking, he pulled Yang Kai casually, let's go. Go. Zhang Chao stared at him with triangular eyes, and with a wrong foot, he immediately stopped in front of Hua Yumeng. Where are you going? Since you asked me to meet you today, if you don't give me a satisfactory answer, don't even think about leaving. Today you have to agree if you promise, and you have to promise if you don't agree. You can't do it here. Hua Yumeng exclaimed, this is Purple Star City. Ha! Zhang Chao sneered, so what about Purple Star City? President Hua, it seems that my previous good words caused you to have some misunderstandings. Have you forgotten my identity? Don't say that I haven't done anything yet. Even if you really do it, so what? What's more, I have heard that people from your Weifang Chamber of Commerce made trouble at the gate of the city yesterday. Capturing it and handing it over to the guards must be meritorious. Hearing him talk about his own identity, Hua Yumeng seemed to have thought of something. Her pretty face couldn't help but change color slightly, looking quite apprehensive. Seeing her hesitant expression, Zhang Chao sneered and said, President Hua, don't toast and refuse to eat fine wine. I am not that patient. Give me a satisfactory answer now. We will still be a family in the future. If not. Hua Yumeng looked helpless, and looked towards Yang Kai beggingly. Yang Kai sighed, knowing that it would be impossible if he didn't show up. He took a step forward, patted Hua Yumeng's shoulder, let her retreat behind him, looked at Zhang Chao lightly, and chuckled lightly. This friend, did you forget to bring something when you went out? Zhang Chao looked Yang Kai up and down with triangular eyes, and said fiercely, where did this bastard come out, dare to talk to me like this? Seeing Hua Yumeng's docile and obedient attitude towards Yang Kai, a fire of ignorance surged in his heart, and his attitude was naturally not polite. Dare to call yourself my son in front of me, you really forgot to bring something to go out. Yang Kai chuckled. Zhang Chao looked cold and stern. Boy, tell me, I forgot something. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed forward. Before Zhang Chao could react, he pointed at his forehead. Yang Kai smiled and said, did you forget to bring your brain when you go out? Zhang Chao stepped back a few steps, a look of shock appeared on his face. He was also a warrior at the second level of returning to the void, and he had no power to resist being hit on the forehead by the opponent, which showed the strength of the opponent. He is much stronger than him. If the other party really wanted to kill him just now, how could he survive? Thinking of this, Zhang Chao suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, and became angry from embarrassment, and shouted, you bastard, how dare you scold me? Yang Kai laughed and said, if you go out with your brain, how can you not understand why we are safe today since we beat someone at the city gate yesterday? What's the reason? Zhang Chao was confused by Yang Kai's words. It turns out that my friend didn't go out without a brain, but a pig's brain. Yang Kai showed a look of sudden realization. Poochie. Hua Yumeng listened interestingly, couldn't help laughing out loud, but then felt something was wrong, and quickly covered her red lips with her small hand. Presumptuous. Zhang Chao was furious, and his saint chi couldn't help but circulate, and he was about to fight Yang Kai. The expressions of the two warriors who had been following behind him changed drastically, and they hurried forward to hold him back. One of them seemed to have realized something, and whispered a few words in Zhang Chao's ear. Zhang Chao poked his neck, and said angrily, "Has a backer. Even if he has a backer, can he be bigger than me? I am a member of the Zhang family, and the 8th elder of Zixing is my grandfather and uncle of the Zhang family. Whose backer can be bigger than me? I." Yang Kai was stunned, and glanced at Hua Yumeng, as the 8th elder of Zixing a member of his Zhang family. Yes, Elder Zhang Changfeng is the most senior person in his Zhang family. Hua Yumeng nodded solemnly. Because of this, she was helpless against Zhang Chao's entanglement. I haven't met a few times in Yen, and I can't say much, but after all, with such a background, I can walk sideways in Purple Star City. It is no longer a matter of a day or two for Zhang Chao to attract the attention of her 5-party Chamber of Commerce and herself. If Hua Yumeng hadn't been avoiding her all the time, I'm afraid I don't know what will happen. Boy, are you scared? Zhang Chao looked at Yang Kai triumphantly. Kneel down and admit your mistake now, I can spare your life, if not. Otherwise what? Yang Kai looked at Zhang Chao with a smile, showing no sign of fear. The kid has the guts. Zhang Chao was angry from the heart, and the evil turned to the guts. He waved his hand and said, "Take him down for me." The two warriors behind him hesitated for a moment, although they knew that Yang Kai was not easy to provoke, but since Zhang Chao had ordered, they did not dare to disobey. They shook their bodies one after another and rushed towards Yang Kai from left to right. Both of them are strong men in the Void Return 3rd layer, and their methods are not vulgar. Although they have not been able to figure out the depth of Yang Kai, they feel that the two of them will join forces, and the other party may have no resistance. But the fact surprised them a lot. They had just rushed to Yang Kai's side, failed to display their means, and saw Yang Kai grinning at them, and then slapped him left and right. That movement is freehand and unrestrained, as if chasing away harassing mosquitoes carelessly. But these two slaps caused the two of them to be involved in a vortex of power that they could not break free from at the same time. This is a euro. Not good. The two yelled at the same time, frantically urging Shengyuan to resist, but in front of the power vortex, their Shengyuan was as vulnerable as paper, and was smashed to pieces in an instant. Two screams came out, and the two warriors who rushed over flew out, one from the left and the other from the right, and hit the walls of the shops on both sides of the street, knocking out big holes in the walls. In an instant, there was a lot of cursing in the nearby shops, and many warriors rushed out from the damaged shops, looking around, wondering who dared to hurt people in Purple Star City. Hiss. Leaving Zhang Chao standing alone, his triangular eyes widened, he took a deep breath, and felt his lungs hurt. He looked at Yang Kai in amazement, as if he understood something, and exclaimed, "Void King Realm." Although his two guards are not the top in the Void Return Mirror, they are definitely not bad, but they joined forces and were slapped away by the other side. Without the strength of the Void King Realm, it is absolutely impossible to achieve this level. This unattractive, handsome guy who was called a bastard by himself, turned out to be a Void King Realm. The soles of Zhang Chao's feet were a little cramped, and he stared at Yang Kai in horror, only feeling that the smile on his face at the moment was so hideous and terrifying. He wanted to escape, but was shocked to find that he couldn't bring up a trace of Saint Yuan and strength. His feet seemed to be fixed in place, and he could only watch Yang Kai walk towards him step by step. The breath of death rushed towards him, making Zhang Chao feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Who dares to be presumptuous in Purple Star City? An angry shout suddenly came from afar, and then, the figures of the guards flickered out of the crowd, and in an instant, the place where Yang Kai and Zhang Chao were located was completely covered, looking at the two of them with an unkind expression. Purple Star City clearly prohibits some fighting and killing in the city. If anyone finds out, they will be deposed at least, thrown into a cold prison, or shot dead on the spot. The commander has repeatedly ordered, and some people dare not take it to heart. Well, today. The deputy commander told you to understand that the one who dared to do something in Purple Star City, so it is the adults here, and Ku Zheng has seen the adults. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Vote Recommendation Tickets, monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1852. The speed of the Purple Star City guards is undoubtedly very fast. Yang Kai just sent 2 Void Return 3rd layer warriors away, and someone rushed to the scene of the incident less than 5 breaths later. And the person who came was Ku Jung, one of the 8 deputy commanders of Purple Star City. Hearing Ku Jung's stern voice, all the onlookers felt that Yang Kai might be in trouble this time, and he was absolutely doomed. In Purple Star City, there are very few fights. The guards are doing nothing all day long, and finally encounter any conflicts and disputes. If someone dares to brawl in the street today, what good will there be? Eat. After Zhang Chao heard Ku Jungxing's voice, tears welled up in his eyes, just like a wronged daughter-in-law seeing someone from her husband's family, looking at the direction Ku Jungxing came from, ready to let him do justice to her. But Ku Jung's subsequent change of attitude made Zhang Chao feel bad. Ku Jung actually called the bastard an adult, with a groveling, flattering appearance. What is the origin of this guy? Zhang Chao was a little confused. It turned out to be Commander Ku. Yang Kai recognized at a glance that he was the deputy commander who had sent the land deed to the Weifeng Chamber of Commerce. Although the two had never met face to face, Yang Kai's spiritual sense probed at that time, so he naturally remembered changed his appearance. The reason why Ku Jung was able to recognize Yang Kai was also because of his careful thinking. At this moment, the man who can stand with Hua Yumeng, and he can't detect his strength, besides the adult whom Commander Lu told him, who else could it be? Hearing Yang Kai's voice again at this moment, Ku Jung immediately confirmed that this is the adult who even Commander Lu must be careful with. Immediately, his attitude became more modest, and he quickly waved his hands and said, "Don't dare, my lord loves you. In front of your lord, how dare Kumo be called a commander?" After finishing speaking, he asked cautiously, "My lord, what happened here?" "It's nothing." Yang Kai chuckled, pointing at Zhang Chao and said, "This friend relies on his own status and wants to annex Hua Guild leader's Weifeng Chamber of Commerce. After being rejected by Hua Guild leader, he becomes angry and wants to use force. I can't see it, so I took a little action to teach them a lesson." "What?" Ku Jung was furious, who is so bold that he dares to use force on Guild President Hua, so he's getting impatient. While speaking, a pair of majestic eyes looked towards Zhang Chao. After seeing Zhang Chao's face clearly, he couldn't help being startled. "Mr. Zhang." After recognizing Zhang Chao, Ku Jung's mood suddenly changed. It turned out that Zhang Chao, the second-generation ancestor, had a conflict with this lord. What should we do? Although Zhang Chao can't get on the stage, he is the descendant of Elder Zhang Chengfeng after all, and he is not something that a small deputy commander like himself can offend, and this adult with a mysterious background is even more afraid of the existence of Commander Lu. Put yourself in the middle, how do you deal with this matter? Ku Jung wished he had never been to this place. But it is useless to regret now. Ku Jung can only scold Zhang Chao bloody in his heart, thinking to himself that it is not good for this second-generation ancestor who has no eyesight to offend. Even offending this lord, it will be difficult even for himself. Be human. It turns out to be Commander Ku. Please ask Commander Ku to be the master of my son. Zhang Chao was overjoyed when he saw Ku Jung's expression of fear, and looked at Ku Jung pitifully and said, "Commander Ku, I didn't force anything against President Hua. Yes, it was just to discuss with President Hua about the merger of the Chamber of Commerce. You know the leader of the East and West in the business field. Commander Ku, look, my 2 guards haven't a Euro-T gotten up yet. They don't a Euro-T know whether they are alive or dead. They have seniors and juniors. How will this family survive in the future?" When it comes to the emotional part, Zhang Chao cried out with snot and tears. Cold sweat broke out on Ku Jung's forehead, and he kept wiping it with his hands. The matter has become so troubled that it is beyond his ability to handle it as a small deputy commander. If one is not good, both sides will be offended. Commander Ku, you just said that the Violet Star City issued a decree that fighting and hurting people is strictly prohibited in the city. If anyone violates the law, they will be deposed, thrown into cold prison, or shot dead on the spot. Commander Ku, please enforce the law impartially, and give me a bright future in Purple Star City. Zhang Chao said excitedly, dancing for a while, as if seeing the scene where Yang Kai was dealt with. He was very excited. Yang Kai looked at him like a fool. Ku Jung's face was ugly as hell, and he wished he could sharpen Zhang Chao's mouth. Purple Star City does have these rules, but it also depends on who they are targeting. People with background can ignore these rules, and the adult standing in front of Ku Jung is obviously one of them. Ku Jung didn't have the guts to deal with Yang Kai, and secondly, he didn't have the ability, but he was forced to a desperate situation by Zhang Chao's words, as if he was roasting on the fire, not to mention how uncomfortable he was, and he hated Zhang Chao in his heart to die. Commander Ku, are you going to win this seat? Yang Kai looked at Ku Jung with a smile. Don't dare, my lord is serious. Ku Jung's forehead was dripping with sweat, and his face was flushed. There must be something wrong with this matter, and Ku needs to investigate before making a decision. Zhang Chao's triangular eyes widened, and he shouted dissatisfiedly, Commander Ku, don't open your eyes and talk nonsense. It is a fact that my 2 guards were injured. What else needs to be investigated? I grass 18 generations of your ancestors. Ku Jung cursed viciously in his heart. Just when he was at a loss and didn't know how to deal with this matter, he suddenly raised his head and listened attentively as if he had heard something. Then, he looked overjoyed. In the blink of an eye, Ku Jung regained his composure, his sharp eyes swept over Zhang Chao, and under his stunned gaze, he shouted, Young Master Zhang, the matter has been found out. What happened today is not the fault of this lord, but it was you who messed around and disrespected this lord first, and then the lord took the initiative to punish the young man. Ah, Zhang Chao was stunned. He never thought that Ku Jung would dare to say that. What's more, he just stood there and did nothing. How did he find out the matter? Mr. Zhang, since it's your fault, please go with the deputy commander. Ku Jung was very angry with Zhang Chaoban in his heart. At this moment, there was someone behind him, so he was happy and fearless, and looked at him coldly. Zhang Chao looked like he was doing business. Ku Jung, how dare you? Zhang Chao yelled, how dare you take me? I am the grandson of the 8th elder. If the 8th elder knows what happened today, do you think you will end well? Ku Jung's face changed slightly, but soon, he sneered and said, Mr. Zhang is too courageous. The deputy commander of the law enforcement is the representative of the Purple Star City, representing the Purple Star. Even if this matter gets to the 8th elder, the old man will definitely not say anything. How dare you contradict and threaten the vice commander? Could it be that you didn't take Zixing seriously? How could I? Zhang Chao had a look of grievance on his face, and he never thought that the matter would develop to this extent. It's not up to you to decide whether there is any, so let's go with the deputy commander. Ku Jung, don't use chicken feathers as arrows, think carefully about my identity. Zhang Chao roared sternly. Ku Jung waved his hand impatiently, and shouted, take it. Several Purple Star City guards rushed forward and quickly subdued Zhang Chao. Zhang Chao struggled on his own, yelling curses while struggling. The curses were extremely ugly. Ku Jung frowned and said, seal his meridians. The guard who captured Zhang Chao's guard was ordered, and he stretched out his hand to press Zhang Chao's back, and Zhang Chao was speechless immediately. Commander Ku is enforcing the law impartially, with high integrity. I admire him. Yang Kai smiled and clasped fists at Ku Jung. Ku Jung blushed, and said humbly, Your Excellency has praised you, it's just Ku's duty. Well, since the culprit has been taken down, then Ku will not disturb Your Excellency's pleasure. Your Excellency, please leave. Good to go. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Ku Jung yelled, led many guards, and retreated quickly. Many warriors watching were still in shock. They couldn't believe that Zhang Chao, who was walking sideways in Purple Star City, would be captured and taken away by Ku Jung. Looking at Yang Kai's expression, everyone was extremely jealous, and they all speculated about the origin of this person, which made Ku Jung's attitude tilt towards him. Hua Yumeng also looked at a loss. Although she knew that Yang Kai made Lu Tianfeng shy, and his status must be extraordinary, but under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ku Jung's actions would undoubtedly refute the face of the 8th elder Zhang Changfeng. Yang Kai's status is so high that Ku Jung can make that choice. Is he more powerful than Zixing 8th elder? Hua Yumeng stared blankly at the back of that stalwart, as if looking at a mist that could swallow the world. Her beautiful eyes were full of confusion. Let's go, Yang Kai said softly to Hua Yumeng, and immediately walked towards the direction of the Weifeng Chamber of Commerce. Before leaving, he glanced in a certain direction, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, showing a smile. Oh, Hua Yumeng foolishly followed. Somewhere hundreds of feet away from the place where Yang Kai and Zhang Chao had clashed before, there is a restaurant called the First Floor in the World. The first floor in the world is divided into 9 floors. The 4th floor and below can be used for ordinary warriors to drink and have fun, while the above 4 floors can only entertain those warriors with strength and status. The higher the floor, the higher the requirements. And on the 9th floor, only the top experts are entertained, not just those who have money can enter, but rather high reputation and status. It is said that the One floor under heaven also hosted several elders from Zixing. At this moment, on the 9th floor, there were two people sitting by the window, looking down. A person's complexion is old, his eyes are half closed, and there is a faint glimmer of light between his eyes. This person's aura is restrained to the extreme, and occasionally there is a trace of power fluctuations, which shows that this person is a Void King realm powerhouse. On the opposite side of the old man, sat a young man who looked like a prince. The young man had a feather fan, and he was pointing the world. He was proud of the sky, and his temperament was quite extraordinary. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1852 8 Elders. An old man and a young man stared at Yang Kai's leaving back, without saying a word for a long time. The old man looked dignified, but the young man seemed to be very interested in Yang Kai, with a faint smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. After Yang Kai's back disappeared from sight, the young man smiled slightly. Interesting. Irreverent boy. The old man snorted coldly. Why did Elder Ji say that? The young man looked at the old man in surprise. Ji Jun snorted and said, that kid has already discovered that the old man and the second young master are hiding here, and I'm afraid he also knows that Ku Jung's change of attitude just now has something to do with us, but he didn't mean to thank him, but left on his own, isn't it rude? Quote. The young man was slightly surprised. This person can even find out where Ji Lao is hiding. Ji Jun nodded. Second young master may not have seen it clearly, the man took a look at us before leaving, obviously he had spotted us a long time ago. The young man raised his brows. Ji Lao is a powerhouse at the peak of the first level, and his spiritual sense is so powerful that it is not below the ordinary second level. He can find Ji Lao. Doesn't it mean that this person really has the cultivation base of the second level? €. Ji Jun frowned slightly, and after thinking for a moment, he said, the old man didn't dare to spy too clearly, so he couldn't judge what kind of cultivation this person is. Although Lu Tianfeng had contact with him head-on, according to Lu Tianfeng, he also can't see the background of the other party. From this point of view, even if this person is not as good as the old man, he is afraid that he is not far behind. As for whether he is a second-level person, it remains to be verified. The young man grinned. Okay. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. A capable person should look like this. I like it. Second young master. Ji Jun looked at the young man hesitantly. Do you want to recruit this person? The young man nodded. That's right, there has been a turbulent current in Purple Star City for a while, and the party headed by the Great Elder has actively acted, and has already touched many places that they shouldn't be involved in. If I don't act anymore, then the Purple Star will be killed. Changed my last name. Ji Jun's face changed slightly, and he snorted coldly. The elders and the others are seeking their own death. After the Lord returns, they will definitely be held accountable, but you, the second son, have been hiding your strength for so many years. Why are you so anxious this time? The Lord and the eldest son have been missing for almost 2 years, but after the Lord left 2 years ago, he said that he and the eldest son were going to deal with important matters, and they would return in a few days. Second son, you have to know that with the ability of the master, there are really not many people who can threaten him in the star field, and there are not many who want to kill him. He will come back sooner or later. €. A trace of worry flashed in the young man's eyes, and it disappeared quickly. He chuckled and said, what Ji Lao said is that it's not that I'm in a hurry, but, time doesn't wait for me. What's more, I did this for the sake of my Z family, is not for my own selfish desires. Even if my father comes back, I won't blame anything. I hope so. Ji Jun nodded worriedly. Seeing that the young man insisted on doing this, he stopped persuading him. Ji Lao, from your point of view, do you think it is possible for me to recruit this person? The young man stared at the direction where Yang Kai was leaving, and asked. Everyone has a price, it depends on whether the second son can afford it, and he can do what he likes. What Ji Lao said is true. The young man smiled slightly. It seems that we have to find out what he likes first. Tisk tisk, the third Venerable of Zixing. This power should not be underestimated. In this kind of at the critical moment, we must not let him slip away from my master. While speaking, he clenched his fists, as if he wanted to hold the whole world tightly, and his purple hair flew up. Yang Kai took Hua Yumeng, and just returned to the Weifang Chamber of Commerce. He couldn't help frowning, and looked inside. He found that there was an extra Void King realm expert in the Chamber of Commerce, who was sitting in a wing room in the backyard, and he didn't know what he was doing, and the aura was extremely strange, not owned by Lu Tianfeng. Gao Hong hurriedly came out of the Chamber of Commerce with an anxious expression on her face. Sister Hong, what's wrong? Hua Yumeng looked at Gao Hong suspiciously. Gao Hong glanced at Yang Kai, and said softly, the 8th elder is waiting in the back hall, this lord. 8th elder. Hua Yumeng was dizzy, almost lost her footing, her beautiful eyes looked at Yang Kai complicatedly, feeling uneasy. Ever since Yang Kai appeared in the Weifang Chamber of Commerce, these big figures who had only heard of their names in the past, came to the small site of the Weifang Chamber of Commerce one after another, and Hua Yumeng suddenly felt like a dream. The small 5-party Chamber of Commerce, like an invisible vortex, involved these big shots one by one. What worries Hua Yumeng is that any one of these big shots can crush the Chamber of Commerce into powder with a single finger. And the one who came at this moment was still the 8th elder, who was the uncle of Zhang Chao before. Could it be that the 8th elder's coming here has something to do with what happened just now? Hua Yumeng suddenly panicked, she could only look at Yang Kai imploringly, and said, my lord. Yang Kai frowned. Let me go and have a look. Although he had already expected that once he took out the royal token, he would definitely cause countless troubles, but he really didn't expect the troubles to come so quickly. The 8th elder of Zixing, Yang Kaisu has never met, but he is definitely a Void King Realm powerhouse, and he doesn't know what to ask him for. However, the other parties coming here should have nothing to do with Zhang Chao. After all, the time is too tight, and it is impossible for the other party to take action so quickly. From this point of view, the 8 elders had other things to do with him. In the back hall, a white-faced and beardless old man was waiting gloomily, with a look of extreme impatience. It was Zixing 8th elder Zhang Changfeng, Sha Jingwu, Yao Qing, Haitang and others who were all standing at the bottom of the hall, their faces accompanying him. Smile, the atmosphere dare not take a breath. Have they ever seen such a big man? Although they have been in the Purple Star City for many years, the people who come and go are all warriors who have returned to the Void Mirror Saint King Realm. They have never seen any of those high Void King Realm. Even when Lu Tianfeng came last night, they had never had such close contact. But today, an elder with a higher status than Lu Tianfeng came. Moreover, the 8th elder didn't seem to be in a very good mood. The coercion radiated intentionally or unintentionally made Sha Jingwu and the others churn with blood. Is this also called tea? Zhang Changfeng waited impatiently, picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip, then became furious, threw the teacup on the ground, and said in his mouth, you are so brave, this elder came here in person to entertain this elder with this inferior tea. Could it be that you didn't take this elder seriously? Sha Jingwu was so frightened that he was forced to kneel on the ground by the opponent's aura, and said in a trembling voice, 8th elder Mingzhan, the villain dare not, this Kashan Yunwu tea is the best tea in our Weifang Chamber of Commerce. This is your best tea. It's like garbage. Zhang Changfeng snorted coldly, his face displeased. Sha Jingwu couldn't stop smiling wryly, thinking about your identity and status, how can the tea you drink on weekdays be comparable to that of a small chamber of commerce? This Kashan Yunwu tea was something that people in the Weifang Chamber of Commerce could not dream of, but it was rated as rubbish in front of the 8th elder. Haitang and Yao Qing looked at the tea that had been spilled all over the floor, and distressed expressions flashed in their eyes. They themselves are reluctant to drink this thing on weekdays, and they are all used to entertain distinguished guests. My lord, calm down. I'm afraid this tea is not to your liking. Why don't you go out and buy some better tea for your lord? Sha Jingwu accompanied carefully. HMPH, no need. Zhang Changfeng's face was gloomy, I didn't come here to drink tea. Where is the person I'm looking for? Why hasn't he disappeared yet? This. Sha Jingwu turned his head and looked out the door, but he didn't find anyone at all, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Back to the 8th elder, that adult went out with our president early in the morning, and he didn't know where to go. Where is it? You won't look for it. Zhang Changfeng's temper was very irritable. While speaking, he waved his hand and let out a strong wind, rushing towards Sha Jingwu and others, and shouted in his mouth, I'll give you time to burn incense, if you can't find anyone. How are you doing? Zhang Changfeng hadn't finished speaking when a faint voice came from outside the door. As soon as the voice rang out, an extra person suddenly appeared in the room, and that person stood in front of Sha Jingwu and the others. With his hand, he wiped out the strong wind that hit him. My lord, Sha Jingwu and the others stared at Yang Kai's back, all overjoyed, you are back. Yao Qing and Haitang also looked at Yang Kai with grievances. Although they were not familiar with Yang Kai, they just rushed to Yang Kai to help them, and made a few people feel grateful to Yang Kai. The same Void King realm, compared with these 8 elders, Yang Kai is simply imposing. Yang Kai frowned and looked at Sha Jingwu and the others, a flash of anger flashed across his face, he stretched out his hand and pulled them up one by one, and said, "Go out now." Yes, Sha Jingwu and the others obeyed his words, and ran out of the room one after another after hearing the words. They waited until they were in the backyard, panting heavily, and their faces turned pale. In the room, Yang Kai turned his head, looked at Zhang Chengfeng coldly, and said with a sneer, "Your Excellency is so majestic." Zhang Chengfeng looked at Yang Kai with a frown, his spiritual thoughts flickering back and forth, as if he wanted to spy on Yang Kai's cultivation, but the next moment, he found that he couldn't see through the other party's background. Just when he was about to take back his spiritual thoughts, his face changed in shock, because at that moment, the other party's body seemed to turn into a whirlpool, dragging his spiritual thoughts and sinking into it continuously. Zhang Chengfeng turned pale with fright, desperately urging his divine sense to break free. The vortex that involved his spiritual thoughts disappeared strangely again. Zhang Chengfeng couldn't hold back, and the sea of a consciousness suddenly rolled, and there was a gust of wind and clouds. A muffled groan came, and he couldn't help taking a few steps back, his face turned slightly pale, as if he had suffered some dark wounds. There was a sneer at the corner of Yang Kai's mouth, and he looked at him sarcastically. That smile made Zhang Chengfeng a little ashamed. He didn't know that he had kicked the iron plate, so he forced himself to be annoyed. "What do you mean, my friend? What do you mean by me?" Yang Kai snorted coldly. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Mobile phone users, please go to read. Chapter 1854. No effort. The serial number in the previous chapter should be 1853, but Xiaomo changed it to 1852 carelessly, but it doesn't affect the reading. At the end of the month, ask for a monthly pass. €1. Seeing that Yang Kai was so disrespectful to him, Zhang Chengfeng looked awkward, but he didn't want to pester him anymore. After all, he was the one who overreached himself and wanted to use his divine sense to investigate Yang Kai. How could he know that the other party's methods were so weird? Let yourself suffer a dark loss in one fell swoop. Taking a deep breath, calming down the turbulent blood in his heart, suppressing his anger, Zhang Chengfeng said, "My friend is the third Venerable Zixing." Yang Kai glanced at him, didn't pay attention to him at all, instead walked to the table, picked up the cut Kashan Yunwu tea and poured himself a cup, took a sip, with a look of ecstasy, and praised said, "Good tea, good tea." Zhang Chengfeng's old face was so gloomy that it was about to shave a layer of frost. He knew in his heart that the other party deliberately said this because of what happened just now. But he is also a Void King realm anyway, how has he ever been so underestimated? He couldn't help snorting coldly and said, "This old man is Zhang Chengfeng, the 8th elder of Zixing. If you dare to ask a friend, is he the 3rd venerable of Zixing?" Yang Kai casually picked out his ears, leaned on the chair, looked at him frivolously, and said, "Old man, who do you call yourself an old man in front of, and who do you call friends with?" "You." Zhang Chengfeng was furious, trembling with anger. Yang Kai snorted coldly. "Since you know that this seat is Venerable Zixing, how dare you live like a dog?" Ever since he knew that the person who came was Zhang Chengfeng, Yang Kai was not in a good mood. The upper beam was not straight and the lower beam was crooked. He had already experienced Zhang Chao's virtues, so it can be seen that Zhang Chengfeng is not a good bird. Seeing Sha Jingwu and the others being so intimidated and forced by Zhang Chengfeng, Yang Kai was even more annoyed. The experience of Wufeng Chamber of Commerce and others can be regarded as being implicated by him. Yang Kai naturally wants to retaliate, so his attitude is very unfriendly. The person who holds the Purple Star Order is the Zixing Venerable, whose status is extremely high, not below the top 3 elders of Zixing. Zhang Chengfeng is only the 8th ranked elder. It stands to reason that seeing Yang Kai had to hold on to this rule. Zhang Chengfeng was helpless even though he was angry. So after Yang Kai's words came out, Zhang Chengfeng could only endure it even though his stomach was burning like fire. Taking a deep breath again to calm his anger, Zhang Chengfeng rolled his eyes and said, "Your Excellency said that you are a venerable, so you are a venerable. Only by holding the order bestowed by the Lord himself can you become my Venerable Zixing. So far, the Lord God has only bestowed on 2 people, but as far as I know, there is no Your Excellency among these 2 people." Yang Kai glanced at him, took out the purple star token and smashed it on his head, and said arrogantly, "Big your dog eyes to see clearly, is this token fake?" Zhang Chengfeng grabbed the order in a hurry, checked it over and over again, and after he was sure, he couldn't help showing a hint of suspicion on his face. "This order is real or not, it's just, why I, Zixing Chengchao, the old council has never heard of the appearance of the 3rd venerable. When did the Lord bestow this decree on you? It's none of your business." Yang Kai sneered, what? The 8th elder, don't you think that your lord needs to report to you? Zhang Chengfeng's expression changed drastically, and he said hastily, I dare not say that. Zhang has no right to intervene in what the lord is doing. I have no right to ask what you are talking about. Zhang Chengfeng's complexion changed several times, but he finally suppressed his anger, held the order in both hands, walked up to Yang Kai, and said in a deep voice, the order has been verified correctly, and I can confirm that you are the 3rd Venerable of my purple star. The old man offended, and I hope the Venerable forgive me. Yang Kai squinted at him, continued to drink tea, and said inarticulately, you think it's rare for me to be the Venerable of your Zixing? If it weren't for Zilong's begging, I wouldn't accept this order, what? Stuff. Zhang Chengfeng opened his mouth wide in astonishment, and looked at Yang Kai in shock. He didn't know whether he was bragging or something was true, after all, this fact cannot be verified. But it's not shameful to hold the honor order all the time. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't answer it for a long time, he could only respectfully put the order on the table and retreated. The 8th elder is here, I'm afraid it's not just to verify the identity of this seat. Yang Kai spat out a piece of tea and looked at him indifferently. Zhang Chengfeng's heart skipped a beat, and only then did he remember that he was fighting this guy and almost forgot the business, so he said solemnly, my lord, Zhang came here this time at the order of the Great Elder. Quote, Great Elder? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Exactly. The Great Elder was very pleased to hear that there was another Venerable from my purple star, so he specially ordered Zhang to come and ask the Venerable to go to the inner city to talk about it. Not interested. Yang Kai pouted. What? Zhang Chengfeng looked at Yang Kai in astonishment, with an unbelievable expression on his face. Can't understand human language. I said I'm not interested, you can go. Cold sweat suddenly broke out on Zhang Chengfeng's forehead, and he said stutteringly, Your Honor, Zhang said that the Great Elder is here to invite you. I heard it, so what? So what? Zhang Chengfeng suddenly realized that he was not wrong just now. This inexplicable Venerable didn't even sell the face of Elder Zixing, so how could he care about himself as an 8th elder? My heart suddenly became more balanced. But Zhang Chengfeng was ordered to come here, so Zhang Chengfeng couldn't just go back like this. He frowned and looked at Yang Kai and said, My lord, now the lord is not sitting in Zixing City, and Zixing will obey the dispatch of the Great Elder. I'm afraid it's not right for the lord to refuse like this. Okay. What's wrong? Yang Kai looked at Zhang Chengfeng with a smile. This. Zhang Chengfeng thought to himself that you are pretending to be confused, and what good is it if you don't give the Great Elder face? Yang Kai snorted coldly and said, This seat is Venerable Zixing. I will not be dispatched by Zixing, even if Zilong wants to see me. He has to visit me in person, and he has to discuss with this seat if he wants me to do anything. Go back and tell Gongsun Liang that if you want to see me, come here by yourself. I don't have so much free time to listen to his nonsense. The Gongsun Liang that Yang spoke of as the Great Elder Zixing has the powerful cultivation base of the 2nd level of the Void King. Zhang Chengfeng's eyeballs popped and he finally realized the arrogance of the 3rd Venerable. While he was uneasy, he was also secretly happy for some reason. Get out. Seeing Zhang Chengfeng's delay in moving, Yang Kai shouted impatiently. His voice was mixed with the impact of divine sense, which made Zhang Chengfeng's body shake. With a look of horror on his face, he quickly cupped his hands and said, In this case, Zhang farewell, my lord stay. As he said that, he was about to leave quickly. Wait, Yang Kai suddenly shouted again. Zhang Chengfeng was startled. He turned around, looked at Yang Kai eagerly and asked, What else does your lord have to say? Yang Kai squinted at him, and said in a cold voice, Today is the first time, I think it's your first offense, just leave some Saint Crystal as compensation and go back to give Gongsun Liang a word. Come to the Weifang Chamber of Commerce to be presumptuous, scare my friends, it is not something that some Saint Crystal can solve. I will go to the inner city in person, and have a good chat with him. He bit the word, chatting, very hard, and there was a ferocious smile on his face. Zhang Chengfeng was stunned for a while and seemed to understand what Yang Kai meant, and said with a strange expression, Your Honor wants Zhang to save some Saint Crystals to compensate those people outside. You hurt someone, do you want to leave like this? Yang Kai looked at him sarcastically, It's okay not to keep the Saint Crystal, if you have revenge, if you have resentment, I will make a move, you catch it, you can go. Zhang Chengfeng was taken aback. Although he hadn't been in contact with Yang Kai for a long time, he also understood that the other party was so arrogant that he had a capital. With his own level 1 level, he was absolutely unable to compete with him. Won't die, but definitely get hurt. Under the balance, Zhang Chengfeng didn't have any hesitation, and took out some holy crystals from the space ring one after another. Annoyed, Zhang dare not disobey the order of the Venerable, and Zhang will convey the words of the Venerable today verbatim. To the Great Elder. This is the best. Yang Kai smiled sinisterly, looking like he was not afraid of anything. Zhang Chengfeng snorted coldly and walked away. After Zhang Chengfeng left, Yang Kai frowned slightly and began to think. He suddenly felt that under the calm appearance of the Purple Star City, there seemed to be some torrents surging. Today, when I went out with Hua Yumeng, I met people from the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce and Zixing had a conflict, and then someone secretly showed their favor to him, and returned to the Chamber of Commerce, where Zhang Chengfeng was waiting again. There are various indications that the Purple Star City is about to change. My lord. Hua Yumeng walked in, seeing Yang Kai pondering for a while but not speaking, she couldn't help but yelled worriedly. What's the matter? Yang Kai looked up at her. These holy crystals. Hua Yumeng pointed at the holy crystals all over the floor in confusion. Although he didn't count them in detail, these holy crystals were at least 300,000 pieces, and they piled up to emit a bright light. The dazzling people were dazzled. Well, these are Zhang Chengfeng's compensation to Uncle Sha and the others, let them divide it themselves. Yang Kai explained with a smile. Compensation, compensation. Hua Yumeng was stunned, extremely surprised. Well, Elder Zhang was too imposing just now, which frightened Uncle Sha and the others. Elder Zhang is kind-hearted and very sorry, so he left some holy crystals for Uncle Sha and the others to calm down. Quote, Hua Yumeng suddenly showed a dumbfounding expression. With her shrewdness, how could she not know that these compensations were won by Yang Kai for Uncle Sha and the others? As the 8th elder of the Purple Star, Zhang Chengfeng was lofty and mighty. He never put the life and death of ordinary warriors in his eyes, and he would not take the initiative to compensate, unless someone forced him to do so. With a clear heart, Hua Yumeng looked at Yang Kai gratefully and said, Thank you, my lord. By the way, President Hua, can I trouble you with something? Your Excellency, just take care of your orders. The 5-party chambers of commerce will definitely go all out. And, Your Excellency, don't call my concubine the president anymore. If I can't afford it, just call my concubine, by my name. Said in the end, Hua Yumeng's face turned red and she lowered her head. Yang Kai coughed lightly, and said, It's like this, I want you to help me find out if there is any trouble in Purple Star City recently. After all, you have some connections in Purple Star City, maybe you can find out some clues. Trouble. Hua Yumeng frowned, but didn't ask much, and immediately said seriously, Don't worry, my lord, I will do my best. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote recommendation tickets, monthly tickets, your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1855 Night Exploration of the Purple Star Palace. The night is late, the moon is missing, and the clouds are thick. In the wing room in the backyard of the Weifeng Chamber of Commerce, Yang Kai, who was meditating, opened his eyes suddenly, pinched a spirit art in his hand, and the power of space around him surged, and he disappeared the next moment. After a while, near the inner city, Yang Kai appeared in the darkness. It has been 2 days since he came to Purple Star City. Although he was delayed for a while due to the affairs of the 5-party Chamber of Commerce, he has not forgotten his original intention of coming here, so he is going to try tonight to see if he can secretly sneak into the Purple Star Palace and kill the star. The Imperial Order was stolen. If it really happens, he will pat his ass and leave immediately, and he will have nothing to do with any torrents and undercurrents in Purple Star City. As for those people from the 5-party Chamber of Commerce, the big deal is to take them away. Yang Kai will never leave them to take the blame for himself. The Purple Star City is divided into inner and outer cities. The outer city can be entered by any warrior who only needs to pay a certain amount of holy crystals. However, in the inner city, only warriors belonging to the Purple Star are eligible to enter it. The inner city is the Purple Star City, the most prosperous and rich area. Many elders, guardians, deacons, and various important figures in Zixing all live in the inner city, each occupying a good location and enjoying endless cultivation resources. In the inner city, there is a post at 3 steps and a post at 5 steps, and the defense is extremely strict. But in front of a martial artist of Yang Kai's strength, these defenses are nothing more than in vain. He doesn't even need to deliberately use the power of space, he can just wrap himself with divine sense, and he can swagger into the inner city. Those guards, no matter how close you are to him, you just pass by as if you didn't notice him. The cultivators in the inner city are generally much higher. Yang Kai walked all the way, Secretly startled, he noticed the aura of more than one Void King realm powerhouse. Every Void King realm is like a dormant lion, entrenched in his own territory in the world. Any disturbance would alarm these people. Fortunately, Yang Kai's divine sense is extremely powerful, so he can always avoid danger in advance, and can also hide himself well. He walked in the dark night, his footsteps were fast and slow, and his body flickered without any power fluctuations. He quickly approached a row of huge palaces in the very center of the inner city. Purple Star Palace. The symbol of the rights of the Purple Star is a sacred place revered by hundreds of millions of warriors of the Purple Star. The entire palace complex is made of purple jade, extremely magnificent. From a distance, the Purple Star Palace is like a touch of purple air from the east in the sky, as if the sun will rise in the next moment and cover the earth. Yang Kai let out his spiritual sense for a while, observed the movement around the Purple Star Palace, and muttered in his mouth, Qian Wu, Kun Lu, Con 10, Li 12. Well, this is right. He made a wrong step, quickly moved in one direction, and soon came to a certain position, where there was a place with weak energy. Yang Kai smiled satisfied, turned into a frightened bird, and rushed directly from the weak energy go. To be able to enter the Purple Star Palace so smoothly, Zidonglai must have contributed a lot. Although the Purple Star Palace is huge and unparalleled, there is also a powerful barrier outside the palace. Without a special token, it is impossible to enter. Once forced to break in, it will definitely trigger the reaction of the barrier, but with the guidance of Zidonglai, it will be different. Well, Zidonglai, as the young master of Zixing, has lived in the Zixing Palace all year round, so he knows the weakness of this enchantment like the back of his hand. As the saying goes, it's hard to guard against a house thief, and it's not without reason. In the Purple Star Palace, although there are not many enchantment restrictions, each of them is extremely powerful and extremely concealed. Yang Kai is going to act secretly this time, and naturally he does not want to reveal his position, so Zidonglai is very good. Use. Before coming here, Yang Kai specifically asked Zidonglai about the situation in the Purple Star Palace. Naturally, Zidonglai didn't dare to hide anything, but he also said that although the restrictions and enchantments in the Purple Star Palace he knows most of them, but not comprehensively. These things are usually handled by special personnel. As the young master of Zixing, how can he care about these things? But having this information is enough. Yang Kai pays himself that as long as he is not too unlucky, there should be no mistakes. While observing the surrounding environment, while avoiding the forbidden barrier, he quietly approached a palace in the center of the Purple Star Palace. There is the treasure house of the Purple Star, the most heavily guarded in the Purple Star Palace, but it is also the easiest place for Yang Kai to break through, because Zidonglai is well aware of the situation there, and Yang Kai has the ability to open the treasure house key. So as long as you can get close to that palace, great things can be accomplished. Time passed slowly, progress was quite smooth. Yang Kai approached the palace a little bit. Seeing that there is still 1/3 of the journey to reach the destination, Yang Kai, who was walking in the void, suddenly sank, and his figure froze. At that moment, he felt that he seemed to have touched something forbidden. A layer of invisible power fluctuations suddenly spread around. Broken. Yang Kai's face was livid. He never expected that the restrictions in Purple Star City were so hidden that even his divine sense couldn't find any clues. The next moment, Yang Kai felt two powerful divine senses sweeping towards him. These two strands of divine sense can only be possessed by Void King realm powerhouses. Obviously someone has noticed the movement here. It's because Yang Kai is a bold person, and he can't help feeling a little bit numb at this moment. Although he is proficient in the power of space, and he is at the second level of the Void King, this place is after all a lair of others. There are countless masters, and the right time and place are not on him. On the one hand, if you are really entangled, whether you can escape or not is another matter. He didn't dare to be negligent, so he quickly moved away and wanted to teleport away. But at this moment, a wave of power from the field was suppressed out of thin air. The power of the field seemed to be able to seal the space. Yang Kai's figure couldn't help but he couldn't leave immediately. Why don't you dare to act wild in my Purple Star Palace? An angry shout came from afar, shaking the warriors in the entire Purple Star Palace. Immediately afterwards, a huge vortex suddenly appeared on the top of Yang's head. In the vortex, the slap that covered the sky and the earth suddenly pressed down. Void King 2 layer. Yang Kai shrank his eyes and immediately judged the true level of the person who attacked him. The other party is not here, but they attack from a distance. This kind of ability is not something that Void King first level warriors can do. Only those who have been immersed in the second level for many years can have the means. The slap formed by the energy was oppressed, and there seemed to be endless suction from the palm, wanting to suck Yang Kai into it and prevent him from breaking free. This is definitely a powerful secret technique. At the first level, Yang Kai may not be able to easily block it, but now he is also a strong second level, and the cultivation level is equal to that of the shooter. Will be afraid of each other. Instead of resisting, he straightened his body and rushed towards the giant palm. In midair, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and popped out the golden blood threads. Dozens of golden blood threads gathered into a golden glow, rushing forward, followed closely by Yang Kai. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the world was shaken. The golden light pierced through the giant palm, and the terrifying palm print suddenly disintegrated, and then collapsed, and the power to seal the world no longer existed. Yang Kai immediately used a space secret technique and disappeared in place. The next moment, 3 figures came to the place where the incident happened one after the other. The one who came first was an old man with long beard reaching to chest, gray hair, gloomy face, and a calm expression on his face. He turned his head and looked around. There was a look of shock in his eyes. The next 2 people were a man and a woman. Before they could figure out what happened here, they saw the old man standing in the void. Their expressions immediately changed, and they clasped their fists together and said, "Great Elder." This old man is obviously Zixing Great Elder, Gongsun Liang. Among the most powerful Void Kings at the second level of the star field, their aura is majestic, not at all inferior to Zilong, the owner of the Purple Star. Great Elder, just now, the female Void King Realm powerhouse asked hesitantly. Someone trespassed on the Purple Star Palace. Gongsun Liang shouted with a sullen expression. What? Another male Void King Realm expert's complexion changed. Who dares to be so presumptuous? I don't know. Gongsun Liang shook his head, squinted his eyes and said, "The strength is very strong, and it is not something that ordinary people can do to defeat the old man with one move." The 2 Void King Realm powerhouses looked at each other, and they both saw the horror in each other's eyes. They were quite far away just now, although they sensed the energy fluctuations here, they didn't see clearly what happened. Only now did they realize that it was someone who came to make a move against the Great Elder, and even broke it. The Great Elder's Mekong palm. The female Void King hesitated and said, "Doesn't this mean that the other party is a Void King at the second level?" As soon as this remark came out, she herself was taken aback. If it is true that a strong person at the second level of the Void King is going to be unfavorable to the Purple Star Palace, then it will be a big trouble. Everyone else is just a level. There is a world of difference between 1 level and 2 levels. Could it be that the old man at the second level has not been able to spy out? The speed of the other party's attack and withdrawal is very fast, and the speed of the escape. Gongsun Liang frowned, and he couldn't believe that the other party was so sneaky from his nose. The bottom disappeared. Even if he urged his divine sense like this, he couldn't detect any aura of the other party. It was as if the scene just now was just a farce he directed and acted. As soon as a few people spoke, more strong men were alarmed and rushed over one after another. Even Ziwuji rushed here with Ji Jun. Second young master. Everyone saluted Ziwuji one after another. Although everyone knew that Zidonglai would be the next master of Zixing, Ziwuji was Zilong's son after all, so he had to sell his face. Only Gongsun Liang stood there with a big thorn. Wuji met the Great Elder. On the contrary, it was Ziwuji who needed to salute Gongsun Liang. Because he is not the young master of Zixing, if Zidong came here, the situation would be different. Gongsun Liang didn't express anything, just nodded slightly, with a haughty expression. Seeing his appearance, Ziwuji's eyes flickered with a gleam of coldness, and he smiled slightly. Great Elder, what happened here? How did Wuji notice that someone was doing something? Gongsun Liang turned a deaf ear to it, as if he hadn't heard it. He didn't even bother to answer. Everyone's faces changed several times, and the atmosphere suddenly became extremely stiff. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1856. Are you safe? Although everyone has known for a long time that the second young master and the first elder are at odds, they would always make some superficial appearances when they met in the past, but in the past year, the relationship between the two parties seems to have become more and more turbulent. There is no other reason. The Great Elder is the grandfather of the young master Zidonglai, and his daughter Gongsun Yu is Zidonglai's biological mother. With this relationship, Gongsun Liang naturally spares no effort to support Zidonglai's superior position and wait for him to become the owner of Purple Star in the future. And Ziwuji's mother is just a woman from a small family in Zixing. How can she be compared with Zidonglai? So Gongsun Liang always looked down on Ziwuji. And since Zilong and Zidonglai left Zixing nearly 2 years ago, and have not returned until now, Zixing has been fighting for power and profit, and the tide is surging. Especially in the past year, Ziwuji acted secretly to win over many powerful people, and Gongsun Liang also arranged frequently, and the conflict between the two parties could hardly be hidden. The actions of these two sides have also led to the faction of Zixing's many strong men into 3 distinct factions. One is naturally the warriors who are convinced by Ziwuji and are willing to serve him, and the other is headed by Gongsun Liang. It is self-evident what the purpose of acting wantonly in the absence of the master and the young master, while other warriors just waited for Zilong's return without being moved by the two. Since the two are secret opponents, Gongsun Liang will naturally not be willing to deal with Ziwuji. Ziwuji frowned, his face seemed a little displeased. After all, he was the second son of Zixing, and Gongsun Liang didn't give him any face in front of so many strong men, which really made him a little embarrassed. Gongsun Liang, you are presumptuous. Ji-jun, who had been standing behind Ziwuji, suddenly shouted, the second son asked you a question, why didn't you answer? A look of prey flashed in Gongsun Liang's eyes, he looked down at Ji-jun coldly, half closed his eyes and said, who is presumptuous? This old man is the elder Zixing. The lord is not in the palace. Everything here is in charge of you. What is it, you dare to yell at the old man? Ji-jun smiled coldly. Gongsun Liang, don't think that others don't know what you are planning. The tiger is not at home. The monkey is called the king. When the master returns, I will see how arrogant you can be. Who do you say is a monkey? Gongsun Liang was ever insulted by someone like that. Can't help but feel angry, and stare at Ji-jun. You know it in your heart. Ji-jun sneered again and again. Looking for death. Gongsun Liang was furious. The whole body of Sheng Yuan surged violently. It seems that Ji-jun is going to attack Ji-jun in the next moment. Everyone's faces changed drastically. Great elder, calm down. Ziwuji suddenly stood up. Standing in front of Ji-jun, he cupped his fist slightly in the air and said, Old Ji is outspoken if he has offended you. Wuji apologizes to you on his behalf, and I hope the elder will not care about it. HMPH. Gongsun Liang snorted coldly, non-committal. Ziwuji chuckled. Now is not the time for internal strife. For the present plan, the most important thing is to think about how to find the person who broke into the Purple Star Palace. I don't know what this person wants to do. Being unkind is quite troublesome. Great elder, what do you think? Gongsun Liang naturally knew that now was not the time to start a conflict with the other party. A void King two-layer powerhouse suddenly appeared in the Purple Star Palace, which made him feel irritable, so he stopped talking. Ziwuji continued. Father is not here, elder brother will follow and serve beside him, and the dragons in the Purple Star Palace have no leader. Although Wuji intends to solve father's problems, but his strength is weak, and he is probably powerless. I will trouble the first elder a lot to find someone, and I also ask the first elder to find out the thief and cut his body into pieces, so as to make an example to others, otherwise I, Zixing, will have no face to speak of. Gongsun Liang frowned, and said in a deep voice, Second young master does not need to say more about this matter, the old man will handle it properly, second young master, please go back. Wuji resigns. Ziwuji nodded and smiled, and took Ji-jun away calmly. After he left, Gongsun Liang shouted, I'll find someone for me, don't let go of any clues, that person has definitely not gone far, it's just that he doesn't know what secret technique he used to hide his breath. If he finds out, don't tell him if you fight alone, you can call the old man, and the old man will arrive at the first time. Yes, everyone agreed and dispersed. All of a sudden, the Zixing Palace was full of voices, and the strong people from all walks of life were galloping in a row, and it was very lively. One after another, powerful spiritual thoughts swept across every corner of the Zixing Palace. Second young master, why are you so patient with that old man? On the way back, Ji-jun asked with a straight face. A sneer appeared on Ziwuji's face, and he snorted softly, now is not the time to tear yourself apart with him, let that old bastard be arrogant for a while. Ji-jun frowned, but he didn't refute after hearing what he said. However, the thief who suddenly appeared this time did me a great favor. Ziwuji smiled slightly, no matter who this person is, I must thank him very much. Ji-jun frowned, pondered for a moment and said, Second young master is saying that he distracted that old man for you. This is only one aspect. Ziwuji smiled slightly, the person here is very strong, and if he can fight Gongsun Liang with one move and leave calmly, he must be a strong person at the second level. If Gongsun Liang wants to find him, he may not be able to, it's easy, Mr. G, think about it, if you can't find it, where will Gongsun Liang put his face? That's right. Ji Jun's eyes flashed with joy. If you can't find that person, the old man will lose face. Ha ha ha, no wonder the second young master was eager to quit just now, it turned out to be the reason. Otherwise, why do you think my son is so talkative? Although this matter is troublesome, if it is handled properly, it is also a good opportunity to accumulate prestige. Ziwuji tapped his head with his fingers. But, who is it? How dare to break in my purple star palace, in this star field, Void King's second layer is rare, each of them is a well-known strong man, and I will definitely not do such a stealthy thing. For some reason, when Ziwuji said this, Yang Kai's figure suddenly flashed in his mind. Yang Kai, the third venerable of the Purple Star, had just recently appeared in Purple Star City suddenly, and this kind of incident happened again in the Purple Star Palace tonight, so he naturally thought of Yang Kai. Could it be him? Ziwuji couldn't be sure, and there was a thick suspicion between his brows that couldn't be resolved. In a certain palace of the Purple Star Palace, Yang Kai hibernates, trying his best to restrain his aura, silently feeling the fierce soldiers and horses in the Purple Star Palace, with a helpless look on his face. Now that he has already startled the snake, then his trip will be in vain, and he can't get away even if he wants to leave at this moment. With so many powerful people's divine senses probing, as long as there is a slight movement on his side, he will definitely be noticed. So he can only be patient and wait for a good opportunity. Time passed slowly. Yang Kai was not in a hurry, the strong people coming and going flew past his head, but no one found his trace. Yudi, a figure landed not far away, looked around, and then walked straight towards a wing. In front of the wing, several void-returning mirror powerhouses were guarding. After seeing the person coming, they all saluted and said, "This subordinate has met the seventh elder." The seventh elder nodded lightly, and said, "Is there nothing going on inside?" Going back to the seventh elder, "There is nothing unusual." The leading void-returning mirror replied respectfully, and then asked suspiciously, "Seventh elder, what happened just now? Why did the subordinates feel that someone was fighting?" "Someone trespassed into the Purple Star Palace. The great elder was afraid that the person came for the sake of the people in this room, so he asked me to take a look, and you guys open the restriction." Yes. After hearing the words, several void-returning mirrors took out a flag-shaped secret treasure from their own space rings without hesitation, poured them into the surrounding void, and the next moment, the space around the room swayed. There was a layer of ripples, and the restriction was opened. The seventh elder walked straight in, and after a while, the sound of shouting and cursing came from inside. But it soon became silent, as if he had been beaten up by the seventh elder. The seventh elder walked out from the inside, with a trace of annoyance on his face. He snorted coldly, "You are overconfident, how dare you fight with this old man? If you are not useful, you will directly take your life. I am optimistic, let these people go lose one, and you will have to move your heads." Several void-returning mirrors looked terrified, and said yes one after another. The seventh elder made a wrong footstep, turned into a streamer and flew towards the sky, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After the seventh elder left, the void-returning mirrors looked at each other, each with a dignified expression, ready to open the restriction again. Yang Kai hid in place with a strange expression, staring at the wing room with a suspicious look on his face. During the cursing and shouting just now, he seemed to hear the voice of an acquaintance. This made him a little bit unbelievable. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai made up his mind. Before the restriction was activated, he swayed and rushed into the room. Several void-returning mirrors who were opening the ban frowned. At that moment just now, they felt a little uneasy, but this feeling disappeared soon, leaving them in a daze. However, several people thought that they felt wrong, and they didn't care too much. They tried their best to open the restriction again. In the room, Yang Kai leisurely appeared. Before he could see the scene in the room clearly, two figures rushed up suddenly, intending to attack him. Yang Kai's face sank, and the domain of the Void King realm blasted out, completely solidifying the surrounding space. Under his intentional control, the domain formed was extremely small, only covering the room, and did not touch the restrictions outside. "Hush!" Yang Kai quickly stretched out his finger, and put it to his mouth to signal. Only then did he see the situation inside the house clearly. There are a total of 5 people in the room, all of them have the strength of the Void Return Mirror, the strongest one is only the 3rd layer of the Void Return Realm, and 4 of them have very strange faces, but one of them is a young man who looks familiar to Yang Kai. At this moment, the young man was fixed in midair by Yang Kai's field, and a suspicious expression flashed in his eyes, staring at Yang Kai fiercely, but the next moment, his eyes widened, his eyes became dull and dazed, shocked, he pointed at Yang Kai and said, "You." Yang Kai grinned. "Brother Shentu, where in life do you never meet again? Don't come here without any problems." To be continued. Chapter 1857. The young man in the house turned out to be Shentu. The son of I.O., the president of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, is also Shuiyu's second brother. When Yang Kai fell into the hanging continent, Shentu was also among them. Both of them had low strength at that time, but they were only at the saint realm. Shentu's cultivation was slightly higher, and he was only at the third saint realm. The two cooperated with each other on the hanging continent, but they also formed a friendship. Later, after escaping from the hanging continent, Yang Kai followed Shentu to the main star Shuiyuexing of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. It has been dozens of years since that farewell. Yang Kai never expected to meet this guy in Zixing, so he was very surprised. Shentu looked at Yang Kai, and couldn't believe his eyes, until Yang Kai took the initiative to say hello. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, and whispered, "Yang Kai." "It's Yang." Yang Kai chuckled. "Why are you here?" Shentu frowned and asked in amazement. "It's a long story, brother Shentu, can you let these, well, please be patient." Yang Kai looked at the other four warriors who were staring at him with malicious expressions. Shentu nodded lightly, and said in a low voice, "Stop it all, brother Yang. We are old times with me." The four void-returning mirrors looked at each other, and withdrew their Saint Yuan one after another. Yang Kai saw that they no longer had any changes, and then dispersed the field. In an instant, everyone in the house regained their freedom. "You have already reached the Void King realm." Shentu was shocked by Yang Kai's sudden appearance just now, and it was only now that he realized Yang Kai's real cultivation base with some belatedness, and his face was full of shock. Back then, his cultivation was a little bit higher than Yang Kai's, but after so many years, he was only at the Void Return first stage. On the other hand, Yang Kai had already reached the Void King stage. When the two sides were compared, Shentu was naturally shocked. "Very. You must know that it is not that simple to break through the Void King realm through the Void Returning Mirror. Throughout the ages, how many talented geniuses have been stuck at this hurdle, unable to make an inch of progress for a lifetime, depressed and frustrated. Every warrior who can break through to the Void King realm is not only talented, but luck and chance are also indispensable. It's just a fluke." Yang Kai chuckled lightly. Shentu slowly shook his head. As the son of the president of the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, his eyesight and experience are naturally extraordinary. How could he believe Yang Kai's lucky words, knowing that the other party is being humble, but this time is not a good opportunity to discuss this matter. Frowning, looking at Yang Kai solemnly, whispered, "Brother Yang, you suddenly appeared here. I just ask, are you and me, friends or enemies?" "It's a friend, not an enemy," Yang Kai said sincerely. Shentu's expression was overjoyed. He couldn't help but burst out laughing. He went up to give Yang Kai a bear hug, patted him on the back vigorously and said, "Brother Yang, after a few decades, a certain pair you miss me so much." He was so enthusiastic all of a sudden, it made Yang Kai a little embarrassed. Shentu said, "Back then you left Shuiyuexing on that battleship. Later I found out that something happened to the battleship. Almost all warriors on board were wiped out. Since then, I haven't heard from you since then. Shentu makes me feel guilty and restless." "That's none of your business, it just coincides with the meeting." Yang Kai felt his sincerity, and his heart was filled with warmth. When he left Shuiyuexing back then, he took a random ship on a warship. He never thought that Shuiyu would also want to take a ride with the wind. It was because of Shuiyu's existence that the battleship was destroyed. When he reached a sea of a meteorites, he was smashed to pieces by the powerful secret treasure that was ambushing there, and all warriors on the entire battleship were killed and injured, only him and Shuiyu escaped. It was also that time that he inadvertently discovered the secret that Shuiyu was a woman, and only then did the following things happen. After a while, Shentu let go of Yang Kai, and said with emotion, "For so many years, I have been inquiring about you, third brother. He seems to know something, but no matter how I ask him, he won't say anything. I am in a hurry, and beat me hard." Shentu gritted his teeth, with a calm expression on his face. "This bastard is not big or small. If he is not as strong as him, I must teach him a lesson." Quote, the corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched, thinking that Shuiyu lost all face with him that time, and was humiliated by him naked. "Wouldn't it be uncomfortable for you to ask her these things?" "It's all right now, I finally see you." Shen-tu breathed out heavily, as if he wanted to let out all the stagnation that had been suppressed in his heart for decades, and he felt a lot more relaxed. I've been safe and sound, Brother God too will remember. Second young master, this is. The void returning mirrors had been watching from the side, until then, someone asked. Shen-tu chuckled, and introduced, this is Yang Kai, Brother Yang, and I have a lifelong friendship with this young master, so hurry up and meet Brother Yang. When they heard this, they didn't dare to be negligent, they clasped their fists together and said in unison, I've seen Mr. Yang. Yang Kai is a Void King realm expert, and he is also a brother with Shen-tu, so of course they have to be respectful. Shen-tu rubbed his chin, pondered for a while, and said, yes, Brother Yang is now in the Void King realm, so shouldn't I also call you sir? Brother Shen-tu is joking. Yang Kai waved his hand, I'm curious, why are you here, and, it seems to be detained. Hearing what Yang Kai said, Shen-tu immediately became filled with righteous indignation, and cursed, damn it, this young master is also inexplicable, this time I received the order from the Chamber of Commerce to send a batch of ordered materials to Zixing, where is it? Knowing that once you enter this Purple Star City, you will be captured by someone, no matter how much you ask, you can't find any clues, what a bad luck. Zixing captured you guys without saying anything. Yang Kai was shocked, don't they know that you are members of the Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce? Why didn't you know? Shen-tu looked angry, I think Zixing's group of people have taken the courage of Shangxin Leopard, and dare to attack Ben Xiao. One day, I will ask Ben Xiao to escape and order 100 warships to capture Zixing. Stars raised to the ground. A pensive expression appeared on Yang Kai's face. So, the battle in the city during the day is caused by you. Shen-tu nodded, I wanted to escape, but failed, and was captured again, shame on me. Second young master, this old man thinks that Zixing might have changed. An old man with a sallow complexion said from the side. Why did the old man say that? Yang Kai looked at him. It's just a feeling, ever since I entered the Purple Star City, I feel something is not right. It seems that there is something turbulent in the dark. Moreover, since they know our identities, they dare to detain us. Obviously, they want to use us for something. Although Zixing is powerful, it is not as big as my Hengluo Chamber of Commerce. If such a thing happened, if there is no change in Zixing, I will not believe it. Yang Kai nodded slightly, I also think that something will happen to Zixing. Whatever, this young master just wants to get out of this damn place as soon as possible. Shen-tu said angrily, suddenly looked at Yang Kai again, and asked, by the way, Brother Yang, why did you appear here? Quote. I'm here to steal something. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly and told what happened just now. Several people were dumbfounded, and looked at Yang Kai with admiration. Dare to sneak into the Purple Star Palace to steal things, this kind of courage and vigor is not something ordinary people can have, and they can escape safely when they are discovered, which makes everyone have a higher evaluation of Yang Kai's strength. However, we have already startled the snake, so we can only think of another way. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead helplessly. Brother Yang, can you leave here? Shen-tu looked at Yang Kai and asked. The restriction on the outside is very strong. If you try to break in, you will definitely be discovered, but if you help me attract attention, I can leave safely. It's no problem, it's on us. Shen-tu grinned, Brother Yang, after you leave here, give me a message for me. Who? Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. Shen-tu leaned closer and whispered in Yang Kai's ear. Yang Kai suddenly showed a strange look. Brother Yang will take care of everything. Shen-tu clasped his fist sternly. Don't worry, the words will definitely be brought. Yang Kai nodded, don't be impatient, I will find a way to get you out. It doesn't matter. Shen-tu grinned, I have a different identity, and the people from Purple Star dare not do anything to me unless they want to cause a fight between the two major forces. After finishing speaking, he suddenly let out a loud shout and shouted, killed, killed. While shouting, he winked at the other void return mirrors. Everyone immediately understood, and they also shouted, making random moves while shouting, Sheng Yuan fluctuated, and energy was chaotic. The movement inside the house was quickly transmitted, and the complexions of the several Purple Star warriors who were in charge of guarding outside changed, and they all listened attentively. After a while, one of them exclaimed, no, these people are crazy, stop them quickly. Everyone didn't dare to be negligent, and quickly opened the restriction and poured into it. At the moment when the restriction was opened, Yang Kai was already shaking, rushed out of the house, and found a hidden corner to hide. Inside the Purple Star Palace, there are still strong people searching everywhere, but there is still no result. After waiting for a long time, Yang Kai found a suitable opportunity, used the space secret technique, and left calmly. Although this trip didn't go according to the original plan, it was not fruitless to find out about Shen Tu's situation by accident. In Tongtian auction house, in the inner courtyard, Li Nuo sat cross-legged, but he still couldn't calm down, only feeling upset. Who? At this moment, Aunt Chun's exclamation suddenly came from outside. At the same time, a man's voice sounded next to Li Nuo's ear. When he heard this voice, Li Nuo froze, but soon, a look of surprise appeared on his face, and he quickly raised his head and looked out the window. It was pitch black outside, only a hint of fish belly white appeared in the east. It's night and day. There was a smile on the corner of Li Nuo's mouth, and he said, Aunt Chun, come back, the visitor has no malicious intentions but brought me good news. Tea provided. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1858 Auction. It's November, and winter is coming, everyone, please keep warm, please ask for a monthly pass. Asterisk. For the next few days, everything was uneventful. After sneaking into the Purple Star Palace that night to startle the snake, Yang Kai did not act rashly again. I believe that the Purple Star Palace must be extremely heavily guarded now, even with Yang Kai's ability, he is not sure to enter quietly again. Hua Yumeng used her connections to inquire about the recent situation in Purple Star City, and reported it to Yang Kai. Only then did Yang Kai know that because Zilong and Zidonglai hadn't returned for a long time in Zixing, the senior management of Zixing had split into several factions, among which the second son Ziwuji and the eldest husband Sun Liang were the leaders. The different factions are fighting each other and secretly intrigue. Although these things were suppressed by the Zixing high level, but the paper can't cover it, there will always be some things that will be spread, so Hua Yumeng found out easily. However, the information she obtained was well known, and she could do nothing about the information that was too secret. This is enough, at least Yang Kai has hidden what is under the calm appearance of Purple Star City. There are only two things that Yang Kai cares about now, one is to steal the Star Emperor token, and the other is to get Shen Tu and the others out to go, but unfortunately there is no good opportunity, so he can only wait quietly. Time flies, and the auction held by Tongtian Auction House is held as scheduled. Yang Kai had nothing to do, so he went with Hua Yumeng. After all, the value of the land deed that the Weifeng Chamber of Commerce was going to auction this time was too high. Hua Yumeng was naturally very happy. She was still confused about how to invite Yang Kai, but she didn't expect the other party to ask to follow him, which made her grateful to Yang Kai even deeper. On the day of the auction, Hua Yumeng was well dressed, wearing a tight purple dress, giving her a noble aura, followed closely behind Yang Kai, step by step, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Entering the auction house with the invitation card in hand, the people from Tongtian Auction House led Yang Kai and Hua Yumeng into the number 5 room of Jiazi, offered spiritual fruit tea, and then left respectfully. Hua Yumeng stood aside cautiously, and Yang Kai said it several times before she sat down uncomfortably. There is still a period of time before the auction starts. Yang Kai has nothing to do, so he looks around. After a while, he couldn't help frowning, showing a trace of suspicion. My lord, what's the matter? Hua Yumeng's attention had been on Yang Kai. Seeing that his expression was wrong at this moment, she asked quickly. What valuable items are there in this auction? Yang Kai asked with a frown. This concubine is not clear. Hua Yumeng smiled awkwardly. Then it's fine. Yang Kai smiled slightly, retracted his spiritual mind, and frowned slightly. Just now he actually noticed that there are many Void King Realm powerhouses in this auction. This is a very strange thing. There are not many things in this world that can attract Void King Realm experts. Even if there are, they should not appear in Tongtian Auction House. A Void King Realm expert would not come to this kind of auction house for no reason, and if he hadn't come to accompany Hua Yumeng, he would not condescend to come here. But now, besides him, there are at least 5 other Void King Realm powerhouses here. From Jiazi number 1 to number 4 rooms, all have Void King Realm in charge, especially in Jiazi number 1 room. When Yang Kai's spiritual sense glanced over just now, it was slightly blocked, which was obviously a sign of that person's strength. And, the breath of the other party made Yang Kai feel very familiar. The person in room number 1 of Jiazi was actually Sun Liang, the eldest husband of Zixing who had fought with him a few nights ago. This auction was able to attract Gongsun Liangdu, so it can be seen that there are definitely good things. This discovery can't help but make Yang Kai have some interest in this auction. After a short wait, a beautiful figure leisurely appeared on the high platform in the center of the auction house, and it was Li Nuo. She smiled sweetly, wearing a sleeveless cyan dress, with a pair of pink and white arms exposed, and the neckline was also very low, revealing a touch of snow white and looming belly on her chest. Her beautiful legs were slender, her feet wearing a pair of unique jade shoes, her petite toes were exposed, which aroused people's imagination. As soon as she appeared on the stage, she attracted everyone's attention, and countless eyes from below stared at her greedily, looking at her unscrupulously. Li Nuo was generous and decent, with a smile on his face. He gently opened his lips and said, "Thank you for coming to today's auction. I am very grateful for your presence, and it also makes Tongtian Auction House flourish. I am Li Nuo, for today's auction, the host of the auction. I also hope that everyone will give us a lot of face later." While speaking, she bowed gracefully. "Let's not gossip, today's auction has officially started, but, concubine wrong, I'll let you know, there are a lot of extremely valuable items in today's auction, and maybe you can return home with a lot of money." When she said this, he looked at the several private rooms in Jiazi. Although he didn't say clearly, the meaning in his words was already self-evident. Yang Kai smiled knowingly, thinking to himself that the Tongtian auction house is indeed backed by the Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, otherwise it would be absolutely impossible to come up with items that would tempt even Void King stage powerhouses. "Let's take a look at the first auction item," Li Nuo shouted coquettishly, and stretched out his hand to signal to the side. The next moment, a woman dressed as a maid came out with a tray in her hand and a smile on her face. There was a red cloth covering the tray, and the red cloth was made of unknown material, but it was able to block most of the warriors from their divine senses, making everyone feel itchy and stretch their necks to look around. There was also a curious look in Hua Yumeng's beautiful eyes, staring at her closely. Although it was not the first time for her to participate in the auction house, it was the first time she enjoyed the treatment of being able to enter a private room, which was completely different from her previous experience of being crowded in the hall below. "It's just a mid-grade virtual treasure, you won't need it." Seeing the novelty of her look, Yang Kai immediately opened his mouth to point it out. Hua Yumeng was stunned. "My lord, can you see the reality?" Yang Kai chuckled. "The red cloth is made from the silk spit out by Tianshui red silkworm. This thing has no other function, it can isolate the spiritual sense from detection, but it is also limited. The spiritual sense of warriors below the Void King realm it can't penetrate, but it can't break the Void King realm." Hua Yumeng nodded lightly, a look of longing appeared on her face. She is also at the third level of the Void Return realm now. If she has the opportunity, she can also try to break through to the Void King realm, but this level is too big. She has broken through for so many years, and she has not even achieved great success in her own potential field, let alone enlightenment. The mysteries of the field. I'm afraid there is no hope of breaking through in this life. On the stage, Li Nuo smiled slightly, stepped forward, lifted the red cloth on the tray, and immediately revealed the contents of the tray. Sure enough, it was a mid-grade void-level secret treasure, and it was an exquisite dagger, exuding bursts of chill. Li Nuo picked up the dagger, pinched a few spells in his hand, and poured holy yuan into it. In an instant, the dagger buzzed, and densely packed rune patterns the size of rice grains suddenly appeared on the dagger. The already strong chill became more surging. Li Nuo held the dagger, held it casually, and immediately turned on his own protective holy element, and said with a light smile, "This element is made of deep-sea cold iron as the main material, with cold sea sand and heavenly evil soil added. The teeth of the 9th rank monster black-eyed tapir are meticulously refined by a virtual level top-grade craftsman, and they are extremely cold, and they are designed to break the body-protecting sage. Everyone, look forward to it." While speaking, she stabbed at her own arm. I saw a chill visible to the naked eye condensed on the tip of the dagger, and soon collided with Li Nuo's own Saint Yuan. The next moment, with a stabbing sound, Li Nuo's body-protecting Saint Yuan was torn apart. Her strength is also very good. Although the dagger tore through the body-protecting Saint Yuan, it didn't hurt herself at all. Withdrawing the dagger, she smiled and said, "Although the Fenyuan dagger is only a mid-level void grade, if you have it, it is not a problem to fight against the Void Return third layer. It doesn't take too long to transform it. The base price is 150,000 Saint Crystals, everyone please." As soon as Li Nuo finished speaking, there was a lot of bidding in the hall, and everyone was obviously very interested in this secret treasure. Hua Yumeng also had a disturbed appearance. The dagger was small and suitable for women, but just now Yang Kai's words were still in her ears, so it was not easy for her to brush Yang Kai's face. At this moment, Yang Kai's voice came over. "This dagger is flawed. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a failure." Failed product. Hua Yumeng was startled when she heard this. Well, you didn't notice that when Li Nuo was testing the power of the dagger just now, he used a secret method of the cold attribute, so if he wants to activate the power of the dagger, he must practice a technique or secret technique of the cold attribute. Seeing that there is no cold in your body, so even if you take a picture of this thing, it will not be of much use. Is that so? Hua Yumeng was astonished. Li Nuo did this, isn't he deceiving others? Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. I can't talk about it, I can only say that what she said is not true, and if this dagger is really obtained by a martial artist who cultivates the cold attribute technique, the power is not bad. I understand. Hua Yumeng seemed to be taught. In the hall, there was still an endless stream of bidding, and the reserve price of 150,000 was quickly raised to as much as 280,000. The first auction item was so popular, it made Li Nuo smile very happily. The most important thing about an auction is to get off to a good start, so as to mobilize the enthusiasm of the auctioneers to participate in it and sell at a good price. After the price climbed to 320,000 yuan, the number of warriors bidding for the price gradually decreased. After all, the price of a virtual level middle grade secret treasure is about the same, and if there are more, the gain will not be worth the loss. Not every martial artist uses so many holy crystals. Even if he occasionally earns a lot of holy crystals, he still has to buy spirit pills to practice and increase his strength. Secret treasures are only auxiliary. In the end, the centenary dagger was bought by a male warrior in the hall for 350,000 yuan. The next auction was in full swing. After the first auction item was a good start, the enthusiasm of a large number of warriors was mobilized, and each auction item was presented. The price was rising steadily on the basis of the reserve price, and the hall was full of excitement. Secret treasures, elixirs, medicinal materials, minerals, and even secret arts and techniques, the auction items cover everything. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1859 500 million. Time flies, the auction has been going on for 2 hours, and almost every auction item brought up during the period has been sold at a very high price, which really made Tongtian Auction House a lot of money. However, all the warriors who participated in the auction were in the hall and private rooms below Jiazi, and the Void King Realm people in the 5 private rooms of Jiazi all stood still, and Yang Kai didn't know what they were waiting for. Even Hua Yumeng made 2 shots, and got a secret treasure, a book of powerful secret art, which he was happily studying on the sidelines. At this point in the auction, it was almost coming to an end. Yang Kai immediately knew that the main event was about to be played, so he cheered up immediately. The thing that is going to be auctioned next is a panacea, a Void King level panacea. On the auction stage, Li Nuo said with a smile. As soon as the words fell, there was an uproar in the hall, and everyone looked at Li Nuo in amazement. After all, the king level spirit pills are not common goods anywhere, and it is even rarer to see them at auctions. Generally, warriors who get the king level spirit pills will hide them, either for themselves or for relatives and friends, or for private use. In order to find a strong person in exchange for a large number of holy crystals, it is rare to get them to be auctioned in an auction like this. Only those auctions with solid foundations can get the Void King grade spiritual pill as an auction item. Although the Tongtian auction house is passable in the entire Purple Star City, it is not too famous. It has never auctioned too expensive items before. How could it have been thought that this time it would be able to take out the Void King grade spirit pill for auction? It really exceeded everyone's expectations, and they immediately excitedly looked forward to it. In room number 5 of Jiazi, Hua Yumeng also stopped what she was doing, and looked towards the stage with great interest. Li Nuo smiled sweetly, walked a few steps, came to the maidservant, reached out to pick up a jade bottle from the tray, shook the bottle, there was a crisp sound immediately, she smiled, this jade bottle contains a Void King pellet. Boom, a euro. After Li Nuo's words fell, the warriors in the hall suddenly boiled up. What? Void King pill? It's Shu Wang pill. Miss Li Nuo, you didn't lie to me. Li Nuo smiled and said, this concubine is here at the auction house, how dare I deceive you all, this panacea is undoubtedly the Void King pill, please take a look. Saying so, she opened the jade bottle and poured out a plump panacea from it. As soon as the elixir appeared, the whole hall was filled with the fragrance of the elixir. The fragrance entered the nostrils, which made many warriors smile happy. I feel that my bottleneck is a little loose. Just smelling the elixir has such a miraculous effect, but if you continue to take it, what amazing effect will it have? Sure enough, there is no doubt about the Void King pill. The Void King pill is the panacea that warriors at the peak of the Void Return Mirror break through to the Void King realm. It can increase the success rate of the warrior's breakthrough. After taking the pill, it is easier to understand the way of heaven and martial arts, and it can better condense one's own field. Although this kind of elixir cannot be used to recover or heal injuries, it has a fatal temptation for any warrior who has returned to the third layer of void return. The quality of the zhuang pill is the low-grade zhuang pill, and it must be refined by a zhuang-level alchemist. Moreover, because the main material for refining the zhuang pill is scarce, such things as zhuang pill are rare in the entire star field, or rare. Combining all kinds of things, every grain of Void King pellet is priceless. What is the function of the Shuang pill? I don't think I need to say more. Li Nuo seemed to have expected the reaction below, and said with a smile, this Shuang pill has a reserve price of 20 million. Please. After her words fell, there was a complete silence in the hall, and no one dared to bid. 20 million holy crystals is not something that ordinary warriors can take out. Only with the backing of powerful forces and a family sect can they have such strong financial resources. But Li Nuo was not in a hurry, because she knew that this Void King pellet would definitely not fail the auction, but some people were not in a hurry to sell it. Whoops, whoops. In room number 5 of Jiazi, there was a heavy panting. Yang Kai turned his head to look, and found that Hua Yumeng was not calm anymore. Her delicate body was trembling slightly, her cheeks were flushed, her fists were clenched tightly, and her beautiful eyes were fixed on her face, staring at Xu Wangdan on the stage. She is also a third-layer void returning realm. Although she has not made any progress for so many years since she was promoted, a Void King level is right in front of her eyes. How can she be self-sufficient? It's not just a panacea, but it symbolizes the road leading to the Void King realm. If you can really use this Void King pellet to advance to the Void King realm, let alone 20 million, even 200 million is worth it. So after getting excited, she blurted out, 20 million. Her voice broke the eerie silence of the scene. Li Nuo raised his head and glanced at room 5 of Jiazi, and smiled kindly. 25 million. As soon as Hua Yumeng's voice fell, there was a sound of a price increase in a private room in the Bingzi, and the increase was as much as 5 million in an instant. Now those warriors couldn't sit still any longer, and the voices of bidding came one after another, all of which came from the private rooms. In just 10 breaths, the price was raised to as much as 80 million. Hua Yumeng's pretty face couldn't help turning pale, and she faintly realized that she might not be able to compete for this panacea. 80 million was simply an unaffordable figure for her. Even though there were still more than 30 land deeds in Tongtian auction, there is no auction in the bank, but even if those land deeds are auctioned, how many holy crystals can they get? The competition for Xu Wangdan has just begun. Who knows what the final transaction price will be? Maybe it's not enough to throw in all the holy crystals from the land deed auction, and she doesn't have the courage. 100 million. An old voice came from a private room in the B brand. Although he was pretending to be calm, anyone could hear the excitement and anxiety in his voice. As soon as the price was announced, the scene fell silent again. Although the Void King pellet is precious, it only increases the success rate of the martial artist's promotion. It does not mean that he will be promoted after being persuaded. What it brings is only a glimmer of hope. The price of 100 million is almost the peak in the hearts of most warriors. So after the initial passionate impulse, many people began to calm down and stopped following the price. For a long time, no new quotations were generated. Li Nuo was not worried at all. He stood on the stage and asked with a smile, the old gentleman in room B number 8 has offered 100 million yuan. Is there no higher offer? No more, hurry up and count down. The martial artist in room B number 8 shouted anxiously. He couldn't take out 100 million saint crystals easily, but it was worth it in exchange for a Void King pellet, so he was afraid that someone would come to compete with him, so he urged him vigorously. Hee, 110 million. At this moment, a hearty laughter came from a certain private room, and the price was raised by 10 million. What bastard dares to bid with the old man? It's abominable. The Wu Zheki in the number 8 room of the B character had his nose crooked, and he couldn't help growling. But when he realized that the voice came from room number 2 of Jiazi, his expression changed drastically. He was only in room B number 8, but the other party was in room No. 2 Jiazi. His status was obviously higher than his. At the same time, in room number 2 of Jiazi, a powerful divine sense leisurely protruded and blasted towards the warrior who spoke. A muffled groan came, and the warrior in room B's number 8 turned pale suddenly, with blood overflowing from the corner of his mouth. He looked at room number 2 in Jiazi with horror and fear, and said in a low voice, Void King Realm. HMPH, since you are here to participate in the auction, then observe the rules. Next time, if you are so indifferent, I will kill you. Another voice came from Jazi number 2 room. Yes, my lord taught me the lesson. The martial artist in room B number 8 dared to complain, and nodded in agreement, with cold sweat on his forehead. Although the room was blocked and could not see the other party's face, he also knew that a Void King realm was not someone he could provoke. It's so majestic. In Purple Star City, you dare to say that you take people's lives at will. Do you really not care about the rules of Purple Star City? Suddenly, another old voice sounded, and everyone was stunned when they heard the words. They didn't know why there were so many turmoil. Looking along the voice, they suddenly found that the speaker was in room No. 1 Jazi. This is the most prestigious room in the entire auction house. Before, everyone was guessing who was sitting in it. Now when the other party spoke, someone immediately exclaimed, the Great Elder is sitting in it. Oh my god, what a great elder. I met the Great Elder from afar 2 years ago and heard him reprimanding others. It was the Great Elder's voice. Why is the Great Elder here? For a while, everyone talked about it. However, if it is said that Sun Liang, the eldest husband, is sitting in Jazi number 1 room, then there is no doubt, after all, only the eldest elder is the most powerful in the entire Zixing. It's just that people can't figure out who is sitting in room number 2 of Jazi, and the Great Elder doesn't seem to like them very much. This old man Shu Wangdan wants it, 200 million. Gongsun Liang said without hesitation. Wow, the warriors in the hall were once again in an uproar, not only because Gongsun Liang would take part in the auction, but also because the price increase was so terrifying that it went directly from 110 million to 200 million. Everyone couldn't help sighing in their hearts, as expected of the Great Elder Zixing, the wealth on his body might not be spent by ordinary warriors in hundreds of generations. 210 million. To everyone's surprise, the person who made the previous bid in room number 2 of Jazi followed suit again. 300 million. Gongsun Liang snorted coldly. 310 million. 500 million. ... Everyone's expressions became dull, their eyes widened, and they listened attentively to the sound of bidding in the 2 private rooms of the Jazi. Even Yang Kai frowned tightly, revealing a strange expression. Although the value of the Void King pill is huge, isn't the price of 500 million saint crystals too unreasonable? Moreover, considering Gongsun Liang's cultivation level, this Void King pellet is of no use to him at all. Even if he wanted to buy it for his younger generation to use, he wouldn't have invested such a large amount of capital. Yang Kai was at a loss. As soon as Gongsun Liang's 500 million holy crystal came out, the bidding in room No. 2 of Jazi suddenly fell silent, as if he couldn't keep up with the rhythm. To be continued, this text is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Group at AA, copyright CYCY. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. If you like this works, you are welcome to vote for recommendations and monthly tickets, your support is my biggest motivation.